This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to a Super Sunday here on the European Cricket Network. We have cricket for you from the Czech Republic, cricket also there in Belgium, but we hit off here at the Malta International Cricket Ground with some international action. I'm Rico Fool, you're watching European Cricket. Welcome to Malta. Bonjour folks, that's right, we will start here with the internationals here in Malta. Of course, we'll see the women of Malta and the women of Croatia in action a little bit later. Remember, their series is very evenly poised with 2-1 to Croatia, with 2 to play here today. That will be coming up a little bit later, as I say, but we're going to start off with the men of Malta who are entertaining Estonia. Now, yesterday, the Maltese team were far too strong for Estonia. They comfortably won both of their matches. It has to be said that they really wiped Estonia off the field of play. But a couple of things I think that were quite important yesterday, a couple of important factors. Number one, it was clearly evident that the Estonia players hadn't played a lot of cricket. Quite understandable when you consider the temperatures there in Estonia at the moment. And of course, a lot of those Maltese players that we saw in action yesterday had been playing in the European Cricket Series just days before the start of this event. And of course, number two, the Maltese, they know this ground, they know how this pitch plays, and that was a key factor as well. But I do expect to see a lot better from the Estonians here today. I think being out here yesterday and playing those 2 matches have done them the world of good. But we know what they have to do here today. Because they lost both those matches, they've got to have the perfect record today, win 3 from 3 if they are going to win this ECI tournament. First things first though, let's join the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Team Estonia, the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Tails. They're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters, who I know had a wonderful day yesterday exploring Malta. And of course, there is plenty to explore. So the news there is that Ahsan Amjad, the captain of Estonia, winning the toss and once again electing to put Malta into bat. Always a risky move because you know the strength and the power and the depth of that Maltese batting order. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw from Estonia yesterday. Of course, they were the team that had travelled here. I mentioned before, haven't played a lot of cricket, and also we're getting used to this deck. And I think one thing that a lot of the batters needed to adjust to is that it is quite a bouncy deck. But like I already said, I feel that they will be better here today. We did see some good performances from them. I think Masood Ali, he had a good time with the bat in both of those matches. He'll be a little bit disappointed though in the way he got out in the second match, when he should have really at least salvaged a point for Estonia. Stefan Gooch, congratulations to Stefan, by the way. Yesterday he brought up 2,000 runs on the network. He showed good signs with the bat and with the ball. But I think for them to do well here today, two batters who have performed outstandingly well on the network in the past, Seho Chauhan and also Arsan Amjad, their captain, both of whom have scored over 1,500 runs in the network, have to come good. I'm looking forward to some good bowling spells also from Giwala, maybe from Rapum, and also I think Aditya Paul could be perhaps the star for them here today. Malta, though, they are strong. Just look at those performances yesterday. And what we did see from them is batters that performed in the European Cricket Spring Series here, they also were good. Mahbub Ali continues to clobber the ball to all parts of the ground, closing on 2,500 runs, just 8 runs short. Now, he's not playing the first match. Doesn't surprise me because the big man, he did look a little bit tired. Don't forget, he played 3 matches on finals day for Swihi United on the way to picking up that winner's trophy. So it's understandable that he's being rested for this match. But he gets rested. Who comes in? Jaspal Singh, who's a very close contender for MVP as well. Remember, on finals day for Swihi, he scored 2 lots of 70 runs in the all-important qualifier number 2 and in the final. So a good addition to come into the side. It could also be used as a bowler as well. He just slows things down just a little bit. But other guys that are in great form, the captain, Varun Prasad, he put a good half-century in yesterday in the first match. He also is right up there with over 2,000 runs. Then you have to look at somebody else like Priyan Pushpajan. I expect to see a bit more from Priyan today, maybe with a bat, and perhaps use more as a bowler. Also somebody who's right up there with not just thousands of runs, but also goes past 50 wickets, as has Varun Prasad. But the man of the moment at the moment here in Malta has only played 38 matches, is Jagat Pruna. He was the MVP in the ECS. He's already passed 1,000 runs and already passed 50 wickets. A lot of good players in there. On the bowling department, I think they will chop and change. What we saw from them yesterday is that they prefer to use the slower bowlers. So once again, with Priyan there, with Varun there, Jagat there, and Jaspal coming into the side, they got a number of options. It's going to be a very exciting match, but the first one, of course, is very important. Estonia have to get a win. If they don't win this match, then basically the next 2 matches that they'll play will only just be them getting into practice and getting stronger, ready for the T20 internationals that are coming up here on Tuesday and Wednesday for them. Today is all about laughter. It's World Laughter Day today. So I know that myself and Tina, who I'm going to hand you over to in the commentary position, well, not only are we going to be calling some cricket, but we're going to have a lot of laughter as well. And we'd like to share that with you. Tina, over to you for the start of this one. I know Tina will give us a little bit of an update of what happened yesterday. But in this match, the news from the middle is that Estonia, once again, will start with the ball.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Rico, and welcome to the Master Sports Ground on day 2 and the final day of these ECIs. And what a day we have in store. The women will be taking to the stage later this morning, but first it's the men. And it's a big day, in particular for Estonia. They need to win this game to keep the series alive, and that's because they were on the wrong end of the result twice yesterday. In the first game, they just put on 88 onto the board, certainly a below par score, and Malta, they knocked that off pretty comprehensively, securing a win and securing their first bonus point as well. The captain, Varun Prasad, leading from the front, opening the batting, remaining unbeaten on 56 not out off just 20 deliveries. Then going into the second game between the men's sides, again, it went the way of Malta. Malta batted first on this occasion and put on an imposing score, 198, just 2 short of that 200. Mahbub Ali, the big hitting Swihi United batter, he scored 88. As Rico mentioned, he's not featuring in this first game, but of course Malta have so many weapons to choose from in their armoury, and Estonia then falling well short and losing that game by 64 runs. Another bonus point win for Malta as well, which means after day 1, it's not pretty viewing for Estonia as they haven't picked up a point yet. That net run rate as well has taken an absolute battering, but it's a new day. It's a glorious Sunday here, and I'm sure Estonia looking to put a few things right. Of course, they also have the T20s coming up, 3 of them over the next few days, and having spoken to a few members of the Estonia camp, they're certainly looking forward to those T20s, a format that they maybe think suits them slightly more. So taking a look at the sides, the big news then is that Mahbub Ali, he's been given a rest, given a little lie-in on Sunday morning, and he has been replaced by Jaspal Singh in the Malta lineup. But that just about proves how much talent Malta have to choose from, as Jaspal, no slouch himself with the bat. Of course, features for the power hitters. We saw him earlier in the year in that ECS as well. As for Estonia, Kala comes back in for them. He played the first game, didn't play the second one, so a bit of rotation there for the guests. But unsurprisingly, 75% in favour of the hosts, given that they've already won 2 out of 2, and they're looking to seal the series early on here. They've still got 3 games to play, but of course winning this one would give them an unassailable 3-0 lead. You see then the 2 teams going out there. In Estonia, they've won the toss, won the early battle, decided to get all 11 players out there in the middle. They will have a bowl. As for the Malta openers, looks like Varun Prasath, he's backing himself to do the opening. He's just leaning on his bat there at the non-striker's end, and the familiar diminutive form of Rocky Danish will open the batting for Malta. And same as yesterday as well for Estonia, Pranay Giwala will have the ball in hand. And a few conversations there at the top of the mark between Stefan Guc, who of course captained that first game for Estonia before the usual captain, Arslan Amjad, came in for the second game and also took the captain's armband. Of course, Stefan is also a very senior figure in the Estonian side, and of course in the blue crew. We often see him featuring as a tournament referee or as a standing umpire, and I'm sure he'll be back on the network in some kind of working capacity very soon. But he's got work to do for his Estonian side here. He got a few starts with the bat, didn't he, yesterday? And one time he was then caught out brilliantly by Mehboob Ali on the boundary. Here we go, first ball, and it's a low full toss and lightly knocked away by Rocky into the covers. And we will of course see the women play later today as well. And thanks to that win late in the day for Malta women against Croatia, that series also still alive. Looked like it was all one-way traffic early on. Croatia women won the first game by 9 wickets. The second game they went one better, won that one by 10 wickets. But Malta in that third game came good, took home the win. It probably would have been a wide as the captain Varun reaches for it. It will be a dot ball. In that final game then, Malta women won by 8 runs. Seems like a tight affair, but really actually Malta were ahead of the curve the whole time. They put on 78 runs on the board, and Croatia in the end fell short. And well, Varun Prasath has fallen short here as that one goes straight through the gate, and Pranay Giwala picks up an early wicket, and it's a big one at that, as the captain of Malta has to depart. Just the third delivery of the morning. It's a brilliant delivery here from Pranay, going around the wicket to the left-handed Prasath. And well, in all honesty, not a great shot from the Malta captain. You could see straight away his head went up, pivoted, and by the time he looked round, his stumps had been well and truly obliterated. So the captain has to depart early on here for a 2-ball duck, and it's the perfect start for Estonia. Let's take another look at this one. I wouldn't say it swung around a corner, it just kind of went straight on the angle and just knocked the top of that leg stump. So it's a brilliant start here for Estonia. Just the 1 run on the board, and most importantly, the early wicket of the Malta captain. Remember, he scored runs in that first game, 56 of them remained not out as Malta comfortably chased down Estonia's target of 88, but he departs early in the piece on this occasion, and that brings Priyan Pushparajan to the crease, who yesterday actually passed 2,500 runs on the network. He's a familiar figure both for the Malta national side and of course in the ECSs here. Pranay goes back round, back over to the right-hander. That one though just pushed a little too wide. Of course, Priyan already scored a century just a couple of days ago. Pushes at that one though. Should be stopped. doesn't stop through the first line of defence, Stuart, but the mopping up done there by Richard Parkin. It was a strange one, Priyan Pushparajan in the ECS. He played for the Royal Strikers, didn't play on the first day's action, missed the first 2 games. The Strikers, of course, won those anyway. And he came in on the second day, absolutely smashed a century. And we thought, okay, Royal Strikers, they're well in this, especially with Priyan Pushparajan in the lineup. And then he wasn't able to play on finals day. Royal Strikers sorely missed him on that occasion, but he's got a chance here to bat for his country. Pranay just, again, pushing it a bit too wide. He really nailed that line to the left-handed captain of Malta, but now with the 2 right-handers at the crease, Rocky and Priyan, gone back over and just not quite firing. Interesting, again, the ball's not moving too much at the moment. And just gently on off stump. 1 ball left of the first. A very good morning to everyone joining in the chat. I see Rob Thompson's there, Adyan's there. Johnny He, of course, is live reporting from the ground. Paul Kempin, good morning to you as well. Crew, I see, hope you're all well. And of course, ECN Supporters Club in Australia. Hope you're enjoying this Sunday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. It's a bit hazy actually this morning. No complaints, but not quite the glorious sunshine we've had the last few mornings, as Pranay does get to the end of his over. A couple of wides in there, but otherwise just a handful of singles. And most importantly for Estonia, the big wicket of Captain Varun Prasath. So at the end of the first, Malta 6 for 1, as we take a look at the upcoming events in what we can certainly call a manic May, with of course the spring series in progress here. Phil G taking you through the night series. We're just about ticking to halfway through that one. I know there was a Centurion there yesterday evening. And of course, we're into the final day of T20I action over in Czechia, which is Czechia against Cyprus, the 2 women's sides doing battle. And I know Czechia haven't had the easiest time of things there, but certainly looking to fight back on the final day. And then, of course, in, well, about 24 hours' time, Jersey, the Liberation Series starts. The first time we're on the island there before we go to Greece. I'll be in Greece in a playing capacity, and then the madness, the chaos, the cricketainment continues. And it's Stefan Gooch who's continuing here into the second over. So that one's knocked away for a single, and joining me for the first time on this beautiful Sunday morning is Rico Full. Morning, Rico.
Good morning, bonjour, and may the 4th be with you. And to all of those Star Wars fans out there, of course, 4th of May, known as Star Wars Day. And, well, good start here from ST. Can they keep it up? Stefan Gooch certainly will try and make sure that happens. Bowling with his shades on. Not quite sunny today. That's going to be in the gap, but that sort of hits a spot there on the ground and just slows up. And normally those ones get away. So yeah, just I noticed this morning that probably after yesterday it was a scorcher, wasn't it? That the ground probably did get well watered, and I think as a result of that, well, you can start around on it because it's just a little bit damp on top, and certain parts of the ground once again just a little bit damp at the moment, but I'm sure that will dry up pretty quickly. It's just like having a bit of a morning dew. But yeah, good morning to everybody, and of course it is World Laughter Day, so I know that we'll have plenty to laugh about. We always do. There's always some cricketainment on hand. But yeah, it's a day where you can share your funny stories with us, and we'll do our bit as well. And it is a Sunday, so let's have a magical Sunday. That's played and beautifully fielded. Good work. Liking this from Team ST. I expected them to come out and be much stronger today after going down in 2 matches yesterday. Not just going down, I think you have to be honest, that they got thrashed in both, didn't pick up a point. So expect them to come back strong, and that's what they're looking to do here.
Yeah, they certainly want to go strong in this game 3 because it's all on the line. Lose this one and they're going to lose the series. Of course, every game is an individual event, but they certainly want to keep this series going.
That's a guy, good shot. Goes inside out, up and over. It's a lovely shot from Priyan. You know, if he gets going, you know, I'm going to go out there and say that like for like, as a ball striker. Nobody is better when Priyam Pushpajan finds his rhythm and finds his form. So it's always dangerous signs when he starts to find the middle of his bat.
It's a bit hazy this morning, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah.
I will say, I did go for a run this morning. It was 6 a.m. and it was a beautiful sunrise. One of the very few benefits of dragging yourself out of bed at just before 6 a.m.
Do you set an alarm for that?
Oh, absolutely. I set an alarm, I set a second alarm, and then I set a third alarm, which is 15 minutes before we get picked up, just in case I can't drag myself out of bed.
I have to say, you know, the motivation of people who get up early in the morning to go for a jog or I know people who do it to go to the gym. I mean, I don't know how you do it. I mean, me, as you know, going to the gym or going for a long walk after the cricket's done, yeah, I can do that. And then I'll get back, relax, whatever. But doing it first thing in the morning and lose out on an extra hour and a half or whatever in bed, no, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think I try and trick myself into thinking, oh, I've got time when I go back in the evening, I'll do it then. But I just know myself, and I know as soon as I see that hotel room, it's all nice and clean from the housekeeping as well. There's absolutely no way I'm getting myself out of that room again. I mean, we don't get back that late, but still it's probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock. By the time you've had a bit of food, I'm ready for bed.
Yeah, the time does, you're right. I mean, by the time you get back, it goes so quickly. And if you do add a 45-minute walk or something to that, then before you know it, it's got midnight. And you think, oh, the alarm's going to be going off in about 6 hours. So, yeah, there you go, folks. The life of an ECN commentator. It's not all that glamorous, I have to tell you. But we love it. We love every moment of it.
I'll tell you what, I almost ran into some kind of marathon yesterday. That one's going to run to the boundary. It's Rocky flashing at that one. Pranay comes back on for his second over. It starts with a boundary. So when I was running back this morning, there was a lot of runners about, and I thought, it's 6 a.m. and I know you want to avoid the heat, but this seems very lively for 6 a.m. And lots of people had numbers on their shirts. And again, I thought, well, you're taking that a bit seriously, running with a number on your shirt. But it turns out there was some kind of, you know, organised running event, which I almost ended up stumbling into. Luckily, I was able to avoid it because it was right at the end of my run and I didn't fancy going 1 second further. So I'm going to have to look to see what event that was, because there was banners, there was police sealing off the roads. It might have been some kind of Malta half marathon. Either way, though, everyone was up and about on this Sunday morning, and hopefully the sun will be up and about at some point. It is up there in the sky, just trying to burn through this morning haze. It's quite hazy as well. It's dusty. My nose is going. I'm sneezing twice and 3 times. That's going once, twice, 3 times to the boundary. There's Rocky Danish for the second time in the over. Eyes that one up. It's just a bit too short there from Pranay. Rocky punches that one away. And look at that. The early morning archers are about on that range. No rest for them. 9 a.m. They're out there. Sunday, not a day of rest, clearly, for them.
No, and for the runners, obviously. But, yeah, and doing it on a Sunday as well. Oh, Tina, you are good. Mind you, I know that you've got some cricket coming up yourself, and you've probably got to keep yourself nice and fit and ready for that.
Absolutely. Hope my coach is listening.
And, I was just about to say, for your teammates and your coach, she is doing it. Not that I've actually run. Right, that's in the air. I think it's going to go all the way, actually. For a moment, I thought perhaps the fielder's going to get a play on this, but he can't. Gima, he started well. As Tina, well, there's going to be a lot of sneezing today, I'll tell you that now. Yeah. Tina started yesterday, and she's, hey, what happened to the 3?
Well, there was 2 yesterday, remember? That was just the final.
So we got 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Back to 3 days.
It's Sunday. It's early, Rico. Give me a break.
You said it's hazy, but it is a bit polleny.
Yeah.
Where we are. There's look, I'm gonna be nice today. I'm gonna get you some flowers. Look at these.
Oh.
Look at this. Ah, look.
Thanks, Rico.
Let's see where we are. I mean, we're in nature here. I'm gonna leave this here for a moment, as that's gonna be 4 more. We'll see this boundary. And
oh, well done, Ravi.
Ravi Panchal. And
Paolo loved it.
Does he say Paolo there? Well, let's have a look at this first. I'm saying that we're surrounded by nature. Now we're in green today because I know that it is a blended with nature day that's supported around the world in a lot of places. How about that? So I'm wearing my green. I know it's a big day. I think they actually call it Green Day in Japan and places like that. So that's why I'm in green. There you go. I'm going to give those to you. I know you're sat down there at the moment. And no, I'm not She's not on a knee or anything, people, before you get, you know, we're not being that romantic here. But we are just surrounded by lovely nature here. Then that popped up for no, it weren't there yesterday, you know, because I would have trampled over it if it was.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's my eyes and my nose aren't really delighting in it, but
you're going to throw those away in a minute, aren't you? Because you say they're making me sneeze.
It's the thought that counts.
But everybody's saying, ha. Right, here we go. It's not the best of overs, this, and, well, he will get that one through. 21 will come off it. And just notice that Brunei, though he did get that wicket off Varun, he seemed to bowl so well to the left-hander, but to the right-handers, he was just too wide and too short. And on that occasion, he gets punished. So Malta needed a good over to get them started, and they get one. 39 for 1 after 3.
A steady little power play from them, climbing their way into the game. 6-12 and then 21. Rocky, he's got off to a good start here. He hasn't really fired so far in the first 2 games. He's opened on both occasions, fallen relatively early in the piece, but he's 26 off 11. Priyan Pushparajan, he's just threatening at the moment. 10 off 5, but he's already hit 1 or 2 big shots. You know, he's absolutely got it in his locker. It looks like Estonia are going to slow down the pace a little bit here. Ali Masood with ball in hand, just marshalling his troops. Of course, that's the end of the power play, so they can have 5 outside the ring. Looks like they're going for a mid-wicket. There's someone very straight here at the moment. Arslan Amjad, the captain, he's pretty much behind the bowler's arm. It's the southern cross, isn't it? So Stefan Gooch, I didn't see him at first because he was off the pitch. So he's got a wide long on, a wide long off. The straight man behind the bowler.
Yeah, this is how they got him yesterday, Priyan, and it was Stefan who got him out. That's just been timed so well. It's a big long chase. That's going to be 4 runs, and doesn't deal with it so well. He's not having the best little time here, Pranay Giwala, this little pocket of play. I mean, he should be flicking this bat, but he's just pushed the ball and himself onto the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. It's beautifully timed, and that's a good shot. Speaking of nature, and one of the other days it is today, it's all about appreciation of the things around you. It's actually called International Dawn Chorus Day. You must have heard this when you're out on your walk. And that is going to be 4 runs. Priyan just getting a little bit risky here now, and he's still finding the gaps in the field. Even though they do set the field to him, they're trying to get him to play straight and fall into the trap. But Priyan, look at this, first a little clip around his pads to get forward. This time he goes over point, gets the wrist involved. So yeah, it's International Dawn Chorus Day celebrated. It's the first Sunday of every May. It's a year. It's a time to celebrate all the sounds of nature. That's a big appeal. The umpire says no. Well, will he get run out? No, that's close as well. All that happens there at the moment. Well, I was talking about listening to the song of the birds, but here we were listening to the appeal of the bowler. That's a pretty good shout, you know. That's a pretty good shout. I mean, can we see it again full on here? We got time. I mean, Tina, what do you make of this? I think that's a good shout.
Well, my finger went up. I was thinking that's...
Yeah, I don't see too much wrong with it.
It's on the full. Maybe he's just... It hits him right on the full, doesn't it, Rico? So...
It was given leg buys, right? I mean, maybe the umpire thinks... Yeah, it's given leg buys.
Only just drifting down the leg side could be... It's clearly not height an issue there. Just drifting down leg.
That's a wide delivery, gets played away. I wonder if I was giving this forward. Let's see side on, see exactly how wide this was. I mean, not just wide, but the height on it. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, can we see that side on by any chance? Also, if that's possible, because I think that's pretty close, maybe to being a no-hit. Let's have a look here. I'll get this in one more time. I think that's a no ball. I actually do think that's a no ball.
Yeah, he's right on the crease. He hasn't come down, and that's...
There it is.
Yeah, it's over waist height. So we'll be... It's an unfortunate one for Masood. It's the tight LBW call. They get the leg by, and then the next one's the 5 up. Free hit. He gets paddled away. The chase is on there for Sahil Chauhan, and the ball wins. Well, that's a bit of a laboured early Sunday morning effort there from Sahil Chauhan. Maybe let's have a look at this one. Did I give him not enough credit. Yeah, well, maybe you've got to go. It's wet out there. You can put in the slide. It was a bit of a half-hearted foot, wasn't it?
Got a slide. ST made a good start with that Wicket of Warrant, and they kept it tight that first over, but they're just allowing Malta to get away again, and you can't afford that. It's going to be another wide this time from Masood. We know that they're powerful. They've got big, strong batting line-up. You've still got the likes of Jagat Puna to come into the side. Jaspal Singh is in there as well. So still got good batters to come. Shijay Patel, I wonder if we see him today. So they've got to keep it tidy, got to keep it tight. Masood not quite worked at the moment. It's 19 off the over. Can he finish well though? And well, the batter wants to get funky, and he's going to just play out the dots. So I'll finish what I was saying about the day here. So International Dawn Chorus Day, celebrated on the first Sunday of May every year. This year it's celebrated, of course, today, 4th of May. It's a day set aside for those who appreciate nature's sounds and look forward to the rising at dawn and listen to the sweet music of different birds. And certainly when we're here, we can really hear them chirping away. I'm pretty sure that our viewers can as well. And I'm sure that while you were going for your little run you did, unless you're going to tell me you have those iPods in your
I do. I have big headphones on, and all I can hear is the booming music of something like ABBA.
ABBA? Now, I wasn't expecting you to say that.
You know, it's got to be upbeat.
I've heard some of your music, actually. You like a bit of, oh, you say upbeat. I think do you like a bit of classical stuff
I
as well?
do like a bit of classic.
I so often when
70s, 80s, I like a bit of that. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think
Fleetwood Mac, that's a favourite of mine at the moment, actually. It's not really good running music, it's more breakup music. I think they broke up every week, didn't they? But, you know, I like a bit of the classics. Sometimes I will admit when I'm running, it's usually just kind of this gym music that just has a beat. Because when I'm going on a slow run, actually, I can listen to a podcast because then it just whiles away the time. Yeah. But if I'm trying to go for it a bit more, I need music. Okay, so is that what you do? If you need to go faster, you just change the music to a faster beat? Yeah. All right, Richard Parkin, he had an okay day yesterday. He's going to be pulled away for 6 first up here from Priyan Pushpajan, just a little bit short. Now, this could be, if Parkin doesn't get that ball to go across, now he's a left armer. So what he's got to be trying to do is get this ball to go across. He's got to be darting as kind of an off-stump Yorker. And if he does go too straight, then Priyan is going to have a field day. He really is. So he's got to get this right pretty quickly. Yeah, the captain immediately having a chat to him, saying probably something along the lines of, don't bowl there again. All right, Richard gets that one out of his system. Could he come back with a good one? Yeah, that is better. That's where he's got to be. Same shot attempted there by Priyan, but he gets a dot ball in. I have to say a quick good morning to John Gray, who says he's in the chat with a brief window of opportunity to take in some cricket. And I think that's because it's his wife's birthday today. So happy birthday to Mrs. Gray. Oh, John's going to be in big trouble if he's here with us. Come on, John. I hope you've already dished up the breakfast in bed, buddy. Otherwise, you're in trouble. That's a no ball. It's too high. It gets played away. It won't go to the boundary at least. They're taking it on. It's a risky one, but they get there. That's good running from Priyan. He's a really good athlete, Priyan. I know that when I was talking about the fact they didn't play here in February because they were preparing for the ECL, because he, of course, the Royal Strikers player and captain. But one thing about him was, I mean, they were here every night, and they were really putting some real training sessions in to do with the fitness and cardio. And Priyan is fit, and he shows that running that second. So free hit to come here. And it'll be a wide. It'll have to be bowled again. That's well judged by Priyan. Yeah, John, and do say a happy birthday from us to Mrs. Gray. But yeah, I hope, well, you saw what I did this morning. No need for me to do it, of course. Look, I picked some fresh flowers. I delivered them to Tina. I hope you've done the same and got a nice tray there ready. Or maybe you've done it already to dish up to your lovely wife. Hello to Lance as well. 50 not out, saying, so it's a big birthday as well then. And that's a big 6 as well. 6 carreras. And well, you did say that the Archers are, oh no, don't. Not in the morning. I mean, it is World Laughter Day. This is nothing to laugh about. That's going over there. Hey, look at that little doodlebug here as well. I do like doodlebugs. And you know I have doodlebugs anyway.
This is one of the greeny ones, though. Hello, my friend.
Oh, look at that. There's the archers, and they're all gathering around. I think not the grizzly. Looks like they're preparing for war.
Can you imagine? They had a committee meeting last night. It was an AGM, and they all came together and said, right, what are we going to do about these cricketers that keep coming here and damaging our targets? Look at that. They're reinforcing the target.
Building a catapult.
That's played out in the air. They're chasing after this. It will be 4 runs, 1 bounce for Cuatro Carreras Más. And very good morning to the women of Croatia who are in and are watching bright and early this morning. We just saw a glimpse of them there. Maybe we can have a look at them a little bit later, Elsa. They're probably all sat there in the stands. Yeah, let's have a look at the ladies from Croatia. They look absolutely stunning in their kit. And it's nice to see them all sat in the stands there watching the cricket. Maybe after this ball. There's Priyan is laying into parking here. The last 2 overs have gone 21, 19 and 20. So they're going at a magical pace. Oh, that's been lashed. And that, I think, could be another no ball as well. I know he does charge into it. And, well, the artists, they're getting worried. Watch this one. Yeah, I don't think you can call this. There's no way of knowing where that was going to end up. But that has been blasted. That's a biggie. And they just caught the corner of my eye there. And it's not a good thing, actually, for a captain to do. But Arslan Amjad, when that was hit for 6, sort of kind of threw his cap on the floor. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. Good morning. Bonjour to Team Croatia there. And, well, they're looking to try and get the win in their first match. If they can do that, they win that series.
Yeah, they're looking glorious in their trademark kits. Enjoying a bit of the action here this morning. I'm looking forward to that game 3, or game 4 actually, isn't it? Hopefully it's going to be another thriller. We had a couple yesterday.
Oh, that's been hit so hard. Oh, the time that ball has taken to go from bat to the fence is a second. Now that is saying something. That was absolutely clobbered. As we welcome you into the commentary position, and with that big 6, that's 90 on the board already, just to 5 overs. They started slow, but the last 3 overs, Malta are showing the kind of force they're having the batting. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a happy Sunday full of laughter.
Full of laughter, full of dust as well. My eyes are going, Rico. If I go off mic, if you hear the sneezes, then you can all give me a bless you on the chat. But yes, it's some great cricket, and Malta looking threatening again, aren't they? This could seal the series.
I like what you're in. Don't we complement each other really well? Look, it's definitely a nature thing and an outdoor thing going on there. That's really nice. I like that. Nice pastel colours, the purples and the blues. Very nice.
Yeah, likewise, Rico. We're going festival, we're going nature, aren't we?
We don't plan this, by the way. I know Vinny, people always think me and Vinny, you always like talk late at night, saying what you wearing, what colour. We don't do that. I promise you. We don't. Look, funny things happen when you're away from home. Yep. I was away. I go back home and my daughter says, Dad, have you seen the dog bowl? And I said, really? The dog's bowling and playing cricket already? Yes, it is. It's not my best, but it is for a laugh today. So I want to see a bit of that from you all as well. We're going to have a happy Sunday here. And thank you for joining us. And happy birthday to Mrs. Gray. Happy 50th. And, yeah, I like this. Just changing the pace slightly. They're going to go here to... This is now Kalevispalu. We can hopefully just slow things down would be a start. Starts with a nice dot, but I think this is just Priyan, who's on 48 by the way, just 15. Just goes to show. Remember what I said? Once he gets going, nobody hits the ball cleaner. So this is dangerous. Not signs that want to try and remove him pretty quickly. Just having a chat here with Arslan, probably about the field. And at the moment, you can see what they're saying. They're asking to keep it outside the off. That's where they've still got the offside pretty packed up. And nobody on the square leg boundary. And he's quite happy just to push this out. So that's good. This is the good comeback here. And led at the moment by Kalevispalu. Now, what does Rocky do? Rocky's also going well. 35 of 16. It's a better start from him. I know yesterday he got a couple of opportunities and he's starting to get better with each one.
He's always someone that has flashes of an innings but never goes big, but he's gone big on that occasion. As that one flies towards those quivering archers. As Rocky joins Priyan in the 40s, 41. Hey, since it's World Laughter Day, I think we need to ask the chat for their favourite jokes.
Yes, please. That's a
And
very good idea.
we'll read out some of the best. The archers, they're not finding things funny at the moment as they're taking aim, luckily for now, at the target. But you never know, Rico. If Priyan and Rocky keep firing, we might be the next in line.
And what a shot. What a shot this is from Rocky. Well, Rocky Dinesh, we just saw him power one over that mid-wicket boundary. Just look at the finesse in this. This is so beautiful, so elegantly played. That's a lovely stroke for 4. Let's have a look at this. Just, yeah, delightful. Absolutely delightful. 4 runs. Yeah, I like that. And he just, look, it's laughter, so jokes, any funny stories, just things to make you giggle. That's all we want, because that's the way the day has to be today. Though I think at the moment, it's fair to say that Estonia probably don't see the funny side of things at the moment.
They're looking at probably facing another total, which, well, based on the expected score, 178. I think Malta even possibly eyeing up 180 plus here, especially with these two set. It's a race to 50 at the moment.
He plays the same shot again. He's just clever. He's just clever. There's one thing that you can say about these two. I mean, they both pack a punch. We know that. But the way that they've kind of been toying with the field. So, look, from the moment that ball has been released, Rocky knows exactly where he wants to put it. And he might even beat Priyan to the half century here. Both of them batting at a staggering strike rate. 49 of 19, Priya 49 of 16. And Arslan now is forced to make a change in the field. He does, but I think this is exactly what Rocky wanted. If I'm honest, the point comes up. The fielder does go back on the 45. Let's see how Rocky deals with this. On the pad, and given this time. So as LBW, it's straighter, and that's going to be the end of Rocky. So they finally get a breakthrough, and Rocky, unfortunately, he's going to fall short of his 50, 49 or 20, but he's done his job. He's given his team a very good start.
Great effort from him. He steps right across this one on this occasion. Let's take a look. Is it straight enough? Pitching in line. Yeah, I think that's the middle of middle. Rocky took a little look back at the pitch as if to say, was I right in front of the stumps? Rocky, the answer is yes. Yes, you were.
I'm actually surprised there. I don't think that, I mean, I'm just saying that it was pretty clever the way he moved, pushed the ball around, and sometimes bashing it, sometimes placing it. But bearing in mind that field just got moved, I don't think that was the best of shots. And I think when he goes back there, he'll probably say, yeah, I should have just played that straight, got the single, got my 50. But, well, one good batter goes, and he's replaced by another good one, Jakarth Puna, who, of course, we saw score a very fine half century yesterday, 51 of 17 in that 198 to 134 victory in their second match.
It's just the big hitters keep on coming for Malta, don't they? Even with Mehboob Ali not in the lineup today, Jakarth Puna comes in. Jaspal Singh is carded to come next. He's, of course, come into the side. He can hit a big ball, and Navdeep Gill, Sri Jay Patel, even Chanjal. He's got a lot of runs in the ECS. He's carded pretty low down, but it'd be interesting to see if he gets an opportunity. But Malta actually haven't lost too many wickets in the series so far. Just the 2 in the first game and the 4 in the second, and that is the half century up for Priyan Pushparajan. Doesn't get there with an explosive shot, just works it away to the leg side. But he goes one better than Rocky, gets it off. 17 deliveries. It's a great knock from Priyan.
Yeah, it's a good knock. They go to Steph here. I think probably earlier than they would have liked to, but I think with the wicket falling, I think Arsenal are just hoping that Steph can get another 1 or 2 here. But they're playing him with caution. They know that he is a dangerous bowler. He bowled well yesterday at Steph. You know, he picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 23 in the first match, and he was also in the wicket in the second match as well. And scored a fine 40 as well. And, well, Steph not happy about this. He's saying, well, why is he moving away? Now, I must admit that there's no reason for it. I never used to like that. Maybe Steph will stop himself here now. No, that's well bowled. Yorker length, just played down. No runs.
Morning to Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat as well. He's been asking if I've been getting some net practice in. Well, Jeffrey, as you might have heard, no time. I can get up at 6 a.m. go for a run, but I'm not that committed to go for a net by myself. So I'm featuring in that series for Germany next week. Looking forward to that one. Never been to Corfu. Have you got some tips? Have you been?
I haven't been.
You haven't been?
I haven't been, and I couldn't even tell you anything about the ground. I think you need to probably talk to someone like Vinny. I know Vinny's been there, and I think also I don't know if it's just the one or the two pitches they have in Corfu, but
I think they have a couple.
it's just going to be a single. Yeah, they've got two, so I don't know which one you'll be playing at actually, but
I think the Marina ground, I heard. All I've been told is to pack bug spray, which doesn't fill me with immense joy.
well, considering you're sneezing away. I know we got bit here the other day, but today actually, because there's not so much dew, we were all right. Lashes out on this one. It's a chase, and well, this time the fielding does work. The batters will come back for a couple. It's been good over though from Steph, and you can see just why Arslan went back to him, but he's not able to break the partnership. But at least he is able to slow the rate down. So with Vispaplu getting the wicket, that of Rocky, and that over there from Steph, just going for the 5. They've just slowed things down a little bit, but we know this Malta team, they can up the tempo at any moment. So 112 at the moment. There's 2 wickets down, 3 overs to go. This is what's happening in Belgium tonight. Phil G witnessed a very good century there yesterday. And of course, that was our friend Hasidullah Tarakel, who scored a final 106. And for Bevan, and Bevan, of course, now are at the top of those standings. But they'll have a tough one against Antwerp tonight. A double header. Remember, Antwerp, that should be a simple dismissal. It will be. So that's a good one. Priyan Pushpajan does get to 50, but he's not able to excel any further than that. And well done to Aditya Paul. And I had a feeling that Aditya Paul could have a good day here today. When I saw him in Tallinn bowl, he is a wicket taker. So this is a good little phase of play for Estonia. Remember, Malta were on course for kind of a 170 kind of score at one point. And just with this fight back here, led there by Kea Vispalu, who took the wicket. Stefan Cooch, a nice tidy over from him. And now Aditya Ball gets a wicket straight away. And that's the end of Priyan, who'll go for 50 of 21.
Still a good knock. He goes one better actually than Rocky felt for 49. Priyan gets to 50, but it's 50 and out for him. As Jaspal Singh, the man who's into the side, now goes out to the crease. It's been a good couple of overs though from Estonia. Just pulled it back after over 6 went for 17. Steph's over number 7 went for just the 5. And Aditya's 8th over here started with a wicket. Jaspal just knocks that one into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, what's happened here? What did we miss here? So, well, that's what we missed. Jagarth just, as he's watching to see if he can come back for a second, he slips. He seems to be okay. Yeah, Jaspal, we certainly did see him perform well on finals day here for Sweetie United. Scored 70 in the qualifier number 2 and also a 70 in that final. So he gets the nod before Patel. That's high in the air. He's going to get over Arslan, who still wants to catch it. There you go. Well, practice is good, but unfortunately he can do nothing about the 6 runs. I wonder if we can introduce that as for a new rule, that if the ball goes over the boundary but the fielder still catches it, you don't get 6, you get 5.
Yeah, 6 or you get reduced to a 4. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of benefit for putting in the unnecessary yards. You better catch if it's in the field this time.
Jagarth opens his account on the boundary front, and now he looks to do 2 in 2, and there you go. Practice makes perfect, and look at Aditya Paul. He's absolutely delighted because that's another wicket for him in the over, and he gets the dangerous Jagarth Pune, who got it right first time, but the second time, well, he found the hands of the fielder, and it is the captain, Hasan Amjad, takes the catch, and, well, Jagarth, it's a brief innings from him this time. Good fight back this from Estonia. They're really applying the pressure. And if they can keep this, keep it to that under the 140, I think they've got a good opportunity. Jagarth, not very happy with himself. As soon as he hit that, he knew he was in trouble. And that brings Navdeep Gill to the middle. Navdeep, we saw him briefly yesterday. He just came in and he took over from what Mahbub was doing in hitting sixes. That's what he's been sent out there to do.
And that's why Arslan caught it the first time, because practice makes perfect.
Oh, he hits that pretty well, but there's nobody out at square leg. There's going to be 4 runs to start off with.
Hey Rico, I need to be careful of who's listening on the chat, because I said I can't do a 6 a.m. net. Richard Cox, he's come straight out. He's on the WhatsApp saying, nets for you the next 3 days, 6 a.m. with me. I know he's coming out tomorrow.
He comes out tomorrow, doesn't he? Oh,
be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for.
What's the difference? If you're getting up, look, if I had to get up at that time and then I was given a choice, well, what's this one like? Gone! It's a third in the over. What an over this is from Aditya Paul. It's full and he's going to be a goner. So Navdeep Gill, he also just wants to try and play this down to the leg side. It's 2 straight. Another one goes, so look, all right, Malta, they're going to be coming in, they're going to be trying to find the boundaries, but Estonia, they're having a really good period here. There's no doubt about this. That's not a good shot. It's pretty ugly, to say the least, but it's straight, it's full, it's going on to knock the stumps over. It's another one that bites the dust. An easy decision there for the umpire. What a great over that is. So Navdeep Gill, 4 and out as he goes LBW to Aditya Paul, who finishes with 3 for 11 in that over.
Brilliant over from him. He still got hit for a 6 and a 4, and there was a 1 in there, so 11 runs off it. But most importantly for Estonia, 3 wickets as well. 1, 2, oh, we've got the Mambo number 5. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Malta.
I'm a bit surprised. Imran Amir has now come in. Shurajay Patel, I know the guy. He's such a cracking bat, and I'm surprised that Varun Prasad is feeling that Imran Amir is a better option than him. Imran Amir, of course, I don't think he batted this high for Sweetie United, so there's obviously something that he can do at the international level that we don't know about. But this is the big moment. Look, Stefan Gooch has been bowled out. Aditya Paul will definitely bowl the last over. This is a huge over. And they're going to go to another guy that I gave a shout out to, Rupam Baru. No, he had an all right day yesterday, so he'll only get the 1 over. Let's see how he fares. That is humongous from Jaspal. And you know what? The boy has got a new bat. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about with Jaspal, when he scored those 140 runs in those 2 knocks, his bat was sounding awful. Every time he hit the ball, it sounded hollow. And we kept on saying he needs a new bat, but because he was scoring runs with it, he just didn't give it up. But I think he's had a think and he thought, yeah, I do need another bat. And that one has sailed. All right, good start, 6 runs.
It's definitely a middle on that one. That came right out the screws.
And it's okay. Dot ball. Well done. And Jester goes a little bit quicker this time, Rupam. He says, all right, I'm not going to go at that pace anymore. I'm going to give it but some more. So going back to that, look, if I had to get up that early in the morning, I'd rather have a net than go for a run. No doubt about it.
That's true. I've got my kit. Obviously, I'm going straight to Corfu, so maybe Tuesday morning you're on, Coxie.
Does want to run, and oh no, that could be 4 runs, you know. Is it going to be caught up with it? Will the fielders done really well? I suppose you had to have a go, actually. But he misses the target. Obviously, the wicketkeeper can't be blamed for this. Let's have a look here. I mean, would he have been out? I think it, would have been maybe close, but I think he would have just made it. But that's a bonus 2. The good thing is, at least it doesn't go to the boundary. Good bit of work there by Parkin to stop that ball getting past him. 130 up here now. Still the 150 something expected. That's probably also okay. Let's have a look at this. That's 2 probably just got right on the line here, Rupam. Let's see. Yeah, perfectly bowled. Perfectly bowled.
You can see the batter doesn't move at all, so it looks quite wide, but that's because he's pretty much planted on leg stump. That's where you want to keep it. And this has been a great comeback from Estonia as well.
It has. I mean, remember that 90 came up by the halfway point. So it's a really good comeback. Gives himself a little bit of room, but still misses out on this Jaspal. So after smashing a big 6 on the first ball and then being, well, just gifted a couple. There's been 3 dots in it as well. So hugely important delivery now. Wonder what he does here now. I've got the feeling he's going to probably try and jump even further across the offside to get this away. Imran Amir has given him some advice.
Big words from someone who hasn't faced a ball yet, but there you go.
131. They could they keep this to around about that 145? And that's brilliant bowling. Superb bowling. Really well. But now this is going to be out. This is out as Jaspal, I think, has ended up standing out of his crease. And that's great work from Marco Vate. Let's have a look at this again side on. Jaspal, I think, just being totally disappointed with the efforts here. He ends up just standing there. Here comes the throw.
Does he swing his bat onto
Let's
his
have a
own
look.
stumps?
What happens here? How does the... So keep an eye on things. Keep this rolling.
Oops.
Yeah, he's hit his... Ooh, interesting one, that. I mean, interesting one. He goes back and then just hits his own stumps. Interesting. I mean, the ball's obviously... It's a weird one, isn't it? Because you think he's played a shot here. I mean, you couldn't say that the ball is dead. So that's out. Yeah, no doubt about it. He's out here. Wicket here.
He's kind of resigned to his fate as well. As soon as he sees it, he says, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? That's very weird. Hits the ball for 6 and then, well, he gets lucky with 2 more in the over. But what a great over that is from Ruben. Only gets the ball well, but that's something that Estonia have to look at. I mean, I like what I saw from Rupam yesterday, and I think Estonia will like that even better. Right, here we go, back to Ajita. Full toss, doesn't really know too much about this, does Imran Amir. Now, what about the height on this? Let's have a look at the height. It's
maybe okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's 50-50 on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a close one. Is the ball coming down enough? The umpires have had a look, and they say it's okay, 4 runs. So Imran Amir, let's get that one away.
That was a brilliant 9th over, wasn't it? We were still talking about the strange dismissal, but in the end, Rupam picks up a wicket. He just went for that big 6 off Jaspal Singh on the first delivery, but otherwise, 3 dots under 2, 8 runs coming off it.
Well, where can they get to here? 135. There's still 5 balls to go. The 150 now, according to the expected score, is now not possible. I mean, a couple of big hits it is, of course, but Imran Amir, well, we've seen different sides of Imran. Are we going to see the best of him here? Well, he gets bad onto this. It's well bowled, wide outside the off. Excellent comeback. Really has been good, this from Estonia. They're going to give themselves a chance here, for sure. Definitely going to give themselves a chance here. It's going to be the sort of score I feel that they would expect to be chasing, around that 140. And the way it was going at one stage when Priyan and Rocky were blasting the ball all over the place, he thought it was going to be another 170. That's hit quite nicely. In fact, that's a really nice shot from Imran Amir. That's going to be 6 runs, I think. I think it goes all the way over. But there's John Hisham. He's wearing a really trendy T-shirt as well. It's got the Jamaican number on as well. I'm feeling Irie. There's got some of the Jamaican figurines having a bit of a dance. All right, well, Imran Amir having perhaps a bit of a dance. And that's has it been given as 4? I thought that was 6.
Yeah, it's been given as 4 on field. Maybe they'll just double check that one. It was right in front of Paolo.
Ooh, wow.
Well, Paolo was right there, so maybe he called it as he's patrolling the boundary there.
All right, making a few changes in the field. An extra one goes out onto the offside. Nobody back at mid-wicket though, and that's one that is going to get through the gap. The chase is on, and he's so unlucky. So unlucky. Oh, and Arsene Amjad, that's what really hurts a captain. You just make a change in the field. And first of all, I've got to say, Dita Paul, it wasn't the best of deliveries, but I mean, he's so unlucky. You think he's done enough to flick it back, but in the end, the ball just stuck to the fingers. And as he's rolled over, the ball's rolled over with him. So 143, 2 balls to go. Valuable runs being put on the ball here by Imran Amir. He gets bad onto it. They'll have to run hard. They'll take the single. So the last ball will be the only ball that Chanjal Sudarsananan faces. Now, this is a guy who we've seen opening in the European Cricket Series for his side, and he's coming in here at number 8, and he'll just get 1 ball to face.
that shows the depth that Malta have as well. Someone who opens for his club side, scored a lot of runs as well, was often a match winner for them. He's just got the one ball to make an impact here.
Here we go. Let's see what he can get in here. And it's a slower one that's been hit well, but it will go to Stefan Gooch, who will make the stop. They will get one, and you would imagine that they should have tried for two here. I mean, have a look where the throw is. And I think the batters, you need to be thinking of going for two there. May have even got it, actually. But they'll get just a single, 145 it will be. 6 down, and a tremendous comeback. You think how well, when 90 was on the board at the halfway point, so look just how well that Estonia come back. They've given themselves some hope here, and you can see that Estonia, they're the far happier side. High fives all around from them. They're pleased with that effort. And that was the spark, all spark with that over really from Kai Vispalu. I know he went for 17, but he got the wicket of Rocky Dinesh, who played a strange shot really, seeing that the field was set on the leg side to him. He still went to play that shot across the line, got LBW. Then we saw a great over from Stefan Gooch, just went from 5. A super one from Radita Paul, which picked up 3 wickets, and only 11 runs came from it. And then again, nice one from Rupam. He picked up a wicket just for 8, and they just kept on applying the pressure. But early on, of course, the pressure after the early wicket of Varun Prasad was definitely applied. But that was that LBW. That was when Rocky Dinesh on 49 decided he wanted to go the same area again. Another wicket then followed pretty quickly after that, as Priyan on 50 kind of gave his wicket away as well. And then after that, Malta, okay, they did still hit a few boundaries. That was an interesting one. We saw a catch taken over the boundary first from Arslan, and then Jagat Poonen gave him another chance to take one inside, and he said, well, after giving me the catching practice, I'll take that. And that was plumb.
It was plumb, and it was a great comeback from Estonia. You really feared for them with that second wicket partnership. It was worth 106 between Rocky and Priyan. But when both of those departed in quick succession, actually no one else really got going. It was the next high score was Imran Amir's 13 off just the 5 deliveries. So there was a nice little end to the innings from Malta, but at one point it looked like they were going towards 180, 190, even 200. So a brilliant effort from the guests to reduce them to not even 150.
Yeah, it's really good effort. They're outstanding. I think it's definitely not so much the first 5 overs, but the last 5 overs, that innings is the best that we've seen from them. So Estonia, maybe they're starting to come good at the right time. And there was some big learning curves there also for, I think, Arslan. I mean, I know he's got options in ahead of him and bowling options, but Aditya Paul and I think also Rupam, the way that they bowled, they're definitely, both of them should be getting the 2 overs. Rupam 1 for 8 just gets that 1 over. So they'll have a look at that. Will Estonia just use those bowlers maybe a little bit differently? But plenty to choose from, and that's it's always a nice problem for the captain to have, especially when they are all performing. So Prem Pushpajan gets a 50, Rocky Dinesh 49, but Varun Prasad on this occasion and Jagat Poonen having a little bit of a failure. So 145 and definitely gettable. And I'm pretty sure that the likes of Stefan Gooch and Arslan and also Sahil Chauhan will be fancying themselves to click here with the bat and knock those runs off. They've got to keep this match alive. They've got to win this match. If they don't win this match, then really the next 2, they're playing for nothing. Rico Full here alongside me is, of course, Tina Goff. And do join us back in 10 minutes' time for the reply from Estonia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. And one of the things that we observed today, of course we talked about it being World Laughter Day, but today we also observe a day that's called World Give Day. And I do like this day. It's acknowledged as an international holiday. It's a special day dedicated to giving back. It encourages selflessness by reminding people to use the opportunity to help others around them. They also donate to causes and charities that they care about. It is rewarding to help others who are in need. Families, community centres, businesses, students can benefit from this kind of holiday. And by celebrating, we give generously, we encourage more acts of kindness, a quality much needed in society. So World Give Day today, as we have a
Good
look
morning and welcome
at
back
the
to
situation of this play. This is the bonus point equation, and 102 is what's required to get a point here for Estonia, but of course they're not thinking about a point. I don't think really the bonus point now comes into this at all for them. It's just about winning matches. They've got to win the three matches. And talking about threes, you probably heard there that there was 3 sneezes there from from Tina, who comes back. She's saying, yeah, I'm back with the 3. So yeah, welcome back everybody. I mean, it's going to be an interesting chase, but I do believe that Estonia, with the way they finished in those last 5 overs, they definitely have given themselves a really good chance here. So expecting them to go strong, go hard. They've got nothing to lose here. So let's see how they fare. Here's the first one coming up. So Sanjay Siddharthan with the first ball. Get this just moving away. And they do make a change in the batting order. And I like this change. Ali Masood comes at the top of the order. He was in good form yesterday. So they've decided that maybe Masood is going to be better suited to be partnering Stefan Gooch out there. And maybe Sahil Chauhan is probably going to come just maybe 3 or 4. They might even go with Arsan Amjad at 3 and Sahil coming in at 4. And just loses his run up here. That's Siddharthan. We'll go back to his mark. So yeah, just talking about that bonus point equation. So I don't think the point really comes into play, but it's something that teams try and set themselves targets. I mean, Malta would love to try and keep Estonia to under that 102, and once again, they'll be challenging themselves to do that. Good teams do set themselves some challenges, but of course, win the match is the key thing here for them. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to get wide of the fielder, and 4 runs. The first runs on the board and the first boundary. Ali Masood, who found the boundary ropes on a number of occasions yesterday. He was by far the pick of their batters. That's why he's been elevated to the opening spot. Scored 24 in the first match and 41 in the second. And he does score his runs pretty briskly. So that one gets away nicely. Sanjay gets back to his mark. He certainly bowled very well yesterday, I think, Sanjay. He bowled with pace. That's what I liked about him. He was running in fast. He had good momentum. Looking to see if he can get a breakthrough here. Interesting field here. Just 2 men on the leg side. I wonder if we can just have a wide shot, please, off the field here also, because this is quite rare. You don't see this too often. Just got the 2 fielders who are on the leg side. Both of them, there they are. Don't get confused by the umpire. Both of those are inside, so mid-wicket and mid-on. Everybody else, they're on the offside, and they've got a wide, quite a wide, actually, I would say backward point rather than third, and also they've got a sweeper out on the offside. And that will be a single. Imran Amir says, I got it. He's a character, Imran Amir. Do love him. He makes you laugh, and it is World Laughter Day, so I think Imran Amir certainly will oblige. The field now has to change. Has to change a lot because it's Stefan Gooch, left-hander, who, like I said in my intro, congratulations to Steph. He did go past the 2,000 run mark yesterday. And pretty handy 31 wickets to his name as well. A good all-rounder. So has a look at the field. They're keeping it pretty tight. They are pushing a sweeper back. They know Steph, I said this yesterday, he doesn't mind the odd nudge just to get off the mark. Of course, if it's there for a boundary, he's certainly going to go for it. It's in the air, and it's going to go to Priyan. Not Priyan, beg your pardon, that's Varun, who's put himself on the boundary, the captain. It's unusual to see the captain putting himself on the boundary. He's got a number of plays here. I always think that the captain's role should be in the middle there where all the other players are. But look at Varun, he's running from, well, he's not quite going to the boundary there on the offside, but he's run all the way across from the boundary on the offside to Steph now to point. It's well bowled again. Good bit of movement here from Sanjay. And hard into the gloves there of Chanjal Sudasan. It's the end of the first over. It's a good start for Malta. But in fact, the first 2 overs of this match in both innings, both going for the 625 matches since the golden ball. So Phil G, though he did have a fine century there last night, no golden ball for him. So it's back down to me and Tina, who joins me back.
I feel it, Rico. I feel that there might be a golden ball here. Both the men's and women's. There's been one side that's almost been dominant, but you feel that if the side that's not been quite at it gets going, here for example Estonia, that 145 is certainly chaseable, and if it's chaseable then it's also golden ballable.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. And golden balls in the 140s, we have had quite a number, and I seem to think that one that we had here in Malta earlier in the year was around that 140 mark. So yep, bring it on, that's what I say. Okay, Jaspal is being brought into the attack straight away, playing his first match. Didn't quite go his way with the bat. That's hit well, and it's going to be 4 runs. Good shot from Stefan Gooch, gives him a little bit of width, and Steph played one out there earlier which was stopped by Varun, but that one is travelling. Really good hit, gets right under it. Love the way he gets his head right over that ball as he crunches that away. Yeah, Jaspal, it's not the best introduction for him. He did hit his first ball for 6, then he missed all the others, kind of. And then he gets out hit wicket, and it was a rather peculiar hit wicket as well. Let's see if he can do better with the ball. Gets played out, and we'll just take the single. Fielding done there by the man who was just bowling a little bit earlier, Sanjay.
I think you're exactly right in what you said, Rico, that Estonia have nothing to lose here. The bonus points probably won't come into it because it's a 5-game series. So it's basically whoever wins 3 games. So if Estonia go big here, then they've got a chance of keeping the series alive. If they crash and burn, they could at least say, well, we died trying. So I think they've got to go hard. But it looks like they're also going to chase this in a circumspect way. They're not really bothered about the bonus points. They're using all 10 of the overs, and that one's hit nicely down the ground. There's a chase on. Actually, it's a great stop there by the fielder out there, Priyan Pushparaj, and they're going to check it, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't make contact with the rope until he puts his right boot in the way.
Yeah, it's a good stop. I said before that Priyan, he's a good athlete. He's fast. He covers the ground well, and he had a lot of ground to cover up there, actually, as that got past the bowler's outstretched hand. But a good save. Just a single. Jaspal back to Steph, who goes up in the air, and he's going to go all the way this time. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagia. Well, Jaspal just not getting it right here to Steph, and giving him the width that he likes, and Stefan gets right underneath this one. And that, well, one bounce and into the fence. Good hit. Stefan looking good here. And Estonia, they're starting to get that acceleration in. That's 12 of the overs so far. Need to be going around the 15 mark from here on in. That's hits down the ground. Nobody there. Easy hit. Over pitch. 4 runs. Cuatro más. So 16 off the over. That's what they needed. They've got that 16. They're back on here.
It's interesting that Malta have gone to Jaspal Singh in the power play, so he can only have the 2 fielders outside. And it gives Steph a lot of time to pick his spot. I suppose that they're missing Mehboob Ali. He's often bowled the 2nd or 3rd overs, but they've still got a fair few seam options that they could have turned to.
Big delivery this in the over. And Steph goes for it again, and he'll get it. Easy hitting, just backs himself. And that's one of the things I remember Steph said to me when he really did break out in this format. And he said, you know, it just all of a sudden came to me that if I hit the ball, and even if I don't hit it well enough, with the boundaries at 50 metres, I know I can clear them. And once he got into that mindset, he just plays his shots, and you can see just how dangerous he can be. 22 coming off that one from Jaspal, and Estonia at 28 without loss after 2.
You could tell there that Steph even didn't get it out of the middle of the bat, but if you swing hard, chances are you're going to clear the boundary, especially someone with his power and timing. I think when you get yourself in trouble is when you go tentatively, you try and place it, and then you end up pushing it either to someone in the ring or someone on the rope. If you swing and swing hard, then you're going to be rewarded or you're going to miss it, but either way it's a more or less safe or safer option. So we're going to turn to Sanjay here to bowl the third, come back for his second.
Yeah, well, he will. I mean, his job is, especially with the way this field is to keep that ball outside the off, and that's what the plan is. Another thing here, with this field having to change so dramatically for the left and right, I mean, it always will take a little bit of extra time to get it right. So I don't think Malta are going to have too much time to play with if this innings goes all the way into that 10th over. So they're going to have to keep an eye on that time. And Stefan's good start, 22, and he's looking dangerous here. And let's see how Siddharthan bowls to him. Wide outside the off, it gets away from. There's the throw, and well, that's an interesting one, but I don't think there's any issues there. By signal, it does catch Steph, but he acknowledges the running from Ali Masood and says, all right, if you're coming, I'm going.
He's caught a bit off guard there, wasn't he, Steph? He was still thinking about the miss. He did the right thing, though, ran right in the line of those stumps as well, making sure the throw would always hit him, which is a smart move.
Yeah, and right, okay, let's see how Ali Masood goes here. He hasn't quite got the grips of Siddharthan just yet. He's been beaten a few times outside the off. And it's a good save. Well done. Has got protection behind him. I think Priyan probably is going to be gathering this, but the batters probably would have taken the single, so saves a run. So started with a very fine first over. Only the 6 came off him, so he's certainly bowling well, and it certainly has excelled when he's put on the Malta shirt, has Sanjay. Yeah, it's a sweeper out there, got work to do, and beautifully done. Nicely done, good bit of fielding, exceptional.
Ravi liked that one. Round of applause from the blue crew. He would have been proud of that stop, I think. A nice slide, the bird flies away, and he gets it in. Yeah, the 2 lads.
Got the best seat in the house, really, haven't they, those 2?
Hard at work or hardly working?
It's all about managing your time. That's what.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's
what
it
they tell
is.
you?
Manage your time. You take the little moments like this and make the most of them. Okay. Steph will want a boundary here. He doesn't want to fall too far behind. He goes for it. Gets dragged, and in comes the throw. It's just going to be a single. So very good bit of bowling, Sanjay Siddharthan, and he's been helped by his fielders as well. The captain said, this is the field I'm giving you, bowl to it, and he is bowling to it, and because he's doing that, the fielders are playing their part to it pretty well too. So let's see if you can finish the over well. At the moment, only the 4 have come from it. It would be an exceptional over, considering that the one from Jaspal went for 22. Power play score for Malta, by the way, was 39 for 1. And this one's called a wide. It'd be nice to see this again. That's umpire Vinay who calls it. I think it does catch a bit off the line. I mean, there is a little bit of movement there from the batter, but that shouldn't come into play. The line doesn't move. So, yeah, I wonder if that... So that call there, so remember, there should have been, I think, 4 of the over. It's 5, and whatever comes of this one. Called another wide this time. Let's have this one. Probably looked a little wider, but it might have been just the way the batter played it. But let's see I think it's probably more or less the same area, but no, I think that one is. I'll give that one to the umpire that time. I don't think the ball doesn't. And just a little bit, you can see that what Priyan is saying, it's just a little bit. A couple of extras coming here, but it's all what happens with the extra ball, really. If it's just the 2 wides and that's all it is, you take it, or a single. But if it's a boundary, then it hurts you. And it won't be, so you will take it. Good bowling, good over.
Good bowling. I don't think it's very good batting, though, from Ali Masood. Those 2 previous deliveries, they were wide, and okay, they were given wide. One was maybe slightly better call than the other, but he's just sticking on the stumps. He's not moving his feet at all. On that occasion, again, he just played down the wrong line, and he's just swinging and not realising that Estonia are pretty much bowling outside off stump, and he's got to react to that. And so far, the gamble of moving him up the order hasn't quite paid off. 8 off 10. He's still there, though. I think Steph's going to be having a few words with him in the middle, just telling him, got to play a bit smarter cricket rather than just swinging and hoping for the best.
I just noticed there, Richard Marks, I called him Richard again, didn't I? I don't know why, but David Marks just took his cap off like he was going to bowl the next over, and there was a little bit of discussion. Priyan was involved and Varun with David, and then David puts his cap back on and Jagat Pune takes the ball. And I don't mind that move. I think do something different. If it was Jagat Pune or maybe even Priyan or Varun himself who bowls it, I think that's a better option at this point. Just try something different, and if it does work, then you can say, right, the slow bowling worked, then you go to Varun again, or you go to Priyan. So they're just going to see how the slower bowling works here. Going to start to the left-hander, to Steph. He picks that. Oh, that's... Oh, wow. It's a tremendous effort there. I mean, Steph gets it away. It would have been a great catch. I wonder if he gets anything on this at all. I think that's Patel who's out there. Shivajay Patel. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, he's hit this pretty well. And so Steph is pointing at something there. But do we have any of this at all? I think the umpires need to check as well. But I don't know if... I mean, in terms of the boundary check, there's enough people out there. I think that should be able to see it. Of course, I think Ravi and Polo, they must have seen it.
They've actually moved. They've moved further along, but they maybe thought they were in the firing line. But as soon as that landed, Paolo, who's a bit further up the boundary now, he signalled 6. His arms were up in the air. And I think he's now just wandering along to the match referee to confirm.
Yeah.
So that's what he saw. And they have to go by eye here.
Good strike, but ooh, Patel was pretty close to it. Okay, coming round over the wicket, left armour, Jagat. It's well bowled.
It has been changed now as well from a 4 to a 6. So Paolo, he flexed his muscles and told the scorers exactly what he saw.
He said, I saw it, 6 runs. Right, Pune, good little battle this will be between these two. And a little bit wider, gets played away. It'll just be a single this time. Now, I get the feeling that Ali Masood is probably being told, hey, you've had 10 balls, you scored 8. We've got Sahil Chauhan, Ahsan Amjad, a good batter still to come. So you either get going or you know what's going to happen. We're gonna retire you out. So he knows. He's got to know. But it is a different proposition from the bowler. They haven't got Sanjay who caused all the issues for him. And how will he deal with Jagat Pune? Hits it down the ground. One bounce to Varun. Just a single so far. So I think Ahsan Amjad has got some thinking to do there in the dugout.
So you see the Malta women limbering up. Some sore bodies there, I'm sure, because they had the 3 games yesterday, and that final game that they won means that the series is still alive. That game coming up after this one out there in the middle.
Hit straight, and Varun keeps it to a single. It didn't quite get didn't pick the length of that very well, Steph. Either that or he was maybe hurried a little bit into the shot. Right, Masood needs a boundary. Needs that boundary here. Let's see if he can get one away. No, he tries, but once again, it's just going to be one bounce to Varun. It's interesting how We're going to see that, I think, in the day. We saw it from some of the batting from Malta, and now we're seeing it from the bat of Ali Masood. How a day things can change so much. I mean, yesterday he was finding the boundary quite comfortably. I'm just noticing there that one of the batters is now on his feet, just warming up. So whether they do decide to retire Ali Masood out or not, we'll have to wait and see. That rate, it just climbed up to 17. It was around the 15 mark for a while. So we saw an over of 6 from Sanjay. In fact, both his overs went for 6. We saw that one go for 10 in the end because there was that one boundary of 6. So 44 on the board. I haven't lost a wicket. That's the good sign. So plenty of batting to come. And it will be, so they will now go to David Marks.
I think he's going to use the slower ball a lot here, especially against Ali Masood, who's just looking to hit the ball hard and not exactly batting with much guile. I think a slower ball here could be used early on from David. It looks like he's just marshalling his field. Jagath Purna on the boundary there has been moved finer. It's more of a conventional deep point now.
Here comes Marks. So Marksy on to Masood, who almost places onto his own stumps. He gets that little shuffle across Masood to get in line with it. Just doesn't seem to be happening for him at the moment. There's the shuffle across. I think he's lucky. I think he plays that onto his own back leg, and it then ricochets away from the stumps quite easily. Could have chopped it on. Once again, that's that slower ball, and it gets played down the ground. So he is varying it around a bit. I remember saying to you yesterday that when he played for the Stallions here in February, it was always the 3rd and the 6th ball that he would do it, and it was quite interesting because we were calling it from the columns before it was even bowled. But now he's probably listened back and thought, right, okay, I know you guys are talking about it, so I'm going to vary it around a bit. He bowls that pretty well. I wonder if he tries to start off with it to Steph. So he's interesting. What do you make of, I mean, you've played cricket now for a while, and I'm sure you played under different captains. I'll ask you the question after this ball here, and it's gone. It's a really good catch. It's a sharp catch. Stefan chases a slightly wider delivery. David Marks has the wicket. Stefan Gooch will go for 31, and it's the unlucky ball number 13 that sees the end of him, but it is a sharp catch, this.
It's a lovely catch. We've seen a couple of sharp catches in that area, both in the men's and women's games, and that time just fishing for it outside off stump, exactly actually how the captain of Malta, Varun Prasad, got out yesterday. Just fishing for a wide delivery, gets hold of it nicely, but straight into the hands of the fielder, and it was a sharp catch there from Navdeep Gill, and that's bad news for Estonia because Stefan was the one of the 2 opening batters who was going at a good rate, 31 off 13. I think he was put a bit under pressure by the fact that Ali Masood at the other end, he's only gone 11 off 14. Yeah. Steph felt like he had to go for it, and fortunately for him, he does have to depart. First wicket, 45 for 1.
Yeah, and I think also for Estonia now, they're just going to have to stick with, I don't know if they were thinking about retiring Masood, but they're going to have to stick with him just a bit longer. Yeah, my question was, you saw that David Marks, he spent a long time setting his own field. Are you part of a team where the field is set by the captain and the captain says that's the field, hold to it? Or are you involved in that, or do you set like your own field?
The bowlers do take accountability for their own fields, and it depends on the level you play, right? So even in women's cricket in particular, you have some people who have a bit more experience than others, and it's a learning process. I think the problem out here is actually Varun Prasad, the captain, is on the boundary, and this is what you touched on earlier. If the captain's on the boundary, it's very difficult for them to get involved in the finer details of the field placements.
Oh,
wowza.
Well, that's not clever from Marks. He wants to bang in a short delivery. It's way short. If we go side on here, I don't think we see this. This is so short, it's going to be, we do catch it slightly.
But it keeps going.
Yeah. Keeps going. There's no chance of the keeper. That's going to be 5 wides. And also the one for the over. Slower ball will come next. I'm going to gamble on that. But yeah, no, okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, Varun doesn't help by being on the boundary. Right, let's see this ball when we continue our chat. There's the slower ball. Told you, it's played away, and this probably is Well, it's not Varun. Varun is next to him, actually. He's in front of us, Varun, on the boundary.
I suppose it depends on the trust you have in the bowler, how senior the bowler is, how, I suppose, senior the captain is as well. Of course, the captain has the final say, but you have more experienced captains, you have less experienced captains, you have bowler captains who are going to have a bit more of an input maybe than batting captains.
Oh, he's dropped it. Corner ball chance, down it goes, and it was a double bluff with a slower ball, and he doesn't get it, but still it's a very good over. Just the 7 come from it. He picks up the wicket, and 51 on the board, 51 for 1, so could have taken a Masood there, but maybe you leave Masood in. Maybe it's a stroke of genius there from David Marks.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a wicket that probably Estonia wanted more than Malta. And it's a dot ball, more importantly, actually, for Malta as well, as they still need 95 runs in 30 balls. So that run rate is going up almost at the 20 mark. They need something to happen here, Estonia, and quickly, as they're halfway through, 51 for 1. Take a look at what's coming up, and excited for Jersey, which of course is now starting tomorrow. Yeah,
Jersey tomorrow. I know that Bizaway, our travel partner, will be getting all of our crew there. So, yeah, safe travels to our team. Well, that one is another one that's been chopped onto the pad and away. Priyan, we were saying we were surprised we didn't see him bowl yesterday. But then, having said that, what you and I didn't notice that he did spend a fair bit of time off the field during the fielding of Malta. He wasn't feeling 100%. Said he had a bit of a fever, but he's bowling now. And this is what I like about Priyan. 2 things about a bowler like this. I used to hate him. Number 1, they bowl so quickly. As soon as they bowl one ball, they're ready to bowl another. I hated it. He always felt rushed. Has he got enough of this? I don't think so. And, well, it's going to go for 6 here, but I don't know about the effort here from Jaspal. He's normally a pretty good fielder. I just wonder if they was just caught slightly out of position. No, it does clear him comfortably. So it's going to be 6 runs. And that's what Sahil Chauhan has to do here. It's got to be hitting 6 after 6. That's that quicker one again. He darts that Yorker length delivery outside the off stump in, and in between that off stump and the wide line really well. It's difficult to get away, and it comes on you before you know it, and that's it, gone. Chauhan tries to give himself a little bit of room. It's full, it's straight, it's jog the putty. And another good batter, Sahil Chauhan, will depart. He hasn't really got going yet in this series, and he's going to be bowled there by Priyan, and that's why we were surprised. We know why we didn't see him yesterday, but you can see why we'd like to see him bowling. He just has that little bit of the Midas touch. He makes things happen, Priyan. We saw him with the bat, and now he picks up a big wicket there and a big scalp of Chauhan.
Just push that one through a bit quicker by the looks of it there, Priyan, and it's been a great over from him so far. That one big 6, but otherwise 3 dot balls and a 4th dot ball, including that wicket there. Certainly coming into last chance saloon territory for Estonia. That run rate keeps on going up and up. And in fact, on the over by over, it's just that one magical second over. That went for 22. But otherwise, every over's gone for 10 or less.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, is it, for Estonia? They did well. Great comeback for them in the last 5 overs with the ball. Ahsan Amjad, the captain. Can he get something going? He plays that away nicely. It would just be a single. Yeah, we're talking here, folks, about captains setting the field for a bowler or the bowler. One thing I found when I started to break into the sort of 50-over game, I was pretty young, starting in the third 11, and in the third 11 I sort of had a really good captain who would stand with me, discuss the field. I'd normally agree because he was experienced, but if I had a feeling about something, I was all right to make changes with him. But when I moved to the second 11, it was completely different. You know, I was young. The captain there was very much, no, I set the field, and I was the kind of bowler, I always bowled wicket to wicket. That's the way I bowled, and I knew my mid-off and mid-on were really important. And I'd always like to have him in play. I'd always like to have a gully, but my captain always saw things differently. So there was, there was a lot of games that I didn't enjoy, a lot of games where I felt that I probably would have done better and got more wickets if I had the field I wanted. So that was frustrating. But yeah, for me, I think it's far better when you've got a captain, you discuss with the captain. You always have a plan anyway, but you discuss with the captain and you set the field accordingly. But I know there are a lot of captains that are very much like, hey, I set the field, you bowl to it. And that doesn't work for me.
I feel like it's ultimately the bowler's responsibility, isn't it? They're the ones with the ball in hand. And as long as you're not a young, inexperienced bowler, I feel like you should have the reign over your own field, and if it goes well, it's you that gets the wickets. If it goes badly, you're the one that takes the punishment as well.
It's high. It's not going to hand, but probably not going to go for 6 either. Oh, not even to the boundary. As Priyan just makes sure he just gets there and says, "Yeah, I'm just going to push this in play." And he gets a nice round of applause from some of the Maltese spectators here, and also to Imran Amir, who then has to just pick it up and get the ball in. And that's nice. That's a good shot. And that's all about reading the situation. Ali Masood, who hasn't had too much to enjoy out there. He was 12 of 16 balls before that one. He knows exactly where the ball's going to be. He knows that they're targeting him outside the off. He hasn't been really able to play any orthodox shot, so he says, well, I'll go unorthodox and I'll do the reverse Malachi and I'll get 4. It takes him to 16, but he's used 17 balls to do it. It's dragged flat and going to be 4 more. Well, that starts him off. It's the first time that he's got back-to-back boundaries here, and maybe the first time in, is it the first? No, we would have seen it in that 22 of Jaspal, of course, but it's been a while. So maybe this could be the start of something here, but they've got to go big here to win it from here. But these two are capable. There's no doubt about that. One is just going to drop before Priyan, who just leisurely gets it back to Jagat Puna, who will finish his spell. No wickets for him, 22. That over, slightly better for Estonia. 12 would come from it.
It's only the second time, as you said, that there was back-to-back boundaries. In the Jaspal Singh over, there was 4, including 3 in a row, and otherwise just a handful of boundaries dotted through the innings. As we take a look at the all-important 4th game between Malta women and Croatia women, Malta need to win this game to take it right down to the wire in that 5th and final game. A couple of changes for Malta. Ridmi and Rengini come in for them. Rengini, in fact, hasn't played a game so far, I don't think, so it's her first appearance. A handful of changes for Croatia as well, so it's going to be an interesting game starting in about 29 minutes. So it's all action here in Malta and of course across the European Cricket Network as we get right into the nitty-gritty of Manic May. That's a nice little funky shot there, and that's going to go to the rope. 4 runs. Ali Masood, well, he's still there, he's still toiling away. You can't fault his lack of effort here as he, well, it hasn't worked for him in a conventional sense, so he goes a bit funky and he plays that one well.
Yeah, well, maybe the captain, Arsene Amjad, is probably going to say, hey, you fancy turning into a left-hander? Because you seem to be more successful. Hello to Ian Latin, who's in the chat. Ian asked a very good question. Said, is Basil George not playing for Malta anymore? Well, we didn't see him in this series. I know when we were here early in the year in February, I know he was going back home. Whether he's still away and not come back yet, I don't know. We'll try and find out. He may, a little bit like some of the other players, not be playing in the T10 series, but we might see him playing Tuesday and Wednesday when they're playing the T20 internationals. Some players like Tashik Padanka not going to play in this, but will play when it comes to the T20. This could be close. And they might check upstairs. That's Sunil, who's the umpire. He's quite confident that the batter does make it in. I think it was a good pick-up, early throw. Varun had a bit to do, and because of that, I think the batter does get in. Good running, though, running straight and hard and sliding the bat in. Hello to Chris Smith in the chat. Who else did I know? Oh, that's probably close. And umpire says not out. I know that there was one that umpire Sunil had to Rocky in the last one. That was pretty good. In fact, it was to Priya, but this one, yeah, once again, I mean, it's close, but he's probably just feeling that's just going to miss the stumps on that occasion. And this is the way it looks at the moment. And Estonia, remember, must-win match this for them. But now, well, to do this, they're going to have to score 70 in 12. Can't see it happening. But it's got to say, it's been a bit disappointing.
Yeah, the run rate's taken a bit of a nosedive, hasn't it? We thought, okay, it's a promising power play. They had that one big over, 22 off the second, and they were for no loss after 3:34. We thought they'd be perfectly positioned here to really accelerate, but since then there's been a handful of overs that just have gone for a handful of runs, 6, 7, 7, 6, and well, it looks like they have pulled the trigger then, Estonia. You just think it's a bit too little too late, but maybe they want to give other batters a go, as that is the end of a long watch there for Ali Masood as he's retired out, 26 off 24. It feels a bit too late now though, Rico.
His strike rate the last, say, 8 balls had been much better than it was the first. So if you were going to do it, you had to do it earlier. Remember, when he was dropped by Marksy, he was 11 off 15. So, yeah, it should have been done. It should have been done earlier, though. And Stuart Hook, all right, I suppose he'll get a little knockout there, but not a big one. I think they missed the boat there a little bit. And Stuart will take a single.
Well, Stuart was another one that struggled a bit yesterday for form. His run rate was also not particularly high with strike rate. So maybe they've seen this as an opportunity. It's pretty much 12 free hits now. If Stuart can bat himself into form, because he'll be needed in the next couple of games and, of course, in the T20s.
Yeah, Priyan Pushpajan. Well, battle of the two captains. Well, this one will be Arslan that will win this. Beg your pardon, Priyan, of course, not the captain. Always confuse him as being the captain, because so often he is when he's playing for the Royal Strikers. But good shot. This is what Arslan can do really well. When he gets that ball in that slot to drive, he drives beautifully. Priyan probably will go a little bit shorter here this time. He does, and Arslan gets this not out of the middle. It'll tamely go to the fielder, Jaspal Singh, who's out there on the boundary. Isn't it? I always find it difficult when teams have played in a ECS. They all have specific numbers, don't they? And then when they play again, let's say like they're playing here for Malta, nice shot. That's a lovely shot there from Stuart. He'll get 4. Then like Jaspal, so used to him wearing his number for Swiggy, now he's playing a different number. So I know it's him, but I'm always reluctant to say Jaspal because that's not his number. It's
very inconsiderate of them, I say.
Yeah, stick to the same numbers.
Can help us out a bit.
The Priyan always like to have number 20, so he's not a problem. And Varun Prasad, always 77 walking sticks for him. That's hit well. That might go in the gap. It will go in the gap. So just think what could have been if they made that decision a bit earlier. It's not a popular decision, but I always say, we're talking about, of course, batters being retired out. I would say before you start a tournament, maybe even before you go and tour, when you're together as a group and when you're chatting, you just say, look, you know, we all love each other, whatever. We're a team. It's all about a team. But let's talk about some of the unpopular things. Okay, batters, when you go out there, this is what we expect you to do. This is what the rate we expect you to go at. And if you're not going at that rate, then there is a chance, and don't take it personally, there's a chance that we might retire you up for somebody else. I think if everybody knows that, and it's done in the right way, I don't think it's a negative thing. And I don't think it's taken personally. It is a team game. Is that something that happens? I know, you know, you're playing this format as well. Is that something that happens on your side?
It's, I think, less regular in women's cricket because you don't have the power hitters throughout the order. So you more regularly rely on the top order batters. But I think it's certainly something that should be discussed in terms of, as you said, it's a team game. It's sometimes when you have so few balls to get yourself in, it's not you being a bad batter, it's just the fact it's not your day. And maybe it's someone else's day, and the only way to find that out is by giving them a go. Yeah.
Anyway, what we do know here is that unless you see something that we've never seen before, and maybe never been, well, I was going to say maybe never seen before ever, but I do know, I remember once talked about 50 odd coming off and over, so I'm not going to turn around and say it's never been done before, but the chance of it happening is zilch, and Malta are going to win this. And the other thing is are they going to get 4 points again here? Because Estonia need to get to 102 just to get a point, and they haven't got any points on board as yet. Marks maybe trying to make that not happen. That's a good delivery. And look at Stuart. I know exactly what Stuart Hook is saying. This is his favourite shot. You wouldn't think it with a name like Hook, but he loves to cut, and he can't believe that he's not got his favourite shot in. Field is changing, and they're moving another one over to the offside. I like the way that Varun has moved the field around. He's not afraid of just having 2 men on the leg side. Marks. Same area again, same result. So it's looking very likely, isn't it, that they may not even get to that 102. So 2 balls to go. You got to be looking at this one has to go. One of these balls has to go to the boundary.
I suppose the bonus point is a bit of a moot point based on the fact that currently it looks like Malta will go 3-0 up in the series, but still it would have been a nice little consolation point for Estonia. That one's flashed in. They might consider 2 here, but it's thrown in with such speed that it goes very quickly to Jaspal Singh backing up on the other boundary. And another thing is the gamble hasn't really paid off bringing Stuart Hook in, because then he has to take up a couple of balls to see himself in as well. Ali Masood, at least, well, he got himself in. It took a while, but he got there, and maybe he would have been better positioned to at least try and get that bonus point.
Oops.
Well, that'll help.
Well, now then, David Marks, what are you doing? Because it was the last ball. It gets thumped for 6. That's a 7-up. That's a point. Estonia have just got their first point. And I know you're right, the points doesn't come into effect. But, I mean, look at Varun. He's talking to Marks here and say, hey, come on, brother. You didn't have, he's looking at him and saying, you didn't have to do that. You know that. He's absolutely right. And I said at the time, if Malta could, I know teams challenge themselves. I know Malta want to win, but they would have challenged themselves to try to restrict Estonia to less than 102. And I can see that there Varun is not showing it, but he's probably pretty disappointed with that ball there for Marks. And that's the short one. If you bowl that, it would have been the end of the over. It would have been all the points in the bag again for Malta. And we know that the bonus points are not going to make any play on this at all, because it's done. It's dusted. That's it. It's the victory of this ECI series for Malta. They do it with 2 to play. And I'm expecting there, Tina, I don't know if you feel the same, I'm expecting Varun Prasad there, the captain, to now make some changes in the next one. He can afford to do so. He may even want to rest him. You never know, he might even rest himself. I'm sure he will play in those T20 internationals. But somebody like Shiljay Patel, maybe he gets to go top of the batting. Chanchal Sudasanan, I mean, we'd like to see him at the top of the order as well. Jaspal Singh probably will get another go, but he can change it around a little bit. But well done to Malta with 2 to play. They are victorious in this ECI. Estonia, well, I know that they've got a lot of focus on improving, getting better, because they want to prepare, of course, for the T20s coming up. But, well, one decided. One ECI, the men's that is, but one still everything to play for, because the Maltese women did come back well yesterday to get a win. They're 2-1 down with 2 to play. That is what's coming up next. But let's take a look at the highlights. It started pretty well. Stefan Gooch was making up for the fact that Ali Masood wasn't quite getting the ball away, but then he was taken and went to a spectacular catch by Gill. Lovely catch. And Marksy, well, he got a little bit carried away. Went for the short stuff. You could say in both the overs that David Marks bowled, he just had a bit of a brain fart, if you like, with 2 balls. One was that short bouncer, and the other was that slow ball that he bowled in that final over.
Yeah, his slow ball has worked so well for him, but there's a time and a place, Rican. I don't think that was either. It's just a bit of a strange one, and of course, Malta will be more than happy with the win. But remember, it's these 2 sides that are facing up in the T20s as well, and it's a psychological battle as much as anything. And if Malta had picked up another bonus point win, leaving Estonia pointless after 3 games, then that would have just been a little shot fired across the barricades to show Estonia that yes, they might be having an eye on the T20s, but Malta are not just gonna give them the points. And well, they kind of did give them the point on that occasion.
You're right, they did. We'll have a quick look at that, the scorecards here while we talk a little bit. The other thing to focus on here is don't forget, I know it's different players, etc., but don't forget Malta in the Challenger division of the ECC last year, they didn't pick up a point. They didn't win a match. They didn't pick up a point. Whereas Estonia, they went all the way into the final, and they it looked like they were going to win the final. It was only an incredible innings from Afridi that made that not happen. So two teams, you would expect them to be a lot closer together and the matches to be a lot more competitive than what they are. So I think Estonia here, I think they'd be hurting that they lost all 3 matches here. But if they didn't pick up a point at all, and it would have been, 12 points to 0, that would have hurt them even more. So picking up a point there, that would just make them feel slightly, ever so slightly better.
Slightly better, still very much not where they want to be in terms of performance. And of course, that does mean the ECI trophy will stay on the island of Malta, and you could have to say it's absolutely thoroughly deserved. But for Estonia, it's back to the drawing board. The good news for them is that they at least have 2 games to go to see if they can get themselves a bit of momentum going into the T20s. They've been saying all along their focus is on the T20s. Well, they need to pick up that habit of winning before it's too late. There's only the 3 2020s, so they won't have too much time at the start of next week to see if they can find a bit of form. So that is match 3 in the bag, and Malta, they win by 42 runs. Not quite the bonus point, but still a thumping victory nonetheless. Now we turn our attention to the women's side, and it's only about 15 minutes you have to wait for the first ball to be bowled between Malta and Croatia in this all-important 4th game. Remember, Croatia go into this game with a 2-1 lead, so Malta need to win this one if they have any chance of lifting that trophy like their male counterparts. Croatia, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat, so we're going to see Croatia putting runs on the board for the very first time. So join me, Tina Kopp and Rico Full as we take you through that action on the European Cricket Network in 15 minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome back to the glorious sunny Malta Sports Complex, and now it's time for the girls. Of course, we've seen already 3 games between Malta and Croatia, the 2 women's sides, and the first 2 games certainly went the way of the guests. Croatia won the first game by 9 wickets, chasing down a probably below par score from Malta. In the second game they went even one better. They won that one by 10 wickets, and we thought maybe Croatia would even have the series wrapped up on day 1. Remember, it's a 5-game series, so pretty much the first to 3 wins does take the title. But Malta, they came firing back in game 3 and they won that one by 8 runs. We had a tight finish. It went to the final over. We were even thinking maybe it's another ECI-W golden ball, but Malta, the hosts, they held their nerve and they took that win, which means we've got 2 games left today and it's all still to play for. If Croatia, of course, win this one, they will take home the title. If Malta, the hosts, take the win, then we will go down to a final match qualifier. So it's all still to play for here, and before we talk about the teams, let's go out into the middle to see what happened at the coin toss.
Malta to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a heads.
We're going to bet first.
Croatia are going to have a bet.
Thanks, Ty. There you have it. So Croatia have won the toss, and for the first time they will have a bat first. I'm really excited to see what they will do when they have the opportunity to put the runs on the board. Captain Lydia, she's played well. She only lost her wicket for the first time in that final 3rd game yesterday evening. Can she open the batting again and really put on another big score? She was opening with, in the first games, Helen Liko in games 1 and 2, and I really liked the way she batted. She's got this brilliant cut shot, and it took a while for Malta to actually realise that that's where Helen's going to hit it more or less every time. She dropped down the order in that 3rd game and she still came in and scored runs. So it'll be interesting to see actually if she comes and goes back into that opening position. As for Malta, they didn't really get going in the first 2 games. They had some batting. Anu Param, she's the best batter for them by far, and she remained, like Captain Lydia for Croatia, not out until that final game where she did lose her wicket, but she's been a top scorer in all 3 games for Malta so far. The question is, why isn't she opening? She's come in at 3 every single game. I would really love to see her open the batting for Malta and show what she can do at the top of the order. And there's one person in the Malta side that's really impressed in the field as well, and that's Sweeta, the number 83. Keep an eye out for her. She patrols that mid-wicket boundary. She's put in a tremendous diving stop. She initiated a run out and also a brilliant catch that she took at mid-wicket. So keep an eye out for her. She's certainly a star performer for Malta. Joining me in the commentary cage to take you through the action for the whole day. It's one of the last days that we're going to be together for a while, Rico, so I'm enjoying every moment of it. And the news from the middle is that Croatia, they've won the toss, and for the first time we're going to see them having a bat first.
Thank you very much, and I think you all agree. Looking fabulous out there as well, Tina. Loving that outfit, and I'm loving what we're going to see here. The women back in action again. Let's remind ourselves of how things started. And the first match, of course, it was Malta that batted first. I think they did pretty well. Unupama Ramishan, 42 of 29, got to a score of 80. We thought that would be pretty challenging, but then Croatia, they knocked it off pretty well, didn't they? Just losing that one wicket and doing it with 15 balls to go. Good knock there from Lydia, the captain, and from Pavla. Pavla played the match with 22 and 2 for 9. Her best performances in both those disciplines. Next time round, Malta women struggled, 65 for 4, but I tell you what, the effort that they put in the field did take it deep, and Croatia, they would win, they wouldn't lose a wicket. It was Helen and Lydia this time that put the partnership together, but they took it all the way to the end of the 9th over. But then what we all really wanted to see, especially all the neutrals, they wanted to see Malta come back with a win. And though they didn't able to get to a score in the 80s this time, Anupa, once again, who was very good, scores 25 of 28. She got the player of the match performance because took 1 for 8 as well, and Malta did get that win. There were good performances there from the Maltese, particularly in the field, and of course there was that outstanding catch from Swetha, which was absolutely incredible, and that was getting the wicket of Lydia, and that probably did change the way that match went. So this is the way it looks then here. So it's 7 points to 5, 2 to play, and yeah, of course Malta, they want to get the win in this one, get the win, level the series, and then, yeah, we'd all love to see a last match decider between these two. You know that there's been a few changes in personnel. Ridmi comes in to the side as does Regina for the Maltese women. Wish them well. And then some changes there from Croatia as well. Anita comes into the side, Lenionka in there as well, and Morana. And well, likewise, wishing them well in this match. And I like the move also from Croatia to bat first here, because, you know, you're going to get that. You're going to be made at some point. You lose the toss, you're going to be put in, and you've got to be able to deal with it all the time. I think all teams have a preference, what they like to do. But sometimes, especially when you are able to do it, it's nice to actually challenge yourself so you're prepared for it when it does happen. And I think that's probably what this is about for Croatia. So let's see how they go. It's going to be a bit of a change then for both teams. And no change, of course, here. And Tina will be joining us back in a moment after doing the intros out there. And I want to say a big hello to a lot of people that are here that are watching the cricket. It is a Sunday, it is a holiday, and quite a lot of people here. I just was talking to a family that's here from Kerala at the moment in India, and who was saying, will you please say hello to everybody that's listening from Kerala, because a lot of people do tune in from there. So yes, I will. If you are from Kerala, a very good morning to you. And you can, if you are watching via YouTube, why don't you send a message in the chat and tell us who you are, and you can say hello to us as well. So ready to go. It will be Lakita to bowl first. She bowled very well yesterday. I liked her as a player. She gets the ball, I was just about to say, normally in the right areas, but unfortunately that is, can you say it's a commentator's curse when I didn't actually say it? I'll take it. I'll take it on the jaw. I was going to say she normally gets the ball in the right areas. This time it's a no ball that's going to go all the way for 4 byes. That definitely is a law. We call them laws, don't we? Not rules in cricket. That has to change. I think, why does that have to go as byes? And the poor wicket keeper have to have those shown up as byes. Couldn't stop it if she tried. That's better. In the air, but in the gap. There's going to be 4 more. So it's a super start here from Croatia. I know the other gifted 5, but the free hit gets put away for 4 as well. That's a shot that Lydia plays really well. If it's slightly short outside the off, steps into it and gets good rhythm coming through the follow through with the bat, hits that firmly. There's going to be 4 more runs. So Lakita, not the start that she wanted, though that was a much better ball on that occasion. Lydia out there with Pavla. These two batted very well in one of those matches yesterday. You heard me talk about it. That one's to the fielder. They will come back for a single. That was, of course, in the match where Pavla did get the player of the match, where she took 2 for 9 to restrict Malta to that score of 80, and then she scored 22 of 13 deliveries to help her team to victory. So good little partnership here, of course. Helen, another good batter still to come. Gets played away, so it's time for Pavla to get off the mark as well. She played some really nice shots actually when the ball was slightly shorter. She's got a good technique of hitting the ball straight, pretty straight, flat bats it straight and hard past the bowler. Good over this, good start, 11, just off the first 3 deliveries. And well, they're asking the question, and Jessica is always going to ask, we know that. Not out, says the umpire. Nikita, like the way she takes her time, gets herself prepared, and gets the wicket. This is played on, and that's going to be the end of Lineker. Did say that she likes to play this shot, but unfortunately this time I don't think it's quite on. The ball is not wide enough, and you see it here. She's going to play that shot, but that ball's too straight, and all she manages to do is chop it back onto the stump. Let's have a look at it here. So yeah, doesn't this time get across. Needed to go a little bit more, and yeah, onto her own stump. So good comeback from Nikita. There is the wicket, and Croatia lose their first, and it's a big wicket as well, because when Croatia bat well and they put runs on the board, Lydia normally is one of the key batters, but she's going to go for 5 on this occasion. Nikita gets the wicket, and then she starts with a bad one to the new batter. This is Ines, who comes in at number 3. And one thing about Ines is that I know that she has played some baseball. I think I'm right in saying it's probably more softball than baseball, but you know what I mean. And you'll see that from a batting stance. So you just get the feeling that if she gets that sort of delivery, she'll get good bat on board. She does. She has to run hard here to get in though. Direct hit. And they're going to go upstairs to check here. I think the umpire just wants to make sure that the bat does actually go down here. So this is going to be interesting here. Let's have a look. Here's the throw. She's struggling. The bat's in the air, not keeping the bat out down, and that's going to be out. Oh, no. Let's keep this going. Let's see the bails come off there. She's going to be out here. So Ines is going to go first ball, run out. Direct hit from the fielder. The news will get through now, and look at that joy. Keep it on this screen for a moment. Watch them celebrate. They'll come from everywhere. Excellent bit of fielding. And Ines, she just never got that bat slid in. It's going to be another wicket. There's more celebrations. There's more joy. And, well, Tina will join me back there. Tina, it looked like it was going to be a really, probably an expensive over from Malta there. But it turns out to be a magical over. They take 2 wickets.
I think Ines thought she was in. She was ready, lined up for the next over, and then the finger of doom belatedly went up and she had to depart. And, well, we've got a lot coming. I know Vinny, he's joining the chat. He's just departed from Prague to London. And the Jersey Liberation Series, that's why he's somewhere over Europe at the moment, because that's coming up first thing tomorrow morning, and we're getting right into the action with 5 matches tomorrow on the men's side of the tournament.
Hold on a minute. Yorkshire Cricket College? What's going on there?
Yeah, I think it's a youth side that's been sent over from Yorkshire. Obviously, it's an international tournament, Rico.
Well, I know not there, but if I was there, I would have just said to bring the tea bags. Yorkshire tea. Like Yorkshire tea, well, I like this as well. That's going to go past I think that goes in between the bowler and the stumps, gets through the fielders. That's going to be 4 runs.
Nicely hit. It's always a good place to aim. It's straight back past the bowler, because there was 2 fielders. They're pretty straight, actually. But it raced away to the boundary. First boundary of the over. It's Susan George who's come on to bowl this second over. That one just going down the leg side. And of course, Vinny not only flying through the air, but also providing stats and data as he goes. And of course, he reminds us that both of these sides will be in the ECC Emerging Division at the end of the year in December. Following on from last year's tournament where we had 2 divisions, we had the Premier and the Challenger. Now we've expanded to 3. So we'll have the Premier, the Challenger and the Emerging. The Emerging Division, as well as Malta and Croatia, will feature Czechia, who we've seen in action the last couple of days, and Sweden and Greece. So it'll be 5 teams. They'll be facing up in that first week of ECC action in December. I'll be hopefully on the mic for that, and I'll hopefully on the field for the second week with Germany. And The final week then, just before Christmas, which feels a long way off at the moment. Don't even like talking about the C word so early on in the year. Just before Christmas will be the Premier Division. So that's a Christmas feast to tuck into at, well, I was going to say the end of December. It's 3 weeks, so it's pretty much the whole of your December covered.
Yeah.
And both of these sides then looking forward to getting a bit more action in on the network. It's a good start to this second over from Susan. Good recovery after she went for 4 off the first delivery. That one swung away by Pavla. After that, wicket at the end of the first over. Ines just falling short. Surprised herself more than anything. It was Svitlana actually that threw it in as well. It's a great piece of fielding. As a result of that wicket, Helen Nico has joined Pavla at the crease. I think it's the first time that these two have actually batted together, and I'd say they're probably the two most explosive batters for Croatia. Helen had a really good day yesterday. She scored 29 not out in that game number 3. That was the first game she didn't open in. When she opened in game 2, she scored 36. Game 1, she just missed out, but she's someone who really loves the cut shot. It'll be interesting to see when she's back on strike in a moment if Malta have cottoned on to that. So that one's lofted up in the air. It's going to be a chase on here for the fielder, but she does well, does Stella Aruja, to cut the ball off. Good running though from the two Croatian batters as they run through for 2.
Yeah, good running. And yeah, you're right, this partnership's going to be key, isn't it? Pavla, I've said already, and she's already demonstrated that with that 4 at the beginning of that over from Susan George. It's slightly short. She does hit the ball very well, finds the middle of the bat, hitting straight. And as you said, Helen, she likes to play those the shots out there on the offside. So Malta are going to have to think about the field placements here. So for Pavla, maybe have one of the fielders that are straight back on the boundary, and then for Helen, then obviously have maybe a point and a backward point in that area.
Well, it was the end of the second, 21 for 2. Decent over for Croatia, 9 runs coming off. It was actually well bowled though from Susan, just the 1 wide in there. Nikita will come back for her second over. There's an appeal there, but I think it hit the left leg first. Rico, he was Mr. Trigger happy here, but I think it hit her left leg first before her right leg.
So look.
Boink, boink.
Yeah.
So the second one would have been plumb. That's why you're not an umpire, Rico. That's why you're sitting next to me in the cage.
That's why I'm not an umpire anymore. I'm just there for the neutrals today. I want, and I would, you know, although Croatia will say, "What you're saying, Rico?" I want a good match here, but it would be nice if it was 2 apiece, and then it goes into the last one. Of course, we didn't get a wish with the Estonian men. We know that when they play each other now, next 2 matches, it's all for Estonia preparing for the T20s, and I think Malta very much the same as well. Hey, the men, they will get a day off tomorrow, won't they? As this one gets played and missed, it's down the leg side, wide ball.
Yeah, the residents of Malta better watch out tonight, because Estonia and Malta men, they've got a day off tomorrow, and well, they've put in a hard shift so far. I will say I'm not quite buying this line from Estonia that, oh, it's just the T20s we're worried about.
Yeah.
No one wants to go into a T20 series losing 5-0, and that's what they're facing here. Of course, they're 3-0 down. They managed to pick up a single point just on the last ball, which should have actually been a 4-0 win as well if it weren't for the misfire from David/Richard Marks. But I feel like it's an easy line to say that you're just looking to the T20s. I'm sure if you gave them the choice, they'd probably like to win the T10s as well, but they've got 2 more chances later today. Meanwhile, as you said, Rico, it's do or die here for Malta. They need to win this game to take it down to the wire, to that 5th and final game, and that's surely what the neutrals want. We want to see this go to an all or nothing game. But Croatia, I'm sure they would much rather sign, seal and deliver this tournament in this game. Despite those 2 early wickets, these two looking relatively settled at the crease now, Pavla and Helen. You'd say though, this is the key partnership. The remaining batting order, we haven't seen it too much, but I think they're going to be quite a top heavy batting lineup, and one of these two, with the experience that they've had out there in the middle the last day as well, they need to get the runs here.
Nikita, can she finish well? Up in the air, but nobody can get there. No run. So it's a better over in terms of the runs, because that's the worry that I had, is though that is the end of the over so far from it. So though they did pick up those 2 wickets, the run rate from the 2 overs was pretty healthy, but they just need to slow that down a little. That will help. 26 is the power play score. And Vinny also did give us a bit of an update here. I don't know if you mentioned this. So the Yorkshire team, they are normally 16 to 18-year-olds. They have one player who's 31, who is the teacher. I think there could be some fun there in Jersey. And then he did go on to say that the Jersey teams aren't the normal clubs, but zone teams created for this European Cricket Series. Okay, I'm sure Vinny will keep us updated on that. But yeah, I suppose if that's probably the first time then on the network, because I know that though we are keen to eventually go also into the junior route and show some junior cricket, I think that's the first time that we will see a team mainly made of teenagers. I think that's going to be the youngest team we've ever had then on the network.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to watching them and their responsible adult in the side as well.
Can you imagine that poor teacher? Not only does he have to make sure they behave themselves and it's lights out and stay in your room when it gets to 9:30 at night maybe, but then he's also got to look after them all through the day and when they're on the field. I wouldn't want to be that guy. I really wouldn't.
Imagine the grief you'd get if you drop a catch off your student as well. You wouldn't be able to show your face in the classroom anymore.
Yeah, it's played away. I wonder, I mean, I see that Rob Thompson say no farmers team, and of course the old Victorians also from there. I wonder though if some of those players will be playing for some of those teams. It'd be interesting to see. But yeah, I certainly was expecting to see some more teams from Jersey playing. That's why I was thinking that it would be, I mean, it probably still will be a very good, spectacular tournament.
I suppose it depends on how many domestic sides they have, as that one's knocked away nicely into the covers for one. So they've got Farmers, Old Victorians, but maybe they thought if we get a bigger pool of players and split up those 1 or 2 star players, then we can make a bigger tournament and we can make maybe a bit more of a balanced tournament as well. Because, for example, we saw in Portugal we didn't have these mixed teams, but we did have the Challenger division and the Premier division, and having tight games rather than 1 or 2 sides that really dominate does make for a much better series as well. So I'm looking forward to the men's action. I know there's women's action as well. I believe that one is, I think, north and south, so just the 2 teams.
A bit like we did in Italy, yeah?
Yeah, so say a similar kind of idea, and of course it's a big year for Jersey women. They've got World Cup qualifiers coming up. Appeal there, but it came off the bat first. So it's a good experiment there in Jersey. It's of course the first time we're going there. I saw Sam from the Blue Crew, he posted yesterday that the forecast is wind. So Vinny, I know you're in midair now, there's nothing you can do about it. But I promise you, Jersey is the windiest place on earth. We had the World Cup qualifiers there a couple of years ago now. And that was, I think, May or so, or August. So it was very much summertime. And I kid you not, Rico, the wind made me feral. Like, it was so windy. You just, it triggers some kind of animal instinct in you. I don't know what it is. But we couldn't make ourselves heard from bowler to short mid-wicket. We were just hand signals, and we had gloves on, we had hats on. It was brutal. I know they're playing at Grenville, which I think is the really lovely ground. We had an out ground because there was simultaneous games going on. So I'm sure at the main ground it's a bit more covered because we were playing on this vast expanse, which was just an absolute wind tunnel. I'm sure they have a lovely time though, and I've heard the teas are lovely.
There you go. That's the thing, though. When you have, when you have weather when it's not quite right for cricket and it's windy, teas become the best part, don't they? And let's face it, that being that they're in Jersey, and I think any of the, anywhere around England, the British Isles, those sort of countries, the teas are always great. They're proper teas. So you'll have the cheese and cucumber sandwiches, I'm pretty sure, and probably have the donuts. Oh yeah, proper jam donuts. That reminds me of our teas when we used to play in the UK. So you used to have a selection of sandwiches. So it used to be like cheese and cucumber, tuna mayonnaise, ham and cheese, ham and tomato. Then you had the usual few plates of biscuits, and then of course the donuts. They were jam-filled or chocolate-filled donuts. So that was our what would be our typical tee. Of course, some places we went to, it would differ. As that is going to be a dot ball. Good start, this. Of course, you'd expect it because there's Onupama Ramishan, who has been the pick of the player so far for Malta.
Vinny corrects me. It's not north and south for the women. It's east and west. And of course, the MCC are playing. How could I forget? Slap on the wrist for me. As you know, it'll be a 3-team series then. MCC, I know they're looking forward to going over there. And when the MCC is in town, you best believe the best teas are coming out. There's going to be warm pizzas. There's going to be
pizza for tea.
Oh, absolutely. There's got to be hot, cold. Sometimes you get chips as well, Rico. You've not been going to the right places, clearly.
No. I must admit, though, people will probably say, Rico, you probably had a good time with teas. I was always good. I would have a great time with tea if we were fielding first, because I'd get all of my hard work done.
Yeah.
But if you're batting first, you just thought, no, I just can't, because you've got to be bowling for God knows how long in the afternoon. Probably expected to bowl between 15 to 25 overs in the day or something silly like that. So you wouldn't. But you'd always have a nice chat with the tea lady and say, can you save a few for me later? And I'm talking donuts as well. So in those days I could. I don't know where I put it those days. Now I have a donut and that's it. I'm in trouble. I'm in the gym for the next 2 days.
The most important relationship you can foster at any cricket ground is with the people who do the teas.
Yeah.
That's no doubt about it. Anupama has been bowling the 5th here, so we get carried away with early food chat. Only gone for the 3 singles so far, so it's been a great start for her. And as Rico said, she's been a real star performer with bat and ball. And you imagine she's going to come back for her second over, so it'll just be a case of where Croatia can get the runs from, which bowlers they're going to target. Will just be the 4 singles coming off this over. So at the halfway stage, Croatia batting first for the first time. They've got 36 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets as you are welcomed into the commentary cage, which is a bit cooler today. It's not quite so blistering, the heat. There's a bit of hazy cloud cover, but well, we've heard of the Jersey forecast. I think highs of 12, so good luck, Vinny. We'll enjoy the sun here in Malta.
Well, I just noticed when you were doing that intro, because the fluffy bits come off our microphone, we can't get it back on. It's done. But it was a little bit windy and you could hear it. So can you imagine how big their fluffy bit's going to have to be?
Big fluffy bits.
Jersey. I think the whole thing is going to be encapsulated in like a ball of fluff so you don't hear the wind. Good to have you with us. Look, we started a conversation about teas. Why don't we get the chat involved as well? Where's the best cricket tea that you've had? Come on, let's talk about teas for a moment, because, look, pretty soon after this match, we will be having some lunch. So we're not talking dinner. Let's talk teas, the best cricket teas. And we'd love for you to share that with us. It is Sunday, and I know Sunday most people are talking about things like roast dinners as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? A proper roast dinner. Anyway, back to the action. That's well played. That's nicely timed. It could go all the way to the boundary, and it will. We're not too many get past our top fielder out there, Swetha, but even Swetha can't stop this. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played, beautifully timed there from Helen. Well, we know she plays the cut shot very well. Well, she can play that shot. It's kind of like a sweep shot on the leg side. Very nice as well. 4 runs.
Lovely hit there, and a much needed boundary for Croatia. It's only the 3rd in the innings, but they've certainly been running well. Just a handful of dot balls at the moment. Yeah, I did notice about the microphone until you pointed it out, but we'll have to remind the production crew in Jersey to get their big fluffy bits out.
Yeah. And anyway, Vinny's just saying, and Vinny's quite right, of course, we go to the events, but in terms of the teams that play, etc., it's the federation that decides that. But still, I think it's going to be a great series. And Vinny just reminding us that May the 9th is Liberation Day, 80 years since Jersey regained their freedom. So that's why, of course, it's called that Liberation Series. I know a few people have been asking about that. But yeah, I'm sure, Vinny, you're going to have a fantastic time there. And I'm no doubt Vinny will come back with some great stories about Jersey. And I think it will look absolutely stunning on the stream as well. I'm sure that the ground is going to be absolutely picturesque.
It's a lovely ground there. It's one of these bowl grounds where you can sit from up high and watch the action, so it's great for spectators as well. Be interesting to see where the commentary igloo is placed, whether Vinny will be right down level with the action or in his little throne up on high?
Well, all right. I know I said it's tea chat, and I'm sure some people will come in already and start talking about teas. But how will the igloo fare with the wind?
I can't even think about it.
4
As that
runs
one's
this.
crunched away. It's a lovely shot from Helen, this time on her preferred offside. This is turning into an excellent over for Croatia. Already the 11 runs coming off it. Tambi is the bowler.
What a lovely shot this is. I mean, beautiful footwork. Can we see this shot again, Elsa? Because I know we might just sneak it in. If not, well, let's see it after this ball, please. Because I think it's a shot to show everybody. And see this one first. It's probably going down. There we go. Maybe you can show it now. It's a wide ball. So many times we see batters just swinging and missing at balls outside the off stump. And I think Helena shows you here how to play it properly. Gets that foot right across, head over the ball, gets into a good position and plays away. Top shot. And I think even the men could learn from that one. Good shot from Helen.
I think Helen showed more footwork there than most of the batters this morning. Just making a ball that's quite wide look like a ball that's there to be hit. And you see that a lot with the batters. And I don't want to make it a gender thing, but the male batters, they are sometimes guilty of just planting their feet and wafting their bat and saying, oh, isn't that a wide ball? It's like, well, if you got feet, if you step across to it, you make it into pretty much a hit-me ball. And that's exactly what Helen did. It's the end of the over. It's a good over for Croatia with 13 runs coming off it, I think. And they do bring up the 50 as well. So it's 50 for 2 after 6. This partnership now is ticking along nicely. It was 12 for 2 when these two came together. So 38 runs between them. 14 was off that previous over, just the 1 on the final delivery.
Yeah, and hey, we're getting told off here. Imran Mahboob is saying, dear commentators, please talk about the match that's going on. Well, we do, Imran, but we talk about other things as well. That's the way we do it here on the European Cricket. Thank you, Wayne. You tell him. You tell him. Anyway, Imran Mahboob, it's nice to have you tuning in. And where are you watching from? And yeah, we will talk some cricket as well. But at the moment, we're talking about teas. What about you, Imran? Have you played? If you have played, what's the best tea that you've had wherever you played? Let's get some in. What about you? Come on. I know you just said about pizzas and stuff.
So in Germany, I had a tea halfway through one of the games, which was a full kebab. So they obviously, Germany, classic European cricket, you don't have the clubhouse necessarily, you don't have the tea ladies or anyone else doing the teas. And they just went to the local kebab shop and picked up 25 kebabs, which I'm not going to say no. Germany is very good for kebabs.
Yeah.
Do I want it in the middle of a cricket game? Probably not.
Probably not.
I think I can't remember if we batted or bowled first, but as a bowler as well, certainly not one I wanted to have in my stomach before bowling a few overs, as that one's probably going to go all the way to the boundary. It's a bit of a misfield out there by Svetlana. Remember, it was her brilliant throw earlier in the game that got Ines out for a golden duck. On this occasion, though, she was a bit too eager to get to the ball. Probably would have been better standing still, letting that ball come to her. In the end, flashes past her hands, and it's another boundary. The boundaries are flowing now for Croatia. They're on 56. That was Pavla who hit that one. She moves to 20.
Well, Vinny's come in. He said, he's saying tea talk. He's saying, actually, Hornchurch was pretty good. That's well fielded this time, no mistake.
That's good to hear.
He said there was a good tea there. I bet they had a lot of bananas and kept slipping and falling over, Vinny. People are going to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to absolutely love that. Some are not. But anyway, I'll leave that out there. Hey, you talking about kebabs. We had, near where my restaurant was, we had Torrevieja CC, and they sometimes had touring teams there. And on this occasion, the Worcestershire Police were there. And Mark, who sometimes umpires for us, will back this up. And yeah, they ordered from me. And I said, what do you guys want? I said, I could do a sandwich. They said, no, we hear your kebabs are pretty good. So for them, I made them kebabs, and they had wings and nuggets as well. And they said that's the best tea they ever had. That's going to be a cracking shot. What a good shot this is. Well, Pavla says, well, Helen, if you think you can play out the offside, how about this? And this is a cracking shot as well. Doesn't quite get the foot to the pitch of it like Helen does, but the power in the shot was quite exceptional. That's a lovely shot.
right off the middle of the bat, and there was absolutely no stopping that one. It goes all the way to the boundary in a perfect end to that 7th over. It was Anupama who was bowling it, but even she doesn't get away with that one as she goes for 12 in the over, and these two really nicely ticking along now, as we're also ticking along through our calendar here, 2025. Of course, the Jersey Liberation Series starting tomorrow. Had a bit of discussion about that one. That one will turn blue on the calendar tomorrow as we go into the 8th over, and it will be Tanuja to come on to bowl. Remember, she was the one that had to bowl a few pressure overs yesterday as Malta, they were defending that total. It was 78 on the board, and they were getting ever closer were Croatia, and they were turning to a few bowlers were Malta to see how they could get themselves over the line, and they did in the end by 8 runs, and Tanuja held her nerve on that occasion. It's an excellent start here from her.
Yeah, this is good. They needed a few people just saying the extras just hurting them a little bit, and they need a good couple of tight overs here to finish, and if they can do that, that goes well. Anupa, her first over was good, went for 4, but the second one just goes for 12. That's hit well. Fielder needs to get down to the fielding, and does well. I like that. We saw a lot of this from the Croatian fielders yesterday, where they just dive on top of the ball, and of course Anita, she's made that her style. Anita playing for Croatia, just every time the ball came, she just charged at it and slid at it with both her knees. That's nicely played, delicately played. These two have rotated the strike pretty well as well, both in the 20s. We said this partnership would be crucial, and that's exactly what it has been, and Malta just haven't been able to break it.
I will say the extras have dropped down significantly. It's just been the 13 extras so far, 4 byes. That was that no ball, which was a bit of a tough call for the wicket keeper, and 8 wides. And actually 13 extras in an innings is perfectly normal. If I look at the men's games, they gave away 11 extras, 10 extras, 12 extras. I think it's an easy one to talk about in women's cricket when, of course, there's fewer experienced bowlers. They are going to give away a few extra runs, but in fact the balls that they get right are always threatening those stumps.
Yeah, I think also people sometimes focus on it more because the scores are not as high.
Yeah.
So if the scores are low and there's 18 extras or so, then it reflects and it stands out.
It's the proportion, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, first of all, I've got to say a couple of places we've been to this year. The teas have been great.
Okay.
First time we've been to Madrid, and the teas there were sensational. And I would say that they were almost up to the point of the best that I've had in the last, sort of, say, 10, 15 years. They were really good teas. So well done to Madrid. That's played out. That's going to be 4 more. Another good strike from Pavla. When she hits it, it stays hit. And now she moves to 30. What a good shot that is. And what I liked about Pavla yesterday, Tina, is that she stands so straight. She moves at the last moment, and her timing of the ball is brilliant. I really have been impressed with not just the batting, but with the bowling as well. Top shot. So yeah, Madrid really good. When we started 2025 season, of course, that's gone. What a good comeback from the bowler, Tanuja. Look at the celebration. She's absolutely loving it. And now she just stands there after the initial adrenaline flow and says, I did that. I did it. Yep, you did. And it's a great delivery to get out. A very good batter. Well bowled.
Excellent delivery, and a perfect response to being crunched through the covers for 4 is to come back, bowl full and straight, and that's exactly what Tanuja does on that occasion. It's still an excellent over, actually. A couple of wides in there and the 4. Only the 9 runs, though. And importantly, finishing with that big wicket as that partnership just kept on going and going. It was worth 59 in the end, but it's finally broken at the very end of the 8th over. Croatia woman 71 for 3. Helen, of course, is still there. She'll be on strike now. She's going a runner ball 21. She's joined now out there in the middle by the new batter Dora Pavlic, who we saw a bit of yesterday. Didn't quite get going, but she's got 2 overs now, and it's almost a free time for her to swing the bat. They're not going to be bowled out from here. But if they can just get up to, well, what Malta did yesterday, they got 78. If they can get beyond 80, 80 is in fact the highest score in this series so far for the side setting first. And Croatia, of course, are setting the runs here for the first time, having always otherwise chased Malta's target. Oh, look at those two birds. I don't know if they're fighting or...
Nah, they're not fighting.
Being romantic?
They're not fighting. I mean, we mentioned it, International Dawn Chorus Day, but here, of course, at the Malta International Ground, it's not just at dawn that the birds are singing and chirping around. It's all... That's not a bird, by the way. It's that's Tina. She's... I wouldn't quite call it chirping away herself. She's certainly sneezing. She's got the sneezes here today because I think the pollen count's a little bit higher, and I think where we are at the moment is just getting a little bit pollen-y as well. I just hope they don't cut the grass because then you're going to be in trouble.
I'm going to have some kind of hazmat suit.
Yeah.
But
So
you were mentioning, sorry, you were mentioning about teas. I'll need to have a right to reply because,
go on.
and Vinny has beat me to the chase here. The teas in Portugal, Santarém, are outstanding.
Yeah.
Shout out to Zoe. She does it fresh for every single member of the Blue Crew. All the dietary requirements, everything. And this one's up in the air and it's straight into the hands and straight out the hands of Susan George. An opportunity there. It was the set batter as well, Helen Lico. That would have been a great 1-2 for Malta. It was very much a wide ball after we were praising Helen for going after the wide balls earlier in the innings. That one, she went after it and she got away with it. Look at her backing up here. She knows exactly where she wants to be, and that is at the striker's end. But yeah, just Zoe Santarém is an absolute superstar. And we were trying to persuade her, like, how much do you want us to pay you so you just follow us around Europe?
Yeah, I was going to get there. I was going to start with Porto. We went to Porto for the first time. We were, that should be hit, and it's hit hard. Right, well done, good fielding. Makes amends for one that got through earlier, Svetlana. Porto was excellent, and from that I was going to move on to say, but better than that is the Santarém cricket ground there at Santarém. And of course Polo is here, and I'm sure Polo would... love the fact that we're singing the praises of the setup there. It's a great setup, great ground, family atmosphere, and the tees are fantastic. We just came from Dreux. Got to give them a shout out. Their tees were brilliant. And the difference is, I think, folks, because people say, well, what makes a good tee, what doesn't? I think a lot of it depends on the type of weather. Of course, early part of the season, it can be a bit cold and chilly. And getting hot food freshly prepared is a big one. But I have to say, even though I've been to a lot of places, I used to tour in Yorkshire when I was playing in England, and some of the clubs we went to there, the tees would be brilliant. And the over, by the way, 9 overs complete, 77 for 3. But the best tee that I've had, again, goes to Portugal. I was umpiring, and I think it was, Bowler would know better, I think it was where the Friends 11 used to play. And it was a football ground. The tees there were just unbelievable. They really were. Coimbra as well does very good tees as well at the Miranda de Curva cricket ground. But yeah, Friends 11, those tees, the best I've ever had. And it was just so many cakes, freshly made cakes were there. The sandwiches, sausage rolls, everything. You know, it was just wonderful.
Sounds like a very English tea, that one.
Very much so. Going
into the final over here, it looks like it will be Tambi to bowl it. No, it's going to be Tanuja, and there's a chance of a run out here. There's squeals of appeal from the Malta fielders, but I think safely home here was Dora, and there's backing up and there's just absolutely storming to the striker's end with no thought about where the ball's gone. Helen, she's a more than capable batter. You'd want her actually on strike to try and maybe hit a couple of boundaries here, but that's a nice full delivery from Tanuja, who's bowled well so far. Picked up that wicket at the end of the 8th over. That was clean bowling, Pavla Senjog on that occasion. She's come back here, started well, 2 dot balls. And umpire just stopping proceedings. A firework goes off. I don't know if he knew that the firework was coming. There's always fireworks going off here in Malta. 4 balls left. Can there be a few fireworks left in the Croatian batting innings? Just run through for one here. They want to get to that 80 mark, don't they, Rico? It's a bit of a little psychological barrier to post the highest score of the week.
But look at the scores. And I've got to say, when you think of the scores that Malta have scored, all right, there was one in the 60s, but the other 2 were very similar to this. I don't know about you. Oh, that's so, you know what a save this is. You've got to be brave. And Regini, who has come into the side for this match, I mean, what about this for a bit of fielding? This has been clobbered. It probably may even be a no ball, but she absolutely waxed this. And well done to Ranjini, because that was, well, I know they'll probably get 2 there. The no ball probably, has it been called? I haven't seen it yet. Maybe I just didn't spot it, but she saves a boundary.
Excellent effort, and Malta have been so impressive in the field throughout this week, and going into this game now and that game last night as well, they've added a bit more of a coherence in their bowling as well. They've tightened up the extras. They've been bowling stump to stump, and that means that, well, in that game last night, Croatia weren't able to chase down the total, and here this morning they haven't been able to get away. They have now got to 80, so they've tied with the highest score posted by Malta in that first game, and that is a brilliant catch.
Oh la la la, what a catch. Well, the Nuja, she picks up another wicket, but look at the take here from the keeper. Fantastic from Jess. Have a look at this. Oh, that is unbelievable. What a catch. Well, I know Vinny Sandhu is a bit of a keeper himself. He's in the chat. He's going to like this one. That is an exceptional catch. Well done to the wicketkeeper there. Jessica had just taken an absolute blinder. What a catch. And it needed something special to get the wicket there of Helen. Brilliantly done. And, you know, I'm really tingling with these scores. This is going to be a really good match. If Malta bat the way we know they can, what a match we got on store here. What a wicket.
What a grab there. It was all rhythm from Reimer as she just threw up her hand, and she was almost as surprised as anybody that it stuck right in the top of that webbing. A brilliant piece of wicket keeping by the Malta captain. Can they finish with a flourish here? Are they going to... they've got to go for that single, surely. Now they can go again. They've got to keep running. Why is the umpire called for the review? They should carry on running. The pads are off. It's absolute carnage out there in the middle. I don't know if he's going to call the dead ball here, because he went for a review while the ball was still in play. I'm not sure why he went so early.
I think they'll still let it be. I think this is everybody, all the Croatian bench here. I think that... well, I don't know where the feet were here. Maybe we see it one more time. But all the Croatian bench, look at the running. It's going to be given out in the end, because I think it is. I think if you have a look here, the bat just in the air and the feet aren't inside. But all the Croatian bench are screaming, run, run, run. And the poor batter saying, I can't even stand still, let alone run with these pads on. And somehow they did run, but it wouldn't matter. It would be a run out there. Screams of joy from Malta as they keep it to 80. We're going to have an absolute cracker here.
It's exactly the score that Malta posted in that first game, and Croatia, on that occasion, they chased it down comfortably. But Malta, I think, are a changed side from that first game. They've showed so much intent in the field, and they've bowled really well as well. That was the bowled of the captain, Lydia, and Pavla. She stuck around. It was a nice little partnership between her and Helen. That brought the score up from 12 for 2 to 71 for 3. So that was really the key partnership for the Croatians. A couple of boundaries in there as well. Pavla scored 4 fours and Helen contributing 2. That was probably one of the picks of the day, as she just stepped across and whipped that one through the covers. But Pavla, she joined in on the act as well. That one probably should have been fielded there by Svetlana, but the pace did it for her. That one, was absolutely no stopping that on its way to the boundary, and it really looked like Croatia were going to post a total maybe into the late 80s, early 90s, and that certainly would have been a tough task for Malta, but they came back strong. A bit of a superhero pose there from Tanuja as she picked up the wicket of Pavla, and this outstanding catch, an early contender for play of the day there from the Malta captain. She just stuck out a glove and it popped right into the webbing, and then a bit of a chaos final ball, as it was a run out in the end from Tanuja again, who had an excellent innings. The Croatians, they carried on running whether they had pads on or not. In the end, though, it was a run out, and that was the 5th wicket to fall, so they finished with 2 lost wickets. And that final over from Tanuja, certainly a star performance from her. Went for just the 3 runs and picked up the 2 wickets. One of them was, of course, her wicket. The other one, she initiated the run out. Won't go to her figures, but certainly her name will be in the book. There you can see it. As for Croatia, still a decent innings. The first time they've been asked to bat first, well, they asked themselves to bat first. First time they have put on a total. They managed 80 for 5. certainly a competitive score, as Malta, they've really improved their fielding and bowling as the series has gone along. And Tanuja there, certainly the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 12 from her 2 overs, including as well a run out, a direct hit on that final delivery. Lakita, she's been a real consistent performer with the ball at the top of the innings. She picks up the other wicket. So at the halfway stage then of match 4, this all-important game, at least for Malta, they have to win it to keep this series alive and take it to the all-important 5th and final game. If they want to do that, they're going to have to chase down 81 runs. It's going to be a tough task. You reckon someone like Anupama, the star batter for Malta, is going to have to step up and do a lot of the hitting here. You don't have too long to wait, as the run chase will be coming to you in just about 5 to 10 minutes time. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full as we return on the European Cricket Network.
Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to this ECI-W between Malta and Croatia at the glorious Malta Sports Ground. You can see that the sun is shining, the haze of this morning is just about being burnt away, and at the halfway stage, Croatia women, the first time in this series, they've batted first and they've posted a respectable total, 80 for 5. In fact, it's the joint highest total of this series so far. On that occasion, it was Malta who posted it, and it wasn't enough. Will it be enough on this occasion? Well, Malta, they need the win to keep the series alive. Bonus points not really going to come into it. It's a 5-game series, so it's basically the first to win 3 games. Croatia have got 2 wins on the board, so Malta need to win this one. If they do achieve the 81 runs needed for victory in 7 overs or less, they will take the bonus point. As for Croatia, 56 is the magic number. If they keep the hosts to that or below, it will be them that will take the win, take the 4 points, and most importantly, take the series win. They will be the ones to lift that glorious ECI trophy. There's 10 overs between now and then, as it looks like it will be the captain of Croatia, Lydia, with ball in hand, and Malta, as they have been all series, in absolutely no hurry to do anything. So they're just wandering out to the crease. Looks like it'll be a slight change to their openers. Sweta, the star fielder who we've been singing the praises of all week, she is at the non-striker's end. She will be watching the first delivery bowled. And at the other end, it looks like it's the captain of Malta, so that's a familiar figure there opening the batting. That's Jessica Reimer, who took an outstanding catch behind the stumps just a few moments ago. Just stuck out her right glove and it went straight into the webbing to dismiss Helen Liko, dangerous batter. And speaking of Helen Liko, there she is tumbling away to her right, stopping the ball flying away from her in covers. And I really love this field that Croatia have been employing the whole week. They've got close fielders on both the offside and the leg side, not allowing Malta any easy runs. And well, there's an early wicket, and it's a great delivery by the captain of Croatia, Lydia. It goes straight through the defences. It's captain to captain, and the guest, Lydia, she's the one that comes out on top. It's an early wicket for Malta, 1 for 1, and Jessica Reimer, who's been quite a consistent performer for her side the whole week, gets undone early on. It's just the length that does it for her. It's 2 full by the time she gets her bat down on it. It's already past her, and the stumps have been rearranged. So Jessica isn't able to be Mrs. Consistent through this batting innings. She has to depart, and it brings Anupama Ramashan to the crease. And if you were here for my intro before this game, I was asking, why isn't she opening? She's clearly the strongest batter for Malta. Well, she's pretty much opening here as she enters. And she's departed here. Well, it was undone by the lack of appeal there, but she must have got a bit of bat on that. And the umpire, he raises his finger of doom. And Anupama, the star for Malta, she departs first ball. And yeah, it was a good take there. In fact, it was less of an appeal from Lydia and more of a statement of fact. She puts up the finger. The umpire mirrors her, he puts up his finger, and Anupama Ramashan has to depart. And this, well, I hate to say it, signals big trouble for Malta already. She has been the top run scorer in all 3 games so far. And look at that. Well, we had a hat-trick a couple of days ago. We had a flurry, a hat-trick of hat-tricks on May the 1st. Can Lydia, the captain for Croatia, add herself to that list? Here we go. It's well played by Stella Aruja, taking absolutely no risks on that occasion, just flat bats it. And Helen Liko spending more time on the ground at the moment, but again tumbles away. She's really a force to be reckoned with in the field. As Malta unable to breach her on that occasion. Brilliant start this for Croatia. That was a half appeal there, but if Lydia doesn't turn and give the umpire her steely glaze, then it's not going to necessarily be a good shout. She almost goes, but in the end decides against it. Just that wide early on. Otherwise, this has been a almost perfect over from Lydia. And there's a chance for a run out here, direct hit, and it certainly would have been out. You could hear the noise levels raising and raising as the ball was being thrown in there. In the end, it's a lucky escape for Malta as they get a second run on the board, but they've lost 2 wickets already in that first over, 2 for 2 after the first. And certainly they've got a job in their hands here if they want to take the win or take it to a golden ball. It's been 26 matches since that occasion in the ECS that Vinny was in the bunker for, and he talks you through that one. And Rico and I were maybe hoping for another one. We had one, of course, when we were both on the mic in Malta in that ECS in February. As this one goes up in the air, it's Helen who's on to bowl. Goes through the first line of defence in Lanka, but it's a brilliant tumbling stop there from Sanya, but she throws the ball away. She'd done the hard work there in the attempt to get it back into the middle, throws it more sideways than straight on. As you see here, it was a kung fu kick from Ilonka and then a forward flop from Sanya. The combination of the two somehow does the fielding. They do manage to run through for just the single. It's Sweta out there. She was opening, and watch the carnage at the other end, but Stella, she's in there. What a brilliant stop that is. That's an outstanding tumbling dive there from Dora Pavlic. Let's watch this one again. She just sticks out her left hand and bang, in it goes. And she's smiling as she's tumbling. She's having a great time. We enjoyed watching that one, saving what would have been 100% for. Just waiting for that one, Stella. Helen, well, she's one of the key players for Croatia, isn't she? She batted really well in that first innings. 25 runs off the bat, only beaten by Pavla, who scored 30. In fact, they were pretty much the only two that contributed with the bat. They had a brilliant partnership that was worth 59. And she's doing it here with the ball. Also a key fielder for Croatia in the covers. This one's up in the air. They're going to run. It'll have to be a quick run as the throw comes in. That's a good bat slide there from Stella. So it's a bit of a rebuild job here for Stella and Sweta. They've both shown themselves to be capable. There was that one hit out to the boundary that was only matched by that brilliant tumbling dive from Dora. They just need to stick around here to Malta. Hope that Croatia give them a few freebies. But that's gone. That's the third wicket in the appeal. Well, you don't need to appeal when you clean bowler. As Sweta plays all around that one. And hello, Helen. Well, hello, Helen. She gets in on the act here. Let's take a look at this. It almost just caresses the top of the off bail. And Helen is, I don't know if she's appealing or celebrating or a bit of both. The umpire just can say to her, yeah, it's a wicket. There's no decision for me to make. And a round of applause for herself and a high five from her captain. As it's another wicket to fall. Malta women now in big, big trouble. 5 for 3 as Rico joins me back just as it's really turning to carnage here.
Yeah, wickets falling, and for Malta, they'll be really disappointed here. So another one does go. That's 3 down, 6 for 3 with a ball steal from Helen de Camper. They've just bowled well. That's all you can say. They've bowled, they've attacked the stumps. It was a great catch, of course, taken there by Ines as well to remove, of course, the dangerous batter, Anupama. Going first ball, that's the last thing that Malta needed. And now this is going to be a real test of their character here, and it's going to be a real challenge for the batters. There's Lakita has come out there to join Stella, see just what they can put together.
There's a discussion going out there in the middle. I think it's just going to be about let's stick around and see what happens. Obviously the top order for Malta hasn't been able to contribute at all. Well, I suppose Sweta is still out there. She opened the batting, but Anupama coming in at 3, departing first ball, and Stella hitting 3 runs herself before falling. It's Pavla, the star with the bat, who will be bowling the third over here. And Croatia have used their bowlers wisely as well. They've quite often employed this tactic of bowling all 5 of their key bowlers in the first 5 overs. It just allows them to find their way into the game, not have to think too much about, okay, when am I bowling and do I have to bowl 2 in a row? They just all have a go. And when they've got runs on the board and early wickets, it certainly takes a bit of the pressure off, and all of the pressure here is on Malta.
Yeah, it is, and it's just been another good. I mean, we've been so impressed, as you said, with the way that Croatia do field. The fielding has been great. They attack the ball. They just don't give up. If the ball's getting, even if the ball's getting past them, they're chasing it down. We've seen some great boundary stops. We see them fraying themselves at the ball. They just really are passionate about it. Just look at the way they all back each other. Look at the backing up here. So the ball's going straight, but you see mid-wicket running to back up the stumps, even though the bowler's there. There's Helen is getting in there as well. It's just a joy to see their movement. It really is good. Very impressive.
And you can see how much they're enjoying their time as well. We always see them in and around the hotel, just big smiles on their faces. They're loving every moment here. And of course, things are always more fun if you're winning. But even when they lost that game yesterday evening, they just said to Malta, fair play. And they knew as well it would set up a grandstand finish. But Malta here look like they might fall at the penultimate hurdle with just the 10 runs on the board. And more importantly as well, 3 wickets have fallen, including that big wicket of Anupama Ramashan, who scored the vast majority of the runs. And that's a great piece of fielding from Pavla there, off her own bowling, sticks out her right hand, and it would have been trouble there because the mid-on is relatively wide. Here's Ladder. Don't think she would have got to it. The umpire, he was ready to take cover, but good stop there from the bowler. Final ball of the power play coming up. Can Malta at least get out of the power play with 1 or 2 more runs? Oh, it's high up in the air. There's a chance, and it's going to fall in between about 5 Croatian fielders. I think it probably should have been a catch for Ines there, the wicket keeper. She saw the ball, ran forward, and almost then stopped. I think it would have been a tough one. She might have had to put in the dive. As it was, though, it falls safely to the ground. A half chance there, not taken by Croatia. At the end of the power play, Malta 11 for 3. So you can see well behind the rate, and also it was a good finish from Croatia, scoring runs in those final 5 overs, mostly because of that partnership between Helen and Pavla, who have bowled the last 2 overs as well. So Malta, if they want to get anywhere close, need to emulate that kind of partnership. Yeah,
that's what they need here, good partnership. I mean, you still got Swetha is still there. We know that she gets the right kind of ball, she can put it away. And Lakita just come out, so these two, can they get something going? And that's the one you got to try and get hold of. And unfortunately, this time just needed to take a little step towards the off stump before she played that shot to get herself in line with it. But I guess she knows what's coming her way here from Dora.
It's just the wrong side of the wide line. But in fact, that's the first wide we've seen since the very first delivery of the innings. So it's been a really tight bowling performance so far from Croatia. They almost know if they keep the extras down, this win is almost in the bag. If they start giving away wides, giving away a few freebies, some free hits that the Malta batters can swing their bat at, then suddenly that run will come. Those runs will come down. Croatia just need to bowl stump to stump here. Dora here just lost her line just a little bit. She gets it on right on that occasion. It goes through to the keeper. What do you do here if you're the Malta batters? Do you just say, let's stick around and see what happens?
I think you got to, sometimes when you get into a situation like a match like this, you got to then start putting some other little targets out there. So these two, I think their target at the moment now would be right. Okay, look, we've lost 3 wickets. Let's see where we want to try and end up at the halfway point, 5 overs. Let's try to get to that. So whether you're saying, right, we want to get to about that 25, that 30 score, and then after that you sort of say, right, at the 7 over. So I suppose maybe, we know that 57 gets a point. I know, that doesn't help you in terms of whether you're going to win this match and then stay in the series, because you lose this, they lose the series. But it's at least it's something. And I think you've got to say, right, okay, if that gets us something, if that gets us a point, then we've got to work for the point. There's a catching chance taken. It's another one that's going to go to Helen. What a good player she is. Does everything right. Bowls well, bats well, and catches well as well. She's going to get Dora a wicket here, as Lakita is going to be kind of a soft dismissal for her. It doesn't really get the power in it, but it's well taken there by Helen.
It would have been a wide, Rico. She stretches for it. And, well, Helen, she got away with one of those in the first innings, didn't she? Stretching for a wide. The catch was dropped on that occasion, but Helen makes no mistake as that is the next wicket to fall for Malta. And just Mehedi in the chat makes a good point, which is the Croatia field and the Malta fields are different. And the reason that they're different is because Croatia have those close catches in. I think it's such an important position in women's cricket, because those balls will get chipped up now and again. And the amount of times they were chipped up in the Croatia batting innings and there was absolutely no one there. And sometimes they even hit hard enough that it go through the covers for 4. Helen, if she wasn't in the way of that one, okay, it probably wouldn't have gone for 4, but it certainly would have been a run or 2. So it's just another learning for Malta. They need to get these fields right, and they need to stop the singles, especially against a team who are happy to run, happy to put their heads down and chase the singles. You need to cut it down in the ring. And if you're in the ring, your role is to stop the single. You're not just there for decoration.
Absolutely right. And I think that's something that we kind of picked up on yesterday, that they... one thing, and we said this at the end of the day, one thing that Malta could do, they're going to double up here and they will make it. But one thing that they could have done yesterday is just to take a leaf out of the book of the fielding that Croatia was doing, and particularly the way those field placements were.
Yeah, absolutely is. Malta here, just the runs are drying up, and the wickets, more unfortunately for them, are going up and up as well. 15 runs on the board. They at least run that double there to finish the 4th over. 6 runs coming off it, but again, that wicket, they're just losing wickets at regular intervals here. As we take a look at the Worms, and slowly inching up Malta, but certainly not enough at this point as the run rate goes above 10 as well, and that's certainly now a tough task for them. As Morana comes on to bowl, the first time we've seen her so far in this series. So maybe Croatia also thinking, maybe with an eye to the future, an eye to the T20s as well, that they need to try out a few bowlers, see who can click and who can get their lines right. So Morana has got a chance here. This one just drifts down the leg side, because we've seen actually for both Croatia and Malta, they haven't experimented too much with their bowlers. I think it's the case for both these sides because they're also learning. They probably don't have more than about 5 or 6 bowlers. But certainly as you go into 2020s as well, where each bowler's got to bowl 4 if you only go with 5, that's quite a big shift for bowlers that are new to the game. So you need to have those plan Bs, those backup options.
Yeah, and I think the captain's got to be smart and when to use that. And I think Lydia, she's captained really well. She's led by example. She's bowled well. We've talked about her all-round performances, but also she uses the right opportunity to bring others on. And Morana, she'll certainly will do well from this experience.
She's not been doing too badly here. Just a couple of wides, but again, the balls that she's been getting on the pitch are only being knocked away for maybe a 1. And that's certainly not enough for Malta here. And just knocked into the gap. It's half stopped there by Dora. Screams from the dugout to go for 2, but I think the right call was made there by Switter and Tanuja in the middle.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. There's a bit of chat about the derricks, a few questions there about, what was the, did somebody complain about it? Was there any? I think basically what happened there, folks, remember when we came back at the start of the year, we had the new graphics, the new dynamic colours, and I think they made all of those changes, and the derrick, the duck, of course, is the last to be done, and we keep hearing, I know it's being done, and we keep hearing that, it's in the process of being done, etc., etc. So it just means that when the derrick does eventually appear, it should look spectacular. Of course, there was a lot of chat the other day about it not being derrick anymore, a name change, and I think Dudley is the name that was being branded about. I'm not sure about that, but we'll have to wait and see. But a few people saying that maybe we will see Dudley finally make an appearance there at that series coming up in Jersey, which of course starts tomorrow.
We'll wait with bated breath for that one, as that's hit firmly down the ground, and it's half stopped again by Anita Skoric. They're going to come through for 2. The race is on, and in the end, the Sanuja goes so wide. She's running the slalom there. I wonder if we can see this one on the replay. She starts off running straight. By the time she gets back there, she's taken a left turn, and well, she's just about in. I
actually think the ball was going to hit the stumps, and that the bowler, Morana, stops it, and that's how she gets it. But yeah, she was weaving in and out. Well, we know that Croatia, when they back up in numbers. And you can see the batter there had to weave in and out of all the fielders to just get home And well, let's hope she's okay there. I think she had to run hard to make it, just maybe taking time to get her breath back. Well, that gives us a chance maybe to talk a little bit about this. So the Tour of Malta, of course, here does continue. Tomorrow we will see the Croatian and the Maltese women will play T20 internationals, and the men will take the day off. The men then will come back and play on the Tuesday and Wednesday. So the women play 2 matches tomorrow, but the men will play the best of 3.
Looking forward to those T20s, because especially in the women's game, you often see big variations between T10 sides and T20 sides. Sometimes it's the same, but sometimes the girls just prefer that longer format where the pressure's not on. And this, it would have been a good catch. It popped straight into the hands of Valentina. And I thought she did enough there to hold on to it. This is a good effort, but just shells it at the last minute. Unfortunate for her there. Take a look at this one. Goes in, and it's right in the fingertips. Almost had it. Falls to the floor. Another little escape there for Malta. But some of the girls then feel the pressure in the T10 to swing and swing hard, whereas T20 you've got a bit more time to build your innings. I know that's sort of the argument that Estonia men are making as well, that they don't have these big hitters that Malta do, but they've got players who can build their innings throughout the 20 overs. Yeah,
it's an interesting one though, because I know that some of the viewers touched on that as well. I know when they were playing that last match, quite a few people did say, what's happened to the hard hitters of Estonia? Because of course we've seen what Estonia can do. I was there last year in Tallinn when we had that European Cricket Series there, and there were stat loads of runs being scored there, centuries galore, and even 150s. Amjad, Stefan Gooch amongst the men to do it. And then also at the Challenger division of the ECC, they played really well. So I just don't think they've found their form. I think Malta at the moment, being the home side, they know the pitch better. They've played more cricket than them, but I do expect that Estonia, as I keep saying, they will get better. But yeah, I too am a little bit surprised that it's been 3 very comfortable victories so far for Malta. And if it wasn't for that, they're pretty horrendous slow ball from David Marks, then it would have been another win, taking all the points away. So they are pretty keen to come back strong. Let's see how they fare in the next match. Of course, after this one, they'll play their match number 4. That one is probably out. Yeah, I don't think the batter gets back, and she knows it as well. It's going to be disappointment. Sweta, she looks like she can hit the ball pretty well, but look, there's Helen again. And I think somebody in the chat was saying the Virginia Wade lookalike.
Paul there.
Was it Paul who said that? Yeah, like that, Paul. And yeah, it was a comment by Paul saying, caught by the lady. That was a catch which Helen took, who looks like Virginia Wade. that's a good chat.
That's a reference for the youth, isn't it? But she does a great little tumble here and gets rid of the ball so quickly. It's just a little side swipe. And actually, in the end, they could have run the batters out at either end.
Such intelligent cricket. I mean, we got time maybe as a new batter comes in to see that game, but she makes the stop and just a gentle little backward flick and says, there you go, how's that? Nicely done.
It's a shame because that partnership was just slowly building. I think we can already start talking about the win going to Croatia, but they were certainly getting a few runs on the board. This time Helen puts in the dive and it goes through her grasp, but it's nice fielding out there in the deep. And again, it's what you were saying earlier, Rico, that Croatia do everything in packs, don't they? It's great teamwork from them. You can see this is the flick again. It's a no-look run out, isn't it?
Yeah, in the end, I was just seeing there, I thought it was Sweta who was run out, but it wasn't. It was Tanuja. They just had a bit of a mix-up there, the two batters, and Tanuja didn't get home, so she's the one who's going to be run out there. But yeah, just brilliant work from Helen, combining well there with Dora. Another over comes to an end, 31 for 5, 4 more overs to go here. So again, yeah, you asked me the question, what did they do? I think to try and stay there, not get all out, but at the same time, I suppose you'll take something if you get to that 57, at least get a point.
Yeah, I think so. Malta just have to take this in little chunks, especially with quite inexperienced batters out there now. Certainly haven't gone this deep in the previous games. The most wickets they've lost, actually they've lost 4 wickets on every single occasion so far. It's 5 wickets down now. Svetlana has come to the crease. She has batted once before. She's got a bit more time here as doesn't get stopped there by Innes, the keeper. Second line of defence though does well. They managed to run through for one. It's Morana Modric who's come back on now to bowl her second over. A shout out to Dora Pavlic. She finished with figures of 1 for 12 of her 2 overs. That 6th over going for just the 6 runs and picking up, well, she didn't pick up the wicket, it was the run out, but it was still a good over for her and for the Croatians.
As you can see here that they're having to work really hard for their runs, but that's good. And Svetlana gets another one. Now Swetha, you can see Swetha, she's struggling. She is struggling. Look at Swetha there. She's probably thinking, I've never had to run so much before. And I like that. Then Svetlana is just going to go to the other end. But yeah, she's. I think she may be struggling here. It's nice to see that the umpire Uma is there with her, and they're probably just checking. Look, are you okay to continue? You need to take a bit of time out. We saw she did go down a little bit before earlier, so she definitely is struggling. See it's like the medic is just coming out to check that she's okay, and you may want to just retire for a moment there and come back a bit later. That can be done if it's retired in these sort of circumstances, but looks like she's saying no, I'm okay. Looks like the 12 did run on with something and runs off. I know we do have a medic on hand, but I think she's saying no, I'm okay. I just needed to get my breath back. You're making me run hard. And I think you can see that the umpire's there just saying, hey, look, she has got a drink there. I think she might just take the opportunity. Yeah, she's gonna take the opportunity to go off for a bit. She's been working. Remember, so that she also puts in a good shift in the field. But she's just a little bit exhausted maybe here. She's going to just take time to go off the field of play for a moment, and maybe she'll sit there and get her breath back and composure. But she'll get a warm applause as she goes off. She was doing okay. She was hitting the ball pretty well. 13 off 17. Just going to be retired, not out for the moment, as it gives a chance to Susan George.
I think maybe just the heat of being out there in the middle. Let's not forget she was out there all day yesterday as well, throwing herself around in the field. And again this morning under the helmet, especially if you're not used to being under that helmet for a period of time.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually. You know, it's not something that everybody's used to, and these women, those of them that are new to playing, probably haven't. I mean, somebody like Swetha has probably never worn the lid for so long. She was out there a good time. Hello to a lot of people in the chat today on this Sunday. Thomas Martinez, buenas tardes to you. Hope you're well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Terry Richmond joining in there. So hello to Wayne. I think we've already said hi to Crew. And then of course John Heasham in the chat and here at the ground. Helix as well. Good to have you all with us on this Super Sunday. Plenty of action happening around Europe as well. We've got those matches in Czechia where the Czechia women are taking on the women of Cyprus, and the way that's going there, the Cyprus women get another win there. This time 66 was scored by the Czechia women in Cyprus. They knocked them off without losing a wicket, so that's going to be a 5-0 whitewash there. Let's look at some of the changes happening here in the next match. Darshit Patanka coming into the side, just win the singles. Aldo's Matthew. So plenty of changes there. Whereas with Estonia, David Robson and Elise Hassan also come in there. So a couple of changes.
Winging the changes, aren't they, Malta?
It's worth asking the question here. Do you think this ball? I want to see this one again from Helen. No shot played. Let's have a look here.
My instinct is maybe going down leg side.
Yeah.
Yeah, just about. Certainly though, if she was any further across. I don't think Helen verbally asked the question, but she gave kind of the puppy dog eyes to the umpire. That one's hit well into the leg side. It's collected well. And there's another chance of run out here. Direct hit would have been close. They run well, do Susan and Svetlana. Yeah, just on that Malta men's squad. 4 changes, but you still see some of the players they're bringing in. It's not a drop in quality whatsoever. Someone like Darshit Patanka, he hits runs for fun, and he's got a chance here to play with absolute freedom as well, with the series already wrapped up for Malta. Just like Estonia have kind of been saying the whole time, they're seeing themselves in for the T20s. Well, Malta can certainly do that now with the series already in the bag.
Yeah, definitely so.
Just a few people in the chat being rightfully very complimentary of Croatia as well, because we've seen them a few times on the European Cricket Network, and the improvement that they've shown, I think especially with the ball and in the field from even that series last year against Spain, is remarkable.
Yeah.
And it shows the talent they have and the potential, and the reason why it is so important to play series like this, because as we were saying at the very start, there's absolutely no replacement for getting out there in the middle, playing against players you don't know.
Absolutely, and you know, I was saying yesterday that seeing them about, what would it have been, 2 years ago, first time in Croatia, when they just started. Most of them had never played or held a cricket ball before, holding a bat, putting pads on and having to run with them. All of those things that, you know, we all know how we all started. And, you know, if you've got kids that have gone into the game, you've been there, you've seen them go through it. But how they develop so much. But what amazes me about them is this could be another run out here, just doesn't get it back to Helen quick enough. But the way they sort of know, you know, like with some teams, there's always seems to be delays where, right, you got to go there, they just know.
Yep.
They know where they go, they know their fielding position, they've got a good leader, the leader is making those changes, they're attacking in the field. And the way they field, I mean, Anita, we've seen it again from her, the way she just dives at the ball with her legs. They've held catches here, the bowling is getting better all the time. The same can be said about Malta as well. I mean, I know that Croatia have been outstanding. Malta as well have improved so much in the 4 matches that we've seen so far. Their improvements will come, but what Malta will take a lot of heart in. They did get that 1 win. They've still got 1 more to play. Of course, that could go in their favour. But they can go back, and that's the key thing here for both sides. And I think Croatia probably have done that really well. Go back, look at their matches as a team, and then say, yeah, we did this here, we could have done this. The coach could say, right, you know, look at this over. What could you have done different this over to the same batter? All of those things I think Croatia have done, and they'll continue to do that. They're becoming a pretty solid team here.
Absolutely. As we go into the 9th over, it will be bowled by Pavla, and there's a peel there, and it's going to be out. Again, it's the world's most polite and silent appeal, but it's a wicket nonetheless. It doesn't matter how you appeal, as long as someone asks the question. Pavla asked the question on that occasion. And
no shot played.
No shot played. Maybe just the question of height.
Yeah, the height was the only thing I would have thought about here. I don't know if we can have a look at this side on also, because that always gives us kind of an indication of height. But playing no shot doesn't really help. So Susan George is going to have to go. A disappointment for her. Another wicket does go down here.
Let's take a look at this again. Because it bounces over the stumps. Of course, it deflects off the pad. And maybe that's just what makes it look like it was actually more bouncy than it was. I think it's a fair enough call. It was certainly not missing the stumps to either side. It was just a question of height. We've seen this from the slower women's bowlers as well, that because they often throw the ball up first, it gets a lot of bounce on it. It doesn't zip through quite like the men do. And that means it can be deceptively bouncy. But the finger goes up, and Pavla gets her first wicket of the game, and she's bowled tremendously well here. Gone for just 5 runs so far, halfway through the 9th over. Could be on for a wicket maiden here. It's Tambi, the new batter, who's come out. Missed on the first couple of occasions. Svetlana at the other end, she's on 4 off 6. Can they at least get towards that 50 mark? Maybe even the bonus point if they maybe get given a few extras here or there from Croatia. But it's been a disciplined performance from them so far. Just the 11 wides. A couple of those have been on the offside as well, which, if wides can be good or bad, I feel like the offside wides are certainly the better variety.
Yeah, because you've got a plan, you know where you're trying to go. That's well bowled again. That sort of deliveries, you know, especially when you think about now the batters that you got in, that's always going to cause a few problems. Tambi has come out to join Svetlana, and when you get a good straight delivery like that, and you haven't had too much bat practice, it's always going to be a tricky one. Let's see if she can get something on this. She just gets bat onto it. That means here comes the throw. Well picked up. Well, they might think about going again, and they will. It's going to be a long run back to where she started from, but Tambi will get there. She will double up. She will get off the mark. and we're not going to see a wicket maiden. So, but still, very good bowling from Pavla. And Malta at the end of the over, they're 45 for 6 with an over to go.
Unfortunate there for Pavla. It was chipped up in the air. She almost could have got a double wicket maiden. Still, though, only the 2 runs coming off it. She finishes with figures of 1 for 7. I assume here they're going to turn back to the captain, Lydia. And okay, I get it, but I would have also said at this point, do you have a bowler number 6, possibly bowler number 7? It's as good a time as any to try them out. It's 36 runs needed in 6 balls. I understand that Lydia, she's obviously wanting to get her practice in as well with the one eye on the T20s. But maybe that's something for Croatia to consider in that final game where they will have the series wrapped up by then.
Yeah, and I think you can see already that that's what good teams try to do. The captain and coaches will confer to do that. Malta, we just saw there, they're making 4 changes into their side. Still no Mahbub Ali, so I think they're definitely giving him a good rest. And Darshit Patanka coming into the side, Jaswinder Singh also coming in. And I'm a bit surprised by the one there from Estonia, actually. I think Rupam only bowled that 1 over, and I think he bowled a brilliant over. I was very impressed with him. But he's out, and David Robson coming into the side. I think they would have given Rupam maybe a couple of overs in this one, but maybe they're just, again, a bit like, I know Malta, for obvious reasons, because they won that ECI, they'll make changes and it makes sense. Estonia, though, they can't win it. So perhaps for the same reason, they'll make some changes there as well. Just about getting everybody to have a game, a bit of match practice. And of course, their focus now will primarily be on those T20 internationals.
I know that Dave Robson, when I was speaking to manager Mira yesterday, she was saying he was more in as an assistant coach. So I don't know if they've maybe got injuries or so.
Well,
especially they want to protect players for those T20s.
When I spoke to Dave Robson yesterday, and also to Steph said, no, Dave won't play. He's not playing. He's just here, like, he's here. I know that Coxie is going to come and take. Dave will go before the T20s are done, and Coxie will be here to take over. But whether they've just persuaded him to say, come on, play, I don't know if it's injuries as such, or not really sure about it. Or maybe he himself has said, hey guys, you know what, I'm playing. It could have been that as well.
I'll show you how it's done.
It should be running here, and yeah, they're gonna. Well, if that was a direct hit, that would have been out. But yeah, that's a run there. Svetlana wants to run, but Thambi is saying, no, you stay there. I'm all right here. I'm all right this end. 2 not out will do me good.
Lydia's in line to have outstanding figures here. 2 for 4 so far, and 3 of those have actually been wide. So she's only conceded 1 run off the bat. There's 2 balls left. Can she pick up a final wicket? Hit into the offside, but Virginia Wade, looking like, as dubbed by Paul, sweeps up, and there's a chance to run out here. It's given on field. I wasn't sure actually if the wicketkeeper Innes had the ball in hand, but certainly the umpire seems to think so. It was, again, don't run on a misfield. It wasn't much of a misfield from Helen, and in the end she had time to recalibrate, look at which end to throw it to, pick the right end, and it's a nice bit of glove work there from Innes to initiate the run out. And well, the drop back there more or less kind of sums up this innings for Malta. It hasn't really got going.
I feel for Svetlana because unfortunately Thambi at the other end just didn't want to help her. She hit the ball well a couple of times, and Thambi said, and there were singles there, Thambi saying no, and she goes again. Thambi says no, she has to get back. And on this occasion, I mean, Helen, she's got a good strong arm. He doesn't make it. That's played up in the air. Thambi this time will run, and they will get home for a single. But yeah, Lydia, super bowling. It's the end of the match, and Malta, they won't get even to a point where they get a point. And there's the celebrations then from Croatia. And liking that from Helen. She's having a nice little chat there with Rudimik. But congratulations to Croatia. They've won the match, and with that win, that means that they cannot be beaten now in this series with the 3-1, with 1 more to play. So there they are. They all get into a nice little huddle and big smiles. And so they should have a very good team, a team growing and getting better all the time, and every right to enjoy their celebration. One thing I like about them, and they did this in the very first match that they won as well, and the second, it's not about winning the series, it's about playing as a team and winning the match. And, they celebrate regardless of whatever. Another fine performance there from the captain, Lydia. And good bowling from her. I think probably her best bowling performance on the network so far. But it's just that I think with Lydia in the side, Helen, and also you've got to mention Pavla, those three, one of those three, and on more occasions, two of those three always seem to perform. And if that's the case, then they'll continue to win matches. There's Helen again, a great bit of bowling, just on the top of the stumps, which is the way to do it, and picks up another wicket.
Yeah, they're a great team, aren't they, Croatia? Not quite the best figures for Lydia. She did have a 2 for 4, so she's got a 2 for 5 to add to the collection. But certainly it's a match-winning bowling performance from her. And of course, there was a few run-outs. That's been one of the impressive sides of the Croatia lineup, is that they keep on throwing the ball in, throwing it in hard. Helen, she's an absolute wall there in the covers. She doesn't give away a single run when it's her tumbling to the left and the right, and she picked up a couple of run-outs there. Certainly a brilliant performance from her and for the whole Croatian side. But commiserations to Malta. We wondered how they would perform when they're chasing. Of course, the first 3 games, they always had the pressure of putting runs on the board. This time they had the pressure of the chase, and they just weren't able to step up to the task. I think the big changing point here, the big turning point, was that Anupama Ramachandran, the star of the previous 3 games with the bat. She departed for a golden duck. When she left, they never really recovered, did Malta. And then it was just a case of whether they might get to that bonus point, might even get to that 50 mark. They weren't able to do either, and that's why Croatia celebrating at the end, because it was a comprehensive win for them. And in all reality, a comprehensive series win as well. They've taken it 3-1. Of course, there's still 1 game to play, so Malta do have the chance to at least end the series on a high, but it's Croatia who are on a high at the moment as they take match 4 and take an unassailable lead in this ECI-W. It was a brilliant performance by Pavla with both bat and ball. I think she's up there as player of the match. 30 she scored, and then 1 for 7 off her 2 overs. Captain Lydia as well, chipping in with 2 wickets, and Helen, she's such a star performer with the bat, with the ball, and in the field. So there you have it, that's match 4 in the bag, and it's Croatia who will be celebrating. But we're not done yet, by no means. We've got another tasty fixture for you to come. It's Malta against Estonia. The series is wrapped up already between the 2 men's side, but Estonia, they'll certainly have a point to prove. And for Malta, they've made a few changes, so it'll be interesting to see how their new batters and bowlers come in and whether they can stick their hand up and say they want to be involved in the T20s as well, which of course are coming up early next week. So we've got a bit of a longer break now. Time for me and Rico to tuck in to some lunch, and I hope you've got some time to get yourself something to eat, something to drink, and join us back here on the European Cricket Network in about 40 minutes time, where we'll take you through the 4th match between Malta and Estonia. We're enjoying our time here in Malta. I hope you are too. Come back for that match 4 and see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for the fourth encounter of the home side, the Malta men taking on the team from Estonia. Of course, we know that this series, this ECI, has already been wrapped up by Malta. They are victorious, so congratulations to them. With Estonia though, look, they know they've got a rest day coming up here tomorrow. I think they know they want to go hard in these next two matches, learn as much as they can about the Maltese players, get their own form good, and then be ready for those T20 matches coming up a bit later on in a couple of days' time. So that's their plan. Let's see how it goes for them. I know that Varun Prasad is very happy with the way his team's playing at the moment, but I think Aslan Amjad will be hoping that he can get a little bit better. Those two are in the middle. They're with the tournament referee here, Tyrone Peters. Let's join him for the coin toss.
Malta to call. Heads is the call. It's tails. Estonia are going to have a bowl.
So you can see there that Aslan Amjad, he doesn't want to change what he does. He still wants to stick to putting in the opposition and chasing the runs down. It hasn't quite worked for him so far. Will it work for him this time around? Of course, it's always a dangerous thing to do when you've got the likes of the batting strength that Malta have. In that last game, we saw a half century there from Priyan, 50, and then he would get out. And we also saw 49 from Rocky Dinesh. But it is fair to say that once those two got out, then it was Estonia that had the upper hand. So I'm expecting better maybe this time from Varun himself and Jagdath Puna. But there's a big addition coming into the side also for Malta. They've got Darshit Patanka coming into the side. Now this guy can hit the ball hard. So he's another exciting, talented and hard-hitting batter coming into the side. And Jaswinder Singh also in the side for Malta. What about Estonia? Some changes there as well. One that surprises me a little bit, because I think one guy that certainly changed the way that first match was going, because Malta were on course to put a big score on the board. We thought they were going to get to around about that 180 again, but Rupam came on to bowl. He bowled a brilliant one over. He only got the chance to bowl one, but his ninth over I thought was absolutely sensational. But he's not in the side this time round. Another bowler who bowled very well was Aditya Paul. I think he also helped Estonia win the last 5 overs. I think that's the only real win that Estonia probably have had in this series so far. The last 5 overs of the Maltese batting innings last time round, and that was Rupam and Aditya Paul bowling really well. With the batting though, that is where the issue is with Estonia. Stefan Gooch once again made a good start before he was out to a cracking catch there from Gill, but he needs to keep performing well, and also you've got to rely on him with the ball as well. But speaking of the ball and of all-rounders, Dave Robinson comes into their side. We didn't expect to see him playing. We thought that he was just here in a coaching capacity, but he is going to be playing. He's a very good player, left-arm bowler, and he can also hit the ball pretty well. But The other hitters have to come good. Arsan Amdan, we saw a little bit better from him, the captain, in the last match, but can he go big and put a big score on the board? Maybe he will come up higher up the order, but one guy who really does have to perform well is Sahil Chauhan. So another match coming up. It's fair to say with this series already won, and of course congratulations to Malta, that now it's about these two teams maybe just eyeing each other up, ready for the action that will come in the T20s when they play on Tuesday and Wednesday. Remember, they've got the day off tomorrow, so this is a good opportunity for both teams, particularly Estonia, really to get stuck in, give it all they've got, and then spend the day tomorrow relaxing around the island and also thinking about some plans to put into action for those T20s. So it's going to be a good match. I know that Tina Goff is ready for this one. Tina, once again, Estonia, surprisingly, you may think, are going to have another bowl first.
Thanks very much, Rico. Yeah, I'd say I'm a bit surprised. You usually talk about not changing a winning formula, where it seems like Estonia here not changing a losing formula as they win the toss, decide to have a field again. The only thing I can think of is maybe that they think the only way to beat this Malta side is to get around them quickly, reduce the amount of runs they score and chase down the total. As you can see by the sides, and as Rico mentioned, Malta have rung the changes here, 4 in all. Darshit Patanka, will see him for the first time in this ECI, as well as Eldo's Matthew, and of course Jamshid there at the bottom. Jaswinder Singh, we have seen him in the ECSs. He can be very dangerous with the ball. As for Estonia then, David Robson, he comes in no longer in his assistant coach capacity, but he's a fully fledged member of this side, and Elias Hassan comes back in. We saw him earlier in the tournament, and he gets an opportunity again this afternoon. Unsurprisingly, the win predictor firmly in Camp Malta. But of course, despite this series being wrapped up, there's still very much pride to play for both sides, and for Estonia in particular. They've been emphasising all weekend how they really see the T20Is as the priority, which I guess is fair enough, of course, with ICC ranking points and by extension budget on the line. But I don't think you can write off these T10s, and you still want to win every single game. Not to say by any means that Estonia aren't trying to win, but I certainly think they just need to go a bit harder, play a bit smarter, because the worst possible preparation for a T20I series against the same side is to lose all 4 games or 5 games going into that. And that's what they're threatening to do here. As it looks like there's a change of openers here. There's Darshit Patanka into the side and straight out there in the middle. It's the little and large combination of the tank on strike and Rocky. He's more of a featherweight down here at the non-striker's end. When you see them come together, you'll see just how different they are in stature, but both excellent players in their own right. Of course, we saw Rocky in that previous game fall agonisingly short of a half century. 49 runs he scored before he was dismissed. We go into the first ball. It's Pranay, as usual, who opens up. He'll have to reset, though, on that occasion. Yeah, in the end, Rocky dismissed. LBW, it was Kala who got that wicket. Priyan Pushparajan, he went one better. He got to his 50, but then he was also dismissed. Aditya Paul, as Rico mentioned, he was a key bowler for Estonia, picking up some quick wickets into this latter half of the innings. Well, speaking about quick, Darshit Patanka needs absolutely no time at all to get into his work here. Just straight onto the pads here did Pranay. Bit of early swing there, which will at least be promising signs for the Estonians. But as soon as you veer into, well, it wasn't even really on the pads, it was pretty much middle stump, but that's all Darshit Patanka needs to whip that one away for the first boundary of the innings. This time he goes leg side again. There's a fielder out there, should just be collected by Ali Masood there. And he was someone who struggled in that previous game, wasn't he? He was promoted up the order. He actually opened the batting with Stefan Gooch on the back of his impressive performances in the first 2 games. He scored 24 off 15 in game 1 and 41 off 16 in game 2. So it was a good move, I thought, from Estonia to boost him to that #1 spot, but he just never really got going. 26 runs he scored off 24 deliveries, and that was only thanks to a little flurry towards the end, but it was still not enough for the Estonian Brains Trust, and Arslan Amjad called him in, retired him out quite late in the piece, it must be said. There was only about 2 overs left by the time Ali got the hook, and that brought, well, Stuart Hook into the action, and he didn't necessarily fare that much better. It was pretty much a losing battle at that stage, with Estonia well short of the target. So I think they were just trying to get some of their batters into some sort of form. Didn't necessarily achieve it, but they've got another 2 chances today as Rocky faces his first legal delivery, and somehow from wide outside off stump tries to paddle it away to the leg side, only able to hit it into his own pad. He's targeting that leg side area despite the fact that the 2 boundary riders are on that part of the pitch. Stefan Gooch is very straight. You can just see him having a chat to Mida there in the background. He's at a long on. And the other boundary rider is a fairly straight mid-wicket. Not quite cow corner, but almost. And Rocky there clearly wanted to try and get it more towards square, as you can see. Well, husband and wife helping each other out. Mida, of course, the manager for Estonia. I know Steph was feeling a few aches and pains yesterday. Mida was trying to get deep into that shoulder. And today, maybe it's all related. He's just got a bit of pain down that right side. He'll of course be a key player for Estonia with both bat and ball. Pranay's not quite been able to find his line yet. Been a bit wayward. It's all been down the offside. He's clearly trying to hide that ball away from the imposing figure of Darshit. He needs to get it the right side of the line though, and that's why he wants to hide it. It's up in the air. There's a chance for a catch here. 2 fielders converging underneath it, but it drops safely between them. It was a tough effort there for Elias Hassan. He had to turn his back on the pitch and continue running towards the boundary. I don't think he was quite sure where the boundary was, where the ball was, or where his teammate was, who was also charging towards him. In the end, it drops safely. Would have been an outstanding catch. I don't think he manages to get anything on it, does Elias. This one's flicked away again, but this should be straight down the fielder's throat. Should be a comfortable catch, and it pops out. That's a big miss there. Ali Masood is the man out there, and just as I was saying, he didn't have the best game 3. Well, his game 4 hasn't started off much better. Just cramps his hands up a bit, and it pops in off his chest, and that's 2 lucky escapes there for the Malta openers at the end of the first over. They haven't lost a wicket, 13 runs on the board, as we take a look at the Challenger division, which will feature both of these sides. They'll be very familiar with each other after these 5 ECIs and of course the 3 T20Is, but they'll be split up in the Challenger division. Malta in Group 1 and Estonia in Group 2. It's a bit of a battle of the islands in both groups. Malta against Cyprus in Group 1, Guernsey against the Isle of Man, slightly less tropical, in Group 2. There's some exciting matchups there, and the winner of both groups will go into finals day with the playoff winners. And it's a bit of a different setup this time, with the Premier Division coming first, and then the Challenger in the meantime, and then we have the Premier Championship week after that. So it's all action at the Khartoum Oval. But that's still long in the season, which is at the very start of May, and that's towards the end of September, beginning of October. If you've seen our 2025 calendar, then you absolutely know how much action we have on the network between now and then, as Dave Robson, he's into the side and into the attack here, the left armour. That's why they've brought him in. He's just a consistent performer with the ball. Cuts across the right-hander, and I think this is a nice matchup as well for Estonia, with Rocky very comfortable with anything down the leg side, anything short as well. He's lightning quick on the pull. Doesn't like it as much when it's cutting across him, and that's what Dave's trying to achieve here. That one's a bit straighter, but it's gone up in the air. The keeper's underneath it. Can he get there? Yes, he does, and he holds on to the catch. That's an important wicket. A big one for Robson as well, as he comes into the side and straight into the wickets. There was a steepler, went up in the air, for a long time, and Marco, the wicketkeeper, settled himself underneath it and managed to hold on. And that is the end of Rocky. The knockout blow has been achieved. As he continues actually to blow hot and cold in this series. In fact, that's more or less his trademark on the network. I'm afraid to say he doesn't manage to double down on that 49 he scored in the previous game, and he departs for 1 off 4. It was a good piece of wicket keeping there from Marco, an absolute picture of concentration as it was up in the air for a long time. It was certainly the keeper's to take, and take it he did. That brings Priyan Pushparajan, the half-centurion from Game 3, to the crease. Can Dave Robson get a double breakthrough early on in this innings? Just squeezed off the leg there by Priyan. Chases on. Should be stopped by Elias Hassan. It is. They do manage to run through for the 2. It's a good start here for Dave Robson. I wonder what the conversation was about bringing him into the side. Remember, as we found out from a few of the Estonian hierarchy, that he came in more or less as an assistant coach. By his own admission, definitely not going to play. It's always the way, though, with cricketers, isn't it? When they get a sniff of the action, that's a great piece of fielding there by Aditya Paul. When they get a sniff of the action, they just want to get out there in the middle, don't they? And Dave, maybe he's not been too happy with the work of his teammates in the first 3 games, decides he'll show them how it's done, and he's got off to a great start here. This could be another chance here, and the keeper's going to run underneath it again. Can he take the second catch in the over? He absolutely can. That one's even better than the first one as it came down with snow on top. And it's the second wicket to fall here for Malta. Dave Robson into the side and straight into the wickets. It's a brace for him as it's just lofted up into the air. It's that left arm around action going into the right-handers, cutting away from them and then going in. And that time, Darshit Patanka trying to work it away to leg, just manages to get a big top edge on it, and it's another wicket to fall for Malta. It's also the end of the over, 17 for 2, and what a brilliant over that was from Robson. Just the 4 runs coming off it, and most importantly, 2 wickets to fall. Jaspal Singh comes in. He'll of course be at the non-striker's end. Priyan Pushparajan will face up the 3rd over, and there you can see the standings. It's not pretty for Estonia. They only actually managed to pick up that 1 bonus point on the very final ball, the penultimate ball of Game 3. It would have been the final ball if it weren't for that no ball that was bowled by David Marks, who's not in the side for Malta on this occasion as they rung the changes. And that 7 up did at least put the 1 up for Estonia on the standings, but with Malta's 3-0 lead in this 5-game series, it's all but done as a series. But of course still 2 games, and every single game is a contest here as Stefan Gooch comes in to bowl over number 3. They just managed to run through for a single here. Good fielding though as it bounces up. He had to wait for it to come back down to earth and throws it in. It was a comfortable single there for Priyan Pushparajan. So Jaspal Singh will face up his first delivery. I think he was in a bit of a rush to get out there. Those 2 quick wickets, maybe a little unexpected for Malta. Jaspal made sure he didn't incur any sort of time penalty, but he's giving himself a little bit of time here to settle at the crease. A clean pickup there would have possibly spelled trouble for the batters, but Ali Masood only able to take on the 2nd or 3rd attempt. Interesting that he seems to have been hooked out of that cow corner region where he dropped the catch earlier in the innings. There's no stopping that one, as that's a beautiful hit off the bat of Priyan Pushparajan. A little helicopter shot there as he crunches that one over the covers, as we say hello to the scorers who are working hard under the awning there. Just a final little flourish there from Priyan down on 1 knee, and it will just bounce the once. As it's Ravi there attempting to do the fielding, but the wall intervened. Just a change in the field here for Steph. Looks like he wants someone out on the offside. I think that's a good move for Priyan well, really, he's a 360 player, isn't he? So it's just about plugging the gaps here. Still in the power play, so 2 fielders allowed out. It was a nice fuller delivery though from Steph, and the throw comes darted in from Pranay. Jaspal Singh, of course, we didn't see him yesterday for Malta. He was brought in this morning to replace Mehboob Ali. We haven't seen around the ground yet, so I imagine, especially given that Malta have the series wrapped up, that he has been given the Sunday off, the official day of rest for Lala, as this one's lofted in the air. It's a beautiful shot. It's going to go all the way for 6. Nothing more than just a little chip there from Jaspal Singh. This one is just all about the timing, as he lofts that one back over the bowler's head. Not much Steph could have done about that one. Probably just slightly over-pitched, slightly too straight. So Lala, we don't know. He could make an appearance late in the day for that game 5. I imagine, especially given that he of course featured for Sweekie United in the ECS, that he's been given the day off. And he scored a few runs in that ECS, didn't he? A few occasions he got out cheaply, but he scored a big 100 to lead his side into the finals. On the way, he also not only got himself in the Hall of Fame for Centurions, he also picked up a hat-trick. And in that hat-trick as well, he got a fifer after, I think it was 4 wickets in the first over. And then he picked up a wicket on the first delivery of his second over. So at that point, he had 5 wickets, and he still had 5 balls to play. And we thought that man there, who's just finished his over, Stefan Gooch, his world record or ECN record figures might be in jeopardy. We've never had a 7-foot on the network in T10s, I must add. And Lala there had 5 balls to try and do it, and wasn't for a lack of trying. He was trying the Yorker, trying to get something on the bat into the fielder's hands, but it wasn't to be. So it was only a 5 for him, and of course the hat-trick, and of course the 100 and a winner's medal. So not a bad couple of days for Mehboob Ali. And to add to that, he scored 88 in that second game for Malta in the thumping 64-run victory. So we don't begrudge him a day off. It's Dave Robson. Well, he's had a few days off, at least not on the field. He's coming straight back for his second over of the day. You can hear they're probably on the effects mic, Steph from long on, really pumping up the Estonia players. That's a lovely delivery from Robson. Look there, like Jaspal Singh was just playing for a bit of the in-swing, but he just carried on straight on. That's the dream delivery for a bowler going left arm over. The only way that one can be better is if it just nips in at the last minute and clips the top of off stump. Speaking from experience, didn't happen too often, but when it did, boy, was that a good feeling. That one just tucks up Jaspal Singh, and they run through for a 1. Good backing up there from Priyan. He's certainly a good player to bring into the side is Dave Robson. That was his 29th and 30th wickets on the network. Now only 1 behind Stefan Gooch. So he's a good performer. He can be quite handy with the bat as well. Over 530 runs on the network. That one's cut away nicely, and it's threaded the eye of the needle there. It wasn't played with much power by Priyan, but he got enough of it through the tumbling figure there at point, and then through the wide third man all the way for 4 runs. A lovely hit there. Malta just getting off to a circumspect start here after those 2 early wickets, as that one was an attempted bit of funky cricket that goes wrong, and I think Dave Robson has a word or two to say about that. I don't know if he's talking to the batter there or he's talking to his fielder. So we take a look here. He picks up the ball and he makes a beeline. I don't know who he's talking to here. Maybe he's just trying to have a word with Priyan. Priyan's not interested. He's practicing his funky shot. Is he going to go for it again? Oh, he goes for it, but he goes straight, and Steph Gooch, he's settling underneath it. Can he get there? Yes, he can, and it's a brilliant catch from the Estonian fielder. As that one went far away to his right, he had to keep his eye on the ball while making up the distance, and it's an excellent grab there from Steph as he picks up the 3rd wicket, and it's the 3rd wicket for Dave Robson. What an inclusion he's been. Priyan Pushparajan, the half-centurion from the previous game, has to depart. Great work there in the deep by Steph. Just kept his eye on the ball all the way. Didn't matter if he went flying face first, knees and face in the dust. He was not going to drop that grizzly. Priyan departs for 13 off 8. Worth taking a look at this catch again. Perfect example of keeping your eye on the ball, and then if you have to put the dive in last minute, you go for it. You do everything you can to get in the perfect position before the ball arrives. And that's the end of the 4th as well. It's the 2nd time actually that Dave Robson has finished his over with a wicket. And Malta here, they're struggling along. 37 for 3. Brings Jagath Purna to the crease. He'll again be on the non-striker's end. The batters just keep on coming for Malta, don't they? Jagath, he scored run after run after run in that ECS with the Southern Crusaders. He fell agonisingly short in the final. He scored 3 half-centuries to boost his side onto finals day. Even the one time he didn't get a half-century, he got 30 odd. That was in that gripping golden ball chase where the Southern Crusaders, it was about 85 they needed, which against the Bajiba Blasters, who were very much propping up the table, should have been a regulation chase, but they made an absolute meal of it, did Southern Crusaders. But it was only Jagath Purna who scored 30 odd, then took it to the golden ball. They needed 3 off the final ball, somehow managed to run it thanks to a misfield and then a brain fade from the bowler. And he didn't manage to get runs in the final. I know he was so disappointed with that. The cameras were trained on him in the dugout as the bat went flying. Sure, it was understandable because he'd got his Southern Crusaders side so close, but not quite over the line. He's got a chance here though for his country. He's currently leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end as Jaspal Singh is on strike and not quite finding his rhythm yet either. That's another big swing and a miss. He's on a runner ball 9 so far. And while Rico has a little break on this sunny Sunday afternoon, it's lovely to have the company of everyone in the chat. Hi to Wayne and Thomas. See Alter Ego in there as well, Terry. And of course, Johnny He, who is watching from live in the ground. I know he's making sure, as of course is customary for the Blue Spanners, they don't spoil anything for the YouTube stream. So he's seeing the action, of course, live and the stream on a slight delay. He's loving the action, loving having him here live at the ground as well. Loving that shot as well as Jaspal Singh cuts that one away nicely. And there we go, Mira Gooch, Estonia's finest. She'll be featuring for the women, I'm sure, on the European Cricket Network in the future. Puts in a lovely piece of fielding there. That's a great shot from Jaspal. They're still ticking along, Malta. They're getting at least 1 boundary every over, apart from in that second over from Dave Robson. Brilliant one with the 2 wickets, but we go again. Mida, get on your bike again. There she goes. She's putting the yards in. Maybe she needs to play. She collects that one. Might as well stay there at the moment, because if Elias Hassan, the new bowler, keeps on serving it up, then Jaspal Singh is going to keep on putting it to the rope. So at the end of the 5th over, Malta, they're ticking along nicely, but they've lost wickets, haven't they? 45 for 3. I say hello to you in the commentary igloo. Flying solo for now. Of course, it's been a long day for us, the commentators as well. So Rico's just having a nice little break, maybe having an ice cream. I'm certainly eyeing up an ice cream later today. Then he'll be joining me back in the tent, I'm sure. In the meantime, of course, we've got both the men's action and the women's action. As we can say, congratulations now to Croatia. The women's side, we know that they will go home with that ECI trophy, having won the all-important 4th game. They've taken a 3-1 lead. But they will be in action against Malta in, well, a couple of hours' time, 1 or 2 hours after the men have finished here. So it's a shame really that both of these series have been wrapped up, but all of the games, they've had some intrigue in them. They haven't always been close, especially when considering some of the men's games. But there's always been flashes of brilliance, and speaking of a flash of brilliance, there's one again. It's Jagath Porner. I've bigged him up, and he's delivered. Scorers there trying to keep themselves a little cool with the fan in the tent. I was a big fan of that hit. So it went all the way. There's Johnny Heat in the YouTube chat, and almost in the firing line there. The ball goes flying into the clubhouse. It's Aditya Paul who's come on to bowl this 6th over, but he's been given the treatment twice in a row now. I think Jagath Porner likes the look of Paul as a bowler as he goes back-to-back Maximos. That one maybe even better than the previous one. He goes straighter. There is a man out there, absolutely nothing he can do about it apart from chase the ball in the direction of the car park. It's good to see Jagath Porner having a bat here. You can see before every single delivery, he just touches the ground, grounds himself, and he says a little prayer to the cricket gods. And his prayers are being answered so far. Back-to-back 6s to start off his innings. They're just making a few changes here in the field. Arslan Amjad from long off, marshalling his troops. Need to make sure they don't have more than 5 out. They've got 4 on the leg side, plus Arslan. I think maybe just considering whether they bring someone in from the leg side, push someone out into the covers, deep covers. But no, they've stuck with their field. Does Aditya have a response? No, he does not. That one does go leg side. I don't know if the Archers are there anymore. Maybe they're having discussions, negotiations with Rico. Either way, the net does the job there. And Jagath Porner doing his job here. Coming in at 5. I'm sure he's been told that he's got license to thrill. License to try and hit himself into a bit of form. Looking ahead to those T20s. And the devil has come out to play. He's gone 6-6-6 to start this Paul over. That's a better delivery. He's hit into the covers, half stopped there by Pranay. They think about coming back for 2. They won't in the end. Throw-in's a bit wayward as Aditya takes it on the full. Well, he only got given 1 ball in that previous game. Ended up going for 6. That was the end of the game. He's been giving it a bit of a longer spell here. Hasn't quite paid off for him so far. 19 runs coming off this 6th over. That's unlucky there for Aditya. The chase is on here for Marco, who's been in the game so far today, hasn't he? Taken 2 steepling catches to dismiss the 2 openers for Malta. On that occasion, chases it to the boundary. I do understand why Estonia have gone for this field, but it feels a little defensive having everyone out on the leg side. It does look now that they have changed. They've pushed 1 man out to deep covers, brought in deep mid-wicket, because you want to reward the bowler and incentivize them bowling outside off stump, and when you have 4 out on the leg side, you're just inviting trouble. But they do have someone out, and well, inviting trouble there. As Aditya just serving up a few lunchtime pies here. Jaspal Singh just says, thank you very much. That one's pretty tasty. It's just not really on the right line or length, and that over goes magical. And then some 27 runs coming off it, 4 6s all off the bat of Jaspal Singh. So he moves to 25 off 14. And this really shows how threatening this Malta lineup is, that even when the openers don't fire, on this occasion Darshit Patanka, Rocky Danish, still the middle order can come in and do the business. And I'll tell you what, we haven't even seen Varun Prasad yet, the captain. He opened in the first couple of games, scored 56 not out off just 20 deliveries in game 1. It's a good move from him to allow some of his other batters to try and bat themselves into a bit of rhythm. he's still to come. He's carded currently at sixth, but it'll be interesting to see if that changes. Maybe even gives a few others a chance ahead of him, but it's 72 for 3 for Malta after 6. And of course, as Terry Richmond says in the chat, Rico mentioned this morning as well, happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with Ali Masood, as he is going to be bowling the 7th over here. Bit of a change of pace for Estonia. Can he force the breakthrough? Well, at the moment, it's only going in one way, and that's all the way to the boundary. That's the 6th boundary in just 9 deliveries. I'll make that 8 deliveries. It's been the 1 and the 2. Otherwise, we've gone 4-4, 6-6-6, 1-2, 6-6. This time again, it's Jagath Purna doing the damage. He's 25 off just 5 deliveries. Effort ball there from Ali Masood. Bit of a grunt as he released that one. Good work on the boundary there by Stefan Gooch. Chance of a catch, and it will be taken. As the change of angle there, Ali Masood going around the wicket, cuts across Jaspal Singh, and he only manages to edge it towards point. It's a nice catch taken there. It's a comfortable catch. Just a straight on ball. I'm not quite sure where Jaspal was trying to hit that. Probably a bit too leg side. And Aditya Paul, who he was hit around the park in that previous over 27 runs. He'll be just as happy as anyone to have taken that catch to dismiss at least one of the 2 batters who was causing so much damage. Jaspal Singh departs 25 off 15, and it looks like it won't actually then be the captain, Varun Prasath, that goes out there. Instead, Eldos Matthew, one of the 4 changes that Malta made to their lineup, he comes in. Again, he's a pretty impressive figure to come in for Malta, as they have a wealth of options. Of course, being the home team, they do have the advantage of being able to call on a bigger squad of players. Estonia just had to travel with their squad, and that was that. Whereas Malta, they've been able to ring the changes, allowed Mehboob Ali to have a couple of games off, maybe even the whole day off, and bring in the likes of Eldos Matthew and Darshit Patanka, Jamshed as well, who we'll see no doubt with the ball. And the advantage is as well, they'll be fresh. Everyone, or almost everyone in the Estonia side played at least one of the 2 games yesterday. They had to travel here as well. Maybe feeling the effects of that. They'll be, I'm sure, looking forward to that rest day tomorrow, as they just need to regroup to Estonia. Whatever happens, they'll be losing this ECI series, but they certainly won't want to be on the end of a few heavy defeats in the T20Is. There's 3 of them that they're playing, 2 on Tuesday and 1 on Wednesday. And no, Estonia have their eyes on winning that at least. Good bowling here from Ali Masood. He went for a big 6 on the first ball, but came back with a wicket and just the 3 singles, so good over from him. Malta 81 for 4 after 7. As we take a look at what is happening for the first time ever in Jersey. It's the Liberation Series starting in less than 24 hours time. I know Vinny was in the chat earlier. He was on his way to London to get over there for the start of the action there, and some intriguing matchups. It's basically made up sides. It's Central, Eastern, Southern and Western, plus of course the Yorkshire Cricket League, a guest team, which we've been reliably informed is a team of 16 to 18-year-olds plus an older player who we're not 100% sure if that's their responsible adult or just a very mature student. Either way, those 5 sides will be doing battle, and it'll be starting tomorrow morning, 11:15 Central Eastern, 9:15 Greenwich Mean Time, which is of course 10:15 British Summer Time, I believe, and a bit later over in India. So the action never stops, and that's a perfect way to start the week, and that's a perfect way to start the 8th over for Malta. There's a bit of width on offer from Elias Hassan. Only went for 8 in his first over, but he did finish the over with back-to-back 4s, and he starts his second over with a big 6. Goes over the clubhouse. Johnny He there ducking for cover. Jagath Purna, he's absolutely flying. 27 off just 7 deliveries. Aldo's Matthew, he knows his role at the moment, and that's just to get Jagath back on strike, the MVP, of course, of the ECS, which concluded just a couple of days ago. That's a better delivery there from Elias. It's a brave delivery as well, keeping outside that off stump. He knows he can't go too straight because Jagath is then just going to deposit him in the tennis courts. We also know how quick Jagath is on that cut shot. You just got to find that perfect line between being too short and being too straight. Can he get through another one to the keeper? No, he can't, as that one probably would have been a wide. In the end, it's going to be a 6, and goodbye to that Grizzly as it goes crash, bang, wallop. And I think it's some kind of basketball field or possibly tennis court over there. Either way, they've got a Grizzly coming knock, knock at the door. Great footage as well from 2 circles to track that ball all the way. It goes ping and bounces. Jagath Porner, it's an absolute scintillating form here. 39 off 10. He could be on for a 12-ball half century. Well, he won't be because that's well fielded, and he'll just get the single there. Trying to thread the needle again, get it through that point and third region, but picks out Aditya Paul there, lurking around that point. And that gets Aldo's Matthew back on strike. 2 balls left of the 8th. That's a lesser spotted leave. Unusual in this T10 format. I think Jagath Porner is saying, Aldo's, you know there's only a few balls left. There was absolutely no question of that being a wide, not even touching that wide line, comfortably inside it. Aldo's, he's surely not going to leave a second one. But he just strokes it down the ground, and it's a bit of a strange one because that single also keeps Aldo's on strike. You'd really think Jagath Porner wants to farm the strike here. It's not a bad over from Elias. The 2 big 6s, but otherwise pulls it back. The end of the 8th, 95 for 5. It's been a bit up and down for Malta. They've had a few big overs, none more so than that 6th over from Aditya Paul that went for 27. They had one Gooch over, went for 15, and the first over from Pranay went for 13. But otherwise, they've had a few overs that haven't gone for many at all, especially Dave Robson. He went for 4 in his first over and 5 in his second over and picked up 3 wickets. So he might have had his coaching hat on, but someone's going to have to rip that hat off him and keep him in the side. If he comes in and gives away just 8 runs, 3 for 8, his final figures, then there's no way he should be hanging up his playing boots anytime soon. Great effort from him. Be interesting to see if he stays in the team for that final game. Of course, Malta, they have the benefit of already having wrapped up this series. That's why they've rung the changes in this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see the same in the 5th and final game as Stefan Gooch comes back. Big appeal first up, and the wicket is taken. The finger of doom is lifted, and Stefan Gooch comes back into the attack and straight into the wickets. It's his first wicket, and it's the 5th wicket to fall for Malta. 95 for 5. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I think it's pretty dead on. Steph knew it immediately, and the umpire didn't take too long, and a fist bump there between him and Aldo's Matthew. He's, of course, someone who knows these Malta players very well, having been match referee for a lot of these ECN series, and of course having faced up against them for Estonia. Take a look at this one. I think there was pretty much everything going for that one. Hits him on the back leg. It's full. It's going to be hitting leg stump, but we're all friends at the end of the day. It's just a game. But in the game of cricket here, Stefan Gooch wins that little battle against Aldo's Matthew, who, well, just didn't get going, did he? He left a ball and he stole the strike off Jagath Porner on the previous final ball of the over. He goes for 2 off 5, and that does bring the skipper, Varun, to the crease belatedly. He's down at 7, having opened for the first few games. Can he add a little flourish to the end of this innings for Malta? I think they'd certainly get over 100, 110. The expected score has them at 125. That is contingent though on Varun being able to fire from the beginning here. Just the 11 balls left as we take a look at the field and exactly what Estonia trying to work out. Steph is making sure his field is just so. We're having the conversation earlier, Rico and I, about whether the captain sets the field or whether the bowler does. Well, I think when Steph is with ball in hand, he is absolutely setting his own field. Especially with Arslan Amjad, he's right out in front of us here at long off, which we were also saying is probably not the best place for a bowler to be. I suppose you often see, sorry for the captain to be, you often see captains in the covers, I suppose at mid-off as well, and when the boundary is only 50 metres, long off isn't that far away from the bowler, so as long as he raises his voice, I'm sure Aslan can make himself heard from the bowler. So that one's just a bit too short from Steph, and it's given the treatment by Jagath Purna. One bounce four to the now vacant mid-wicket region, and after mixing the pack there and making sure that there was someone or two people out on the offside boundary, he just drags one short. It's going to be frustrating for Steph and his captain, because there was someone out there almost all of the innings. Steph clearly trying to keep the ball outside off stump. He's got backward pointing. He's also got this almost double long off. He's just not getting the line right. He misses out on that one, does Jagath Purna, and Steph gets away with it. It's just knocked into the leg side. Jagath still going at quite a rate of knots, 45 off just 13 deliveries. This is a decent little 9th over from Steph. 6 runs coming off it so far. Still 2 balls left. Again, he just wants to make sure that his field is just right. He can't bowl on the pads here to Varun. That's the right delivery. You can see exactly what Varun wants to do, and that's just swipe it away to the leg side. Steph just goes and I think has a word or two to Varun there, maybe just waiting for the ball to come back. But you can see on that previous dismissal, pretty friendly between these two sides. They know each other well. It's been a competitive series so far, but always played in the right spirit. Just goes to Steph's left here and a direct hit, and maybe the captain would be struggling. Varun didn't exactly get off to a quick start there, and again, just as Eldos Matthew did before him, he steals the strike off Jagath Purna, who must be a bit frustrated. He's going all guns blazing, 45 off 13, but he won't be facing up for the final over. It was a brilliant over from Steph, just the 7 runs coming off it, and picked up that wicket as well. The LBW of Eldos Matthew. They have passed the 100 mark, have Malta, 102 on the score, but now they need a big over to get to the 120 mark. Certainly Estonia will want to keep them to 115, even less if there's a big over here. It's an interesting choice. They've gone to Ali Masood to bowl this one. Would have been a choice between him and Aditya Paul, or I mean Pranay. Pranay will only then bowl the 1 over he opened up, and he almost always bowls his 2 overs for Estonia. His first one went for 13. They've thrown the ball to Ali, who of course picked up the wicket, and it might not be the right choice if he's going to bowl full pies like that, as that one's met on the full by Varun Prasath. Not the right delivery to start the 10th over. There's a man out there, absolutely nothing he could do about that. It's always an interesting choice to go with spin in the 10th over. It's of course easy to sit here and be wise after the fact. That's a better delivery from Masood as he darts that one into Prasath's pads. As long as you're full on the pads for Prasath, you don't give him much room, you cramp him up, and that's exactly what Ali did there. He knows that anything that's even remotely straight or even has a sniff of going down the leg side, Prasath is going to heave it away. That time it was just the lengths that did it for him. But he gets Jagath Purna on strike as they run through for a leg bite. Again, it's a rank full toss. And Jagath Purna, he will go to his half century with a Maximo. It's 51, just 14 deliveries for the ECS MVP, showing every bit of the MVP quality he possesses. Goes deep in the crease. Even if he didn't go deep though, still would have been a full toss. Not really any doubt of it being a no ball. It's a pretty low full toss, but it's the second one that Ali Masood has bowled in the over, and the second one that's gone all the way for 6. He needs to get his length right here. That's a better one. He's been blowing hot and cold here. First ball was pumped for 6. Second ball was right on Farron's toes. That was a good delivery. Third one, again a rank full toss, comes back well with the fourth. Can he finish strong here? Malta 115 for 5. They certainly want to get over 120 here. And they will get over 120 in one stroke as Mida goes for her third fielding assignment of the game. It's hard to miss her with the orange-yellow bib on. She's been doing almost as much fielding as some of the Estonian fielders out there because the boundaries have been raining down here in this final over. There she is, still a smile on her face. I think she's probably telling one of the other fielders, you can get the next one. I've already got my steps in for the day. Malta 119 for 5. Final ball, what can they do with this one? He just lifts it. It's a beautiful shot from Jagath Purna, who's going to finish 63 not out of 17 deliveries. And he does get his Malta side into the 120s. They finish on 127. Of course, it didn't quite tick over quickly enough. So they've got to 121 on the penultimate ball. And with that big 6 to finish off, they get to 127. Still though, I'd say for Estonia, it's a chaseable total. It's the lowest total that Malta have posted so far, and they got off to a good start for Estonia, as it was Dave Robson who came into the team, into the attack, and picked up the wickets of both Malta openers, Darshit Patank and Rocky Danish, basically getting out in identical fashion. Great catches there from the wicketkeeper Marco. Priyan Pushparajan and Jaspal Singh then came to the crease, and Priyan, well, he hit 2 4s on his way to 13, but then he hauled out to a tumbling brilliant catch there from Stefan Gooch. Then it was the partnership though between Jaspal Singh and Jagath Purna which elevated the score. The partnership was worth 42, and it was Jaspal Singh in particular who impressed. He got to 25, but no one can take anything away from Jagath Purna. He remained 63 not out. That was Jaspal Singh eventually falling for his half century. 25 he got before Aditya Paul caught him out. And even there, Jagath Purna, he says, I don't want wides, I want 6s and 6s only. That one said hello to the tennis players. Seth Gooch though, he got in on the wickets. That was Eldo's Matthew, who fell LBW, and he got a fist bump for his troubles on the way out. But Jagath Purna, he was an unstoppable runaway train. He was joined by the captain, Varun Prasad. He added 1 big 6 to the collection, but it was all about the MVP, the man who led the Southern Crusaders all the way to the final in the ECS. And he carries his bat and walks off a happy man, I'm sure. 63 off just 17 deliveries. But I think Estonia can be relatively happy with that effort as well as Malta. They get to 127, a tight bowling performance though, with only the 5 wides served up. But Jagath Purna, the Malta number 5 batter, the star of the show on that occasion, ably supported by Jaspal Singh and Varun Prasad, with a little cameo towards the end. As for the bowlers, there were 6 of them used, and the one man who didn't even consider playing this week by all accounts, he comes into the side and puts in a blistering performance, giving away just the 8 runs of his 2 overs and picking up 3 big wickets. Elias Hassan, he bowled the final, he bowled the 8th over, and he gave away just a few too many boundaries. But generally I think Estonia will think that this total is chaseable, certainly more chaseable than the 198 and 145 that Malta put on the board in games 2 and 3. So at the halfway stage then, Estonia need 128 runs for victory. Of course the series is over, but Estonia, they want to bat themselves into a bit of form with one eye on the T20s. So join us back. It'll be me taking a little break, and Rico will talk you through the action here in about 5 to 10 minutes time. So come back for the run chase. Can Estonia get the 128 runs needed for victory? Come back soon on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as T10 will take a break, and I'll talk you through the remainder of this innings where Estonia searching for their first victory, already of course 3-0 down, which does mean that there's no way that they can of course win this ECI, but they would love to get a victory just to, I suppose, boost their confidence and get them in the right frame of mind going into a day off tomorrow, and they come back for the T20s. A couple of days that I want to mention today. The first one, of course, it is National Remembrance Day in the Netherlands. I know that all sort of observations done in the Netherlands, so of course respects going out to that, the National Remembrance Day in Netherlands, and also it's a day that's of importance in the UK as well. Firefighters Memorial Day is celebrated today, and it recognises the unique contribution and sacrifice that activate the retired firefighters that are made in the line of duty. And I know that there was a minute silence at midday today, and that was observed of course by firefighters across the country. So 2 days of remembrance, and also, well, those of you that are movie lovers will know that born today in 1929, Audrey Hepburn, the Belgium-born British actress. So just a couple of facts and stats for the day. Of course, is World Give Day today. It's all about giving back and helping people in need, and it's all about giving. So whether it's individuals, families, community centres, businesses, students, and celebrating generosity is a way to put it. We encourage more acts of kindness, a quality much needed in society. And as we said, it is of course Laugh Out Loud Day today, International Laugh Out Loud Day. It's all about having a little bit of laughter in your life as we get ready to start. And here's the first. Aslan Amjad does put himself to the top of the order. Oh, that's a real loose delivery from Eldos. And as Matthew been given a chance earlier with the bat as well, didn't quite click. I have to say, if there's one thing that has really surprised me about the Malta side is that Surajay Patel. I just haven't understood why. I know some of the other players, Eldos, a few others, Imran Amir, have all been given some opportunities, but Surajay Patel, I don't quite get it. Big swing and a miss. Good comeback from Matthew. When you look at his record, he scored over 1,100 runs on the network, close to 1,200 actually. Best was against the power hitters in February this year. He scored a 90. He scored at 82 against Swihi United as well back in 2023. He's a good batter, yet hasn't been allowed to be given a chance as yet. I wonder if we will see that a bit later. Matthew once again, and that's up in the air, but he could be in trouble. No, he's just out of the reach of the fielder, Starship Padank, who I thought was going to just pop up and grasp that one-handed leap, and it's not to be. And Arslan will get away with it. They've tried different things at the top of the order, haven't they? Ali Masood just wasn't able to get the same desired effect as we know he can have when he was coming in at number 3 or 4. Stefan Gooch has been pretty consistent. So Gooch just wants another partner with him that can sort of ease the pressure off him. Arslan really walking out towards this one. Be easily fielded there on the boundary by Navdeep Gill, who, remember, took an absolute blinder of a catch to remove Stefan in the last match. Welcome back to everybody as well. And John Heesham says, here we go again. Gotcha, buddy, I gotcha. So, Matthew, after a very loose first delivery, he does come back. Yeah, it's time to laugh out loud. World Laughter Day. And so let your laughter and your laugh be heard, and laugh at your heart's content. And also, I think the message is here, you spend your life with laughter and joy. And did you know that laughter decreases stress? It's true. By laughing, the brain releases endorphins, which make you feel happy. Yeah, so don't let anyone dampen your day today, and laugh out as much as you want. That's down the leg side. He doesn't quite get this right to Stefan. And the umpire's doing a great job. Yeah, I know a good friend of mine who's an umpire who did retire recently. The problem is now he doesn't lift a finger. I'm trying, people, I'm trying. The world laugh today. Go on, I'll try one more time. That's whipped away. That's going to be 4 runs, straying onto the pads. And Stefan Gooch puts it away quite nice. He's had a good-looking start from these two. Both batters have found the boundary. So, all right, how about this one? I'll go with this one. I think you like this one. Why did the cricket team need a lighter? Because the team lost all of its matches. Boom, boom. All right, your turn, people, in the chat. Come on. On World Laughter Day, give us something to laugh about. I think what we'll do, actually, maybe at the start of the next match, we'll get our, how about we get our content guys to find some of the funny moments. A little bit of luck here for Stefan Gooch. A poquito de suerte, gets a short one, which does beat him for pace, but he gets the edge of the bat. There you go. Beats him, gets the edge, goes over the wicketkeeper, and it will go to the boundary. 4 runs. And does Matthew. It's not having the best of time. He was struggled with the bat a little bit, didn't he? Got LBW too, Steph. He would love to be able to get Steph back himself. Remember, Steph gave him a bit of a fist pump to say, yeah, I've got you, bye-bye. And now it's, well, Eldos would love to be able to return the fist pump. And not going to yet. They wanted the single there. Steph was ready to go, but Arslan says no, stay there. It will be the end of the over. 15 will come from it. And they keep going at this rate. They'll win the match. And that's one thing that will certainly help them boost their confidence. Well, that's Matthew. They have got Jaswinder Singh in the side as well to Malta. I wonder if they decide to use him early as the bowler. 27 matches since the Golden Ball. Hello to Hunter. He's saying it'd be an interesting match. It'd be good batting to win. Terry Richmond says, hello, Rico. Yeah, welcome to everyone. And of course, it is a Sunday. I hope you've had a great Sunday. Hope it started well. I know that some people celebrating their birthday, like Mrs. Gray, her 50th. Enjoy. Hope you've had a good day. And anyone else who's having a celebration, well, if you put it in the chat, we'll give it a shout out as well. Why not? But yeah, Sunday. I hope you enjoy your Sunday. It's often a day to relax and get ready and prepared for the week ahead. I know a lot of people probably just had some holidays after the Easter festivities. Arslan. It is going to be Jaspal Singh, who's first over last time didn't go as well, and think about taking the run on, but Priyant sends Arslan back. Yeah, it wasn't the best of overs from from him in the first. But I do like the fact that at least Varun, captain, is giving these guys the overs. He's probably thinking, look, I've got to find out more about you. I've got to see you out there. I'm not going to just judge you on 1 or 2 performances. That's the way it should be done. This one could be a catch, should be a catch. It will be a catch. And yeah, Jagat Puna. Well, he just had a nice drink there on the boundary, so I'll probably say thank you to the 12th who gave him that drink, and he holds on to the catch. No mistakes from Jagat, and Asan Amjad just wasn't there. You know, he wanted to be super aggressive, but he wasn't quite there for that shot. So he's going to go. So Stefan Gooch is probably shrugs his shoulders and thinks, okay, there's another partner who hasn't been able to stay out here with me. Last time we'll go at a run of ball 5. Pudna, he's not going to drop catches like that, is he? And well done to Jaspal. And that's the other thing, you see, from the captain's point of view. Just because somebody doesn't bowl particularly well in one match or bat well in one match, doesn't mean to say that they're not going to come good in another. And Nathan, I'm thinking that Malta will restrict Estonia here. I like it. Terry Richmond saying, a cricket team made a brilliant flour and water mixture. They needed a good batter. Boom, boom. And no boom, boom here from the middle. There's Sahil Chauhan. Just guides this to the fielder to take a single. Anybody else out there? Come on, give it your best shots. Let's see if anybody's going to really crack us up out there with some laughter. All right, how does Jaspal go to Steph? Steph took a liking to him in the last match. Now, I think Jaspal just making sure his field is set right. Remember, there was a couple of those nice shots played over the point area in the last match. So Jaspal is making sure he's got a fielder there. But then he bowls a really rank delivery, a full toss, about, I'd say just under the waist here, which gets worked away. Not a good ball, this at all. And Stefan Gooch just says, thank you very much. If you're going to bowl that to me, I'll put you away all day, every day. And kind of struggled to the left-hander, has Jaspal. It's getting a few words in his ear from Priyan, as we can hear some of the fireworks going off around the ground again. Maybe they're going off because of Terry Richmond, who made us laugh. And now there's sirens. Oh, that's not a good sign. All right, taking his time in between deliveries here. Jaspal wants a comeback ball. And that's not a bad one, but it's also going to get to the boundary, you know. It's 4 more. Steph didn't quite get that right. He didn't. You can see he's using his feet to try and get to the pitch of this. It wasn't quite right. There's a little brief look there at John Hisham, who's probably in typing mode, putting something in the chat. Yeah, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but in the power play, you can get away with those with only the 2 men out, and there's nobody on that leg side boundary. Straight gets a bit of a finger on this. I think Jaspal takes some of the pace off it. He'll take the single. And that also concludes the over. 12 off that one. He does pick up that wicket though, and it's an important wicket to get, that of Arslan, before he could get going. 27 for 1. That's the way it looks. Malta, I mean, the points, I suppose, yeah, it tells you a story how one-sided it's been, but three wins out of 3. And just the point of just seeing that Estonia have just the 1 point shows you just how dominating Malta have been up until now. So Estonia here, I mean, look, they'd love to get to the score, or that target inside the 7. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it means going some, with another 100 needed here, 5 overs. But I think just getting a win, I think, you know, get a win, feel good about it, got 1 more, then still to play. and maybe win 2 here, go back knowing that you won the day, and then spend some time getting ready. That's a delightful shot from Stefan Gooch. I've said this before, when Gucci starts playing shots like this, make it look so easy, that's when you know he's in. And there's that little bit of footwork from him. He gets himself in a good position, plays it beautifully straight down the ground. 6 runs, lovely shot. And just win that, and we'll get a go. So they are trying. I mean, I'm liking this from Malta. They're not being greedy after those 3 big wins. They're not saying, right, let's do it again. I mean, they love to do it again. I'm not saying that. But they have rotated their players. See Jaswinder in here with Elders Matthew. And they're both getting a good chance. Short. This is played off the back foot. Steph will get himself to the other end. Good runner. It's something that we see from Steph's game. We'll see a lot of that, I think, when it comes to Tuesday, and these 2 teams will play those T20 internationals. Of course, different game. I think the running in between the wickets and taking those singles becomes a key part of the way you play that format. So yeah, Steph's just getting himself ready for that. All right, let's see how Sahil Chauhan goes here. Can he get himself going as well? It hasn't been over to us yet. But as you know, if he does, he is dangerous. It's a very good batter. Oh, goes for it in the air. He's going to get lucky here, I think, with nobody back on the boundary. They'll take the single. So once again, he really is struggling. So Chauhan, who, of course, passed the 1500 mark, but just hasn't got the grips of this pitch just yet, you feel. Maybe it's the little bit of extra bounce that they're getting here compared to what he's used to. Tell you who's got to the grips of it pretty well is Stefan Gooch. Now they're asking the question here, and that's going to be the end of Gucci. The Gucci don't like it. Well, he should know better though, Steph. Should know better. If the finger goes up, you've got to go. And Steph doesn't think he's got anything on it. But he's still not happy about this one. Goes for it. I think probably, if I'm 100% here, I don't think there's bad actually. I think this has come off the top of his leg. Let's have a look at this. It's hard to say whether it's caught any of the bat at all, but it definitely does seem to catch some of his leg there on the way through. Whether there's any bat involved or not, I don't know, but Steph don't like it. He's going to have to go for 26 of 9, and he was looking pretty good, wasn't he? And that's a bit of a, I don't know, could be a bit of a lucky break there for Malta. Steph will have to depart. You can see he does have a look back there, and you can see he just saying, "Are you sure? Are you really sure?" But look at this again. I think it does definitely catch a little bit of the back leg on the way through, but I don't think it catches any of the bat. That's from what I'm seeing there. Of course, got to say the umpire is always in the best position. The umpire feels it does. And this one could be, oh, what's the fielder done? He's overran it, but then he's come back to take the catch. Oh, for a moment, I thought he'd overrun this. And when you look at it again, Jamshed came running in, then he had to go into reverse very quickly. You heard the wheel spin as he starts to go back, but he holds on to the catch. And Ali Masood, well, if he thought that he didn't quite get going when he opened the batting, well, he hasn't got going at all here. He's going to go first ball. He'll get a duck. What? No Derricks? Nope, no Derricks yet. But apparently, Derricks are going. Duncan's came and went. They didn't even get onto the screen. And Dudley's are going to be appearing. I tell you what else could be appearing. It could be Jaswinder Singh maybe appearing on that because he is on a hat-trick. 2 for 8 here after we feel we got, well, I feel, let's not say we, I feel he perhaps got a little bit lucky there with the wicket of Steph. I still think it was a little bit if anything, the leg, back leg on the way through, just brushing the top. Don't think he caught any of the bat, but no issues with that one. That is out. Jamshed holds on to the catch. Jaswinder gets another. He's now on a hat-trick, and it's Stuart Hook. Well, he gets a bit of an inside edge on this. It's a long chase for the fielder. Oh dear. That's not good. It's not good. This is the thing that Varun Prasad, of course, and the coaching staff will look at. Things like this just should not happen. There's a way to be fielding at this level. And unfortunately, I've got to say, Jaspal Singh, that's not the way. We know Jaspal, he shone in the European Cricket Swing Series here, but he's letting himself down in little areas, and those little areas could mean that you don't make the cut when it comes to playing in in those T20 internationals. So we'll have to wait and see. 12 off that over, but there were 2 wickets, and Estonia 39 for 3 at this stage. Malta with 32 for 2, so 2 wickets. Quick wickets. Varun Prasad now will come on. So the captain prefers to use himself. I suppose he's the captain. Some people were saying this earlier today and yesterday. He's the captain, so he can decide. And he thinks that he's the best option to come on here. And well, I thought his arm was going to come off there. Don't know what happens there. They're just about the ball. I think it was a batter who said, hang on a minute. And not sure why. Sahil Chauhan stopped him. But here we go. Oh, that's a really bad delivery. Well, that's what happens when you're made to stop by the umpire and your arm almost comes off, I suppose. So, big wide. And he's going to change the angle here already. Just doesn't feel right going that way. I think he feels better. He might drag this short, though, if he doesn't get it right. Well, hit away. Sahil Chauhan, he likes this angle. Varun Prasad might have to make a change here pretty quickly. Well, that's what they need. Look, they just got to believe. Got to believe. They've got the batting to do this. And a nice little partnership here between the gutsy Stuart Hook and Sahil Chauhan could be great. Stuart Hook, I believe, is the all-time high scorer in Estonia. He is a very good batter. Goes again. Going. And gone. Seis carreras. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka lagya. It's nicely struck. And played away quite beautifully. Now slower. And probably foot stays down here. It's work being done there by Rocky Dinesh. And so he was slightly slower there from Varun. Sahil Chauhan. That's what you want to see, though, him hitting big sixes and hitting the middle of the bat. If he's doing that, it will serve Estonia well. And I think that's the key here now for Estonia, and also for some of the Maltese players that are going to be playing in those T20. You just want to get the feel and the rhythm. So if you're a bowler, you just want to feel that you're running in nicely, you're landing the ball in good areas. As a batter, that you are finding the middle of the bat, and you feel good and confident out there, and that sets you up well. You don't want to be going into those days, off your game. Well, it worked twice for Sahil. He's got to be careful also. Look, everybody on that leg side, apart from the man on the 45 on the boundary. So if he miscues, I suppose there's a possibility that it could end up about short mid-wicket. And he doesn't miscue, and he puts it straight into the hands of the fielder, and Jamshed holds on to another catch. And so Chauhan, I like the 2 sixes, but then there's 3 dots there. He doesn't give up. He thought, no, I'm going to get another one. But unfortunately, Maria Thasi, but straight to the hands of Jamshed, who holds on to the catch. Few people actually come up with a very good question, actually. That's 14 off 8 there for Sahil. Jamshed holds on to the catch, and you just start to feel here that Estonia still needing another 76. And the rate required is not a problem, but they're just losing wickets at the wrong time. David Robson, now, I mentioned him in my intro. He's an outstanding player. I said he's a good bowler. He proved me right there. And I said he's a very reasonable batter as well. He's going to be at his best here. Gets given an opportunity. Show the boys how to bowl. Maybe going to show them how to bat as well. That rate, by the way, just over 12.5. Varun, even though he got hit for 2 big sixes, comes back well. 52 for 4. And now he goes to Jagath. And he's been good. Scored a half century earlier. And always going to be in the match, isn't he? Yeah, just go back to what I was saying. That's played straight to the fielder this time. Yeah, some people saying, all right, T20s will start, or the men's, on the Tuesday. What about the boundaries? Well, as you can probably see, the straight boundaries will go back. I think they'll move them back to probably around 60 meters, perhaps 60, 65, maybe even. But the ones on the side, you know, they can't really go back too anymore. If you have a look at the ones by where the officials are, then you might be able to move that back maybe another meter, perhaps. But then doesn't really get hold of that properly. They'll take the single. Yeah, but you've got to be careful because you can't move the boundary right back to the border fence, if you like, and not allow fielders to be able to chase balls or flick them back. So again, if they move them meter maybe at the most, the one on the other side where the archery range is, again, the same thing there. I think if it moves a little bit. So I think the boundaries at square leg and point will stay more or less the same, but the two straight boundaries definitely will be changed. And yeah, they will also be bowling from both ends, as because then you go back to the normal rules of cricket. I know I was talking briefly to the umpire. That struck pretty well, but to the fielder, nicely done there. He's fielded well, hasn't he, Jamshed? I was talking to Vinay Malhotra, who was saying to me, Rico, don't forget, when we do the T20s, it will be the T20 laws that we'll play to. So IE was just explaining to me about the for example, the LBWs become more not LBWs, I should say the wides on the leg side become profile. So if the bowler, when he delivers the ball, if it looks like it's going to hit the pad from release and then the batter moves and it misses the leg stump, it won't be called. That's going to be close. That's going to be really close. They think they've got their man, and I think Stuart Hook knows that he's going to be hooked out of there. He knows he's gone, and Estonia, they're imploding here. Good pick-up. That's a good throw from Jaswinder. He was a little bit ball watching, but you can see maybe if he just ran hard and straight, he would get there. Just have a look at the running. He watches the ball, and then while he's running here, look, he's watching, and that slows him down. And I think he's going to have to admit that it's a tight one. But I think if you put your head down and run hard, I think Stewie gets there. And by looking around his corner, he slows him down. He doesn't concentrate on what his first priority should be, and that's to get in. So Stuart Hook, he's going to get the hook. He's going to go for 5. 5 of, I think it'd be, yeah, 5 or 5 to run out. But it's a very good throw there from Jaswinder. And Jaswinder gets the throw in, and the bowler does the rest. Look at them celebrating. Robson going to have to be joined by another partner. He's only just got out there himself. And Jagath Puna does the rest. So, yeah, what else was there that the umpires were talking about? Yeah, I think about the no balls. This is what I was chatting to them about. Good delivery. So, of course, I mean, with the European Cricket Network, ended that over, and just what an over it was as well. Just the 2 runs from it, and there was that wicket, but with the run out. So Puna continues to impress. 54. Just can't get out the 50s at the moment. This is happening tonight. Phil G will be there in Belgium with the night crew. As the night party continues, Antwerp taking on Beveren. Beveren, of course, are now top. Antwerp have played fewer games, opportunity for them to catch up. Yeah, with the no ball. So we say if it's high over the waist, whether it's at the batter or not, it's 1 for the over, then 2, third time you're off. In the ICC regs, it's still called no ball if it's high, wherever it is. But the warning only applies if it's right at the batter. I think they normally sort of say to the umpire, well, imagine that the batter is in this little protected box. And if that ball is high and going to be in that box, then you call it a no ball. So little things like that come into play. Varun Prasath. And it's going to be dragged. Fielder's got to get down, and oh, that's it. Well, it's these little things. Aldous Matthews sees the funny side of it. I can tell you that the captain, Varun Prasad, won't. And there was one from Jaspal, and now there's one from Aldous Matthews. And these guys are not doing themselves any favours. And Varun won't forget. And I think the coaching staff also watching won't. So little things like this, you've got to tidy that up. That should never have been a boundary. Valuable for David Robson. It's well bowled and gets a dot ball in there, Varun. That rate has crept up. Approaching the 15 mark now. And that's hit really well. If there's one shot that Robbo plays, is that one. And he's a very, well, I suppose all left-handers are, I guess. Varun Prasad should know that. You don't drop short to him because he will club it, and he clobbers that one pretty good. Can they get something going here? Marco Vake is the batter that's joined him out there. Can they get something going? And I remember there was one innings in Estonia last year, playing for the Hippos, Italian Hippos, where the team looked out of it and the Robbo went there and he crunched it all over the place and got them the win. I think he scored a quick fire 70, so we know he can do it. And there he goes again, beautiful shot, straight down the ground, uses his feet, gets to the pitch, bangs it good. And well, I said they're needing around 15, and guess what? They get them over 15, so that's more like it. And even though there was the error there, big header there, but that's the thing, you know. I know some people say, Rico, you're so hard, but if you think about it, Aldous Matthew, he lets the ball go for 4. Should have been 1. So for the next 4 deliveries, it could have been the new batter on strike, Marco Vake, who's going to face up here now. But because it wasn't, it went .6.4. So it's not just giving the 4 runs away, it's the other boundaries that also followed. Jagat does the fielding and gets a little hug there from Robbo, and it looks like he liked it as well. Here we go. Well, look at that bit of action, and Robbo just gives him a little pat on the back, says, yeah, well done, son. Goes a bit wider, a bit of an inside edge, and probably what Robbo wanted. They'll rotate the strike. This will be an interesting little battle. Jagat Puna, having looked at some of the shots that Robbo just played in that last over. He went with Jagath straight away. I wonder if Varun was tempted to maybe just go with another bowler and just hold Jagath back. That's hit well, but to the hands of the fielder. It's another wicket, and Jagat Puna, isn't he happy about it? I just wonder if he just bowls this slightly slower. Robson certainly crunched it pretty well. It sounded good, but you can see he knows it's a little bit too close to the fielder. And it's nicely held. It's another catch. That's actually very well taken there by Shirajay Patel. Shirajay Patel, I don't know, Shirajay, I don't know what you've done. I don't know why you're not in the good books for the captain, but I know you're a good batter. I think most of Malta know you are, but we still haven't seen him with the bat. I was sure we'd see him in this match to get a knock, but not to be. Maybe it'll be in the last match. We'll have to wait and see. So Robbo will have to depart and play some nice shots. 15 for 8 caught there by Patel. Jagath gets the wicket. Marco joined out there by Hassan. And it's going wrong pretty quickly again here for Estonia. That's it fine, but it's going to go to the fielder who just took the catch. No mistakes. Well, look at that. Hey, I want to go back to that in a moment, Elsa, if we can. And the reason I want to, I know that Ravi, of course, we said before, Ravi is a guy that can devour chicken. He loves chicken, especially fried chicken. So remember where he was, Elsa. Maybe you can go to him here now. It's just a single. So Ravi Panchal, this is a day for you. Where's Ravi? Can we see Ravi, Elsa? There he is. Ravi, listen up. It's International Respect for Chickens Day. It is a thing. So there he is. Give us a wave, Ravi. No chicken tonight. And I know you always feel like chicken tonight, but no chicken tonight for Ravi Panchal. You got to be, it's not just chickens, but in general, all birds. So respect for Chickens Day. And it is a thing. And I know people will look it up because they think I'm making it up. I'm not. And hey, I'm going to put a question out. Maybe after this, let's have a look at what's going to happen between the women of Malta and Croatia. Some changes, yes. And Sanjana coming into the side for the Maltese women, and Akila. And there for Croatia, you've got T. Yes, please. Sima, Silly. We saw Silly before. And Helena Bosnic comes into the side. So Croatia, of course, have already won that series with 1 to go. Having won that match number 4, Malta can't win it now. But Malta still would love to finish well. They, of course, also, they will be in action tomorrow, the ladies. They will play 2 T20 matches. So maybe just an opportunity for some more players to be seen doing their thing. Yeah, question for you. Where are we in this match? All right, I'll give the answer to this. Gone. It's straight through Priyan. The way he varies his pace is what helps him. And also he spends no time in between deliveries. He's right through. And that's going to be another one that's going to go back. So my question, I'll give the answer. And I think Elsa can display the answer, maybe Elsa, at the start of the last over. So you've got a little bit of time. And my question is, who is the only bowler that has taken 2 hat-tricks in tests and one-day internationals? So name me the bowler, the only bowler that has taken 2 hat-tricks in tests and one-day internationals. Okay, I'll reveal the answer in the last over. Gone. It's another. Oh, he plays completely down the wrong line, and Giwala is going to have to go as well. Oh, they are just falling. As we saw the wicket first, Hassan, he got done, bowled by Priyan. And now the very next batter is going to go straight away. Well, I'm putting a bit of pressure on Elsa now. Elsa's going to have to show us the hat-trick graphics because Priyan is now on a hat-trick. We've been saying, myself and Teen actually, there it is. Gufraz Masi was the last to do it here. Remember, he did it for the Southern Crusaders in their win against the Royal Strikers in that qualifier number 1, when they booked their place in the final. And, well, Giwala makes his way back, first baller. So I don't think I can quite get into the... Yeah, he gets the Duncan. It's not the same, is it? He gets a Duncan. It's not the same. All right, hat-trick ball. Giwala gone. New batter has come out, is Aditya Paul on a hat-trick. It's the slightly slower one this time from Priyan. Yeah, he's got a smile on his face because he knows all the batters that are going out said, watch out for that quick one. It comes through really quick. And Aditya, he didn't get thrown by it. He plays it quite nicely. But the thing is, this match is slipping away from them. Slipping away from them big time. Some people will say it slipped away from them already. Well bowled. Digs that one out. It was a bump ball. Don't get excited. And you can see the equation there. Now, 55 in 12, I believe. And really well bowled. That one's there, a bit of the wrong end. Good finish, great over, sensational. Just the 1 run from it. And 2 wickets, very well bowled. And it's those slower bowlers, the combination of Varun. Though Varun this time himself didn't really do the damage. But Varun, Jagat and Priyan, is those 3 that do the damage. That tells you the story. Wickets just continuously falling. 73 for 8 at the end of that 8th over. So 12 balls to go. And they've got to go big here. People saying, repeat the question again. Right, who's the only bowler to have taken 2 hat-tricks in test matches and one-day internationals? Okay, I'm going to leave you hanging on that one during this over. And running back to his mark here. He said, well, just win the... Oh, yaar, ठंडा हो जा ठंडा कोई काली नहीं हैगी कोई बात नहीं फरनी ठीक है राम का राम. he's got plenty of time. 9 minutes to bowl this over. That's not out the middle. Should just be a single. You can see the equation for a point. Now, they only managed a point last time because David Marks, who's rested in this match, bowled a horrendous slow ball, which he didn't have to, the last of the innings, and it was a no ball 7, which got them a point. And then the last ball, the next ball, the free hit, he dotted up. Didn't have to bowl it. Taking it on, hesitation, there's the throw. And an acrobatic dive from Aditya Paul. Oh, Aditya Paul executing a pretty good biz-away landing here. Oh, look at this, he knew he had to, and down he goes. No direct hit from Priyan, certainly would have had them in trouble. Slower, down the ground, fielder there, and Jagat goes down too early. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, I didn't expect to see that mistake from Jagat Puna. He's done Marco Vake a favour. He just went down too early here. And then look at him. He's not steady. He's falling over as that ball hits him. And that's a rare error from Jagat. It just went too early, and then he's actually falling over. And I think the ball actually hits him. He doesn't even get himself into a stable position. Well, he is human after all, everybody. Just when that, he still would have wanted a wicket. He might get one anyway. He will. But there you go. No harm really done. Jagat, he's smiling. He might have given Marco Vake 4 runs, but that's the very next ball he will go. Well done to Jaswinder. He picks up another, and now he's having a good time. Jaswinder, remember, he's first over. He went for 12. He took 2 wickets. That was over number 3. He's come back and he's taken another. So 3 for him so far. Good introduction, and he's going to be enjoying himself out there. 3 for 18. Marco goes for a run of ball 9, 9 of 9. Good catch taken there by Jaspal. Jaspal, it's not always going to plan for him, but does hold on to that. 79 for 9, and you got the last 2 in here, and remember 89, so 10 runs to get to a point. 4-0 it's going to be, and this time you really thought that Estonia had the chance, needing to get to 129. And I'm going to go back to what myself and Tina have been talking about. If that gets played away, it will just be a single. Yeah, so what I was going to talk about, and this is something that myself and Tina talked about a lot, is just to say, well, I understand that the way Estonia are thinking. They're thinking that thinking very much that, you know, we want to focus a lot on the T20s, etc. So I get that, but you don't want to lose all your matches in whatever form. I don't think you want to lose full stop. Let's be honest about it. You don't want to lose full stop, but you don't want to lose all your matches playing this T10. Remember, most people expecting them to win this because of the way they played in the Challenger Division. I know they're playing away from home, so you would give Malta a bit more of a chance, but you still would feel that Estonia, well, forget about winning and losing for a moment. You'd expect them to have put in a much better performance. Now, we might see that going into the last match, but you just get the feeling here that if Steph doesn't perform with bat and ball, and I don't know, Arslan perhaps gets a bit of a performance in here, in this case with the ball, Dave Robson as well. Who else? Nobody else is really standing up for them. So, interesting one. Couple of people coming in with the answers. That could be it. It will be. And, well, that's the end of the match. And we'll also give you the answer to my question. So, which bowler has taken 2 wickets in Test and also in one day? Only one man has done it. In 1990, Wasim Akram took a hat-trick to beat Australia. And Wasim is the only man to take 2 hat-tricks in Test and in one-day internationals. Of course, the great Wasim Akram. And thank you very much to Elsa and also to Shazad, who prepared the graphic for me. And yeah, Pakistan beat Australia by 36 runs in the Sharjah final. Wasim finished off things by bowling Merv Hughes, Carl Ruckerman and Terry Alderman in consecutive deliveries. And the only man to have taken 2 hat-tricks in Test and one-day internationals. And Estonia, the disappointment continues. And I think, considering how well they performed in the field, how many things weren't right for them, and also you say the way they started this innings, Elders Matthews goes for 15, just bowled 12, but he then got a wicket right there in that over. But things sort of went a bit wrong with Jaswinder. He went for a couple of boundaries, but then he comes back with 2 wickets in that third, and then after that they never really got going. That was a pretty big moment, wasn't it? I mean, I didn't see that one, if I'm honest, catching the bat. Steph, you can see from him, he didn't like the decision, but he did have to go. And the ball looked like it just caught like the upper back leg as the ball went through, missing the bat. But of course, as I always have to say, the umpire's always standing in the best position. Steph will know that himself, and I mean, Steph will be very disappointed the fact that he's out and the decision's gone his way. But Steph will know, as somebody who does some umpiring and is a very good tournament referee, that, you know, sometimes it's the way it goes. You get decisions that go your way, and you get some that don't go your way. It's the way it is. And though he's disappointed, I think he just has to accept that. But one thing I think Estonia have to accept is once again they've been played off the park. They just haven't been able to compete with Malta. Malta on a high. Priyan Pushpajan, I think he would have been disappointed once again the way he got him out. They seem to have set a trap to him, and it's working at the moment. Just put that sun across field, and he will go for the shot and get caught. It's worked, but well, he comes back and puts that disappointment behind him with a fine spell off bowling. Is a difficult guide to concede it, but Jaswinder Singh comes into the side and takes 3 for 19. Of course, there was 3 from Dave Robson when Estonia were in the field. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard there then. And 26 from Stefan Gooch, who considered himself unlucky to have to make his way back. But there were starts from Sehwat Chauhan. I didn't like the way that he got out, to be honest. Hit 2 balls for 6, and then he tried and tried and tried. Again on 3 occasions, missed and missed and missed, and then hoiked out and got caught. He's better than that, he knows it. Dave Robson, I mean, yeah, first game he's playing, so you don't expect too much from him. Did get a couple away, a couple of 2 4s, 1 6. And then he went for 15. But on the bowling front, I mean, what can you say about Malta? They just seem to get it right at the moment. The seam bowler's not quite getting it right. I mean, they've tried just ball a few times. All right, he did take a wicket, a little bit expensive. I think Elders Matthew, not the best match for him in all those disciplines. But Jaswinder Singh, 3 for 19. Varun Prasad, a little bit expensive this time around, though. He got a wicket, but Jagat Puna, 1 for 5 in his 2 overs. 2 wickets there from Priyan off 1 over, just giving 1 run away. And Jamshid there towards the end, finishing things off. And he was good in the field as well, where he did take those important catches. And I get the feeling here, I will check in the devices I've got in front of me, that the player of the match will probably have to once again go down to Jagat Puna. Yeah, it does. A fine half century and a good bowling spell from him as well. So well done to the Kipo Malta to get another win. 4-0 now. They're looking to do the whitewash here on Estonia, and Estonia, they will not want that. We're going to take a break of around about 20 minutes. Thank you very much for your company, but keep it coming, stay tuned and stay in touch with us, and well, come back to us in around about 20 minutes time when Tina will join me, and together we'll talk through the final match in this T10 series, international series, of course, between the women of Malta and the women of Croatia. Esta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Master Sports Ground, where we're already into the final game of the women's series between Malta and Croatia. We can already say congratulations to Croatia now, as they won that third game, which took them to an unassailable 3-1 lead in the tournament. There's still one game to go, and I'm sure Malta, the hosts, will want to finish on a high. They've shown flashes of what they can do throughout all 4 games so far, and can they snatch the victory on the final one to at least put some shine onto the result? Of course, even if they win, it will be a 3-2 loss, but I know they want to finish and finish strong. Before we talk about the teams, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Croatia the call.
Head.
Head is the call. And it's a tails.
Tails, we'll bat, please.
Malta are going to have a bet.
Thank you very much. So there you have it. Malta have won the toss and they will have a bat, which is exactly what happened in the first few days of action. So it's interesting to see that they've gone back to that, given that they lost on those occasions. On the first game, they put on 80 on the board. It wasn't enough. They lost that one by 9 wickets. And then they again batted first in that second game, lost that one by 10 wickets. But I think they weren't too comfortable chasing either. They chased in that third game and they weren't really able to really get going. And that was also because Anu Palmer, who's done a lot of the batting for Malta, she's been the top run scorer in the first 3 games. She got a golden duck in game 4. So it'll be interesting to see if she can get some runs on the board this time and really try to elevate the score for Malta, because there's not been too many other batters for them. Switter, she batted well in that game 3. In the end, she had to retire because I think just the heat got to her and just the amount of games that they have played over the last few days. As a reminder, a lot of these girls are still quite new to cricket, so it's quite grueling to play games back to back, to be at the ground for such a long time. So Switter in that game 4, she showed flashes of it, and she shows flashes of brilliance in the field as well. She tumbles around, she takes catches, she initiates run outs, and it'll be good to see her in the field once more. As for Croatia, Helen Liko, she's been a great performer with them. You always see her in the covers doing a great job, and she also bats and she bowls, and she is a tremendous performer. So it'll be interesting to see if Croatia can finish this strong. Can they take home the 4th win? They'll definitely take home the trophy, and it just remains to be seen if Malta can finish on a high. Someone who definitely wants to finish on a high is in the commentary cage, as Rico Full will take you through the action. Rico, take it away.
And it's the nicest cage that you can ask to be in. What better to be caged in and be forced to watch this entertaining cricket. Of course, nobody's forcing us, but we're loving watching it. And I'm very excited for this final match between the women of Malta, the home side, taking on the Croatian women. So let's see how they go here. Now, before we go to this, now today is International Laughter Day. That's why we've come a little bit earlier. So to give you all a laugh, this is what we've seen earlier. On the network, high in the air. And yeah, watch this. And the thing that was funny about that one, that was not the boundary rope. It was just one of the painted lines. And look at it, there he is, Chima saying, well, Well, I didn't know that. I thought it was a boundary rope. And what he does here, he thinks he's falling over the boundary. And while he's on his way down, he throws the ball back in. But watch, he's actually caught by the bowler. And we've said this at the time, is the best caught on ball that you will ever see. And then, of course, well, at the same ground, it does has the baseball mound. And, well, look at this. And it's pushed back onto the head of the fielder Shah. Now, Shah also had another issue on that side of the field because there was one where he was going backwards. And this is the one where the ball gets hit back to him. Look, he palms it back on the head and it goes 4-4. Yes, it does. You wouldn't believe it. So it is International Laughter Day today. So just a little bit of something to laugh about. We always bring you some laughter on the European Cricket Network. Thank you very much for Elsa. And also to, of course, our content team. I know that Shazad and Mars were responsible for putting those together for us. And of course, most people remember there was one other as well when the same fielder Shah was going backwards and walked up the mound and ended up falling over as well. Right, this one, 65% to 35. Not a big surprise there, actually. But Malta, positive move. One about first. Let's see if they can. I would like to see them to try and get past that 80. Try to put their best score on the board. But not going to be easy against this Croatian side. Just look at them. They're like sprinters ready to go. As soon as the umpire says play, they'll be there. Of course, the umpires will wait for Rado, our official timekeeper. Big shout out to, of course, all our partners, Rado, HCL Software, and the likes of Grizzly Bear Sports, Bizaway Travel, and also to Microlino, meep, to Microlino, and I think Locker Lifestyles. And of course, we do have a trophy for the winning team captain and an MVP to give. What about your thoughts, people, while we're talking about this match? Any ideas of who would be your MVP for this women's T10 International Series? Well, I'll tell you what, the lady with the ball right now, Lydia, her name definitely in contention. She's bowled, captained, batted and fielded really well. That one just the wrong side of the line, says umpire Sunil. So yeah, let us know your thoughts. There's certainly some names up for contention. Of course, for Malta as well, Nupama Ramishan has been very good as well. Gets played away and we'll take the single. And got to be positive here. Yeah, I mean, Croatia would love another win. And that's the way they play. They play to win. You can see that. They're eager, they're keen. Malta themselves, look, they did get one win. And that was a good way to finish their day yesterday. Can they finish their day well here on day 2 as well with a win? And just leaves that one, but I don't think that is a wide. Let's see this one more time. We've got time. This is Jess. Just leaves it. I think she needs to play at it. So just inside the line there. That one definitely. Oh, well, it's on the lid. It's right on the lid. It goes through the gloves of the keeper. That's silly Sebastian. And luckily, well, that's why you do wear the helmet. And she's okay. I would like to see the umpire show maybe a little bit more concern, actually, if I'm honest. But I think she said, no, I'm fine, don't worry about it. And this is the area now. I was talking to Tina about Jess. I think obviously hasn't played a lot of cricket recently because I think she's just getting back into a groove. But it's that delivery that's pitched right up that's got her, and I think she just needs to. It's just moving. She just needs to be able to move a little bit forward. You can see there sometimes she just ends up getting a bit stuck in a crease, and when she gets that fuller delivery, she waits for it and then without moving her feet plays across the line and the ball gets under the bat. So I'd just like to see her being just a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Bit more energetic. So when these balls come, sort of be ready to move, get the body moving into it. You see, she's just a little bit late. So just get the footwork moving, get the foot across a bit earlier. So you see once again there, just a little bit late coming forward. Nicely done there by Silly, showing that there are no issues with the ball that hit her right in the middle of the helmet. And now the umpire is going to have to be called into action. That's umpire Malhotra, Vinay Malhotra. Of course, great to have two of our men in black here. That, of course, are ICC umpires doing these internationals for us. And Yeah, that's the ball. This time it was just a little bit shorter, not quite that full length from Lydia. So just gets bad onto it, takes the single. It is the end of the over, and 6 will come off the first. So 6 without loss. Let's have a look at the Premier Division of the European Cricket Championship. It's a fine time also to bring Tina back into the commentary box. And you put me on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot today. So name me the 3 winners of those groups.
Right. I'm going Ireland. My heart says Germany, but I'm going Ireland. Sorry.
You told me off with saying Ireland last time.
Yeah, well, you know.
And you're the German.
I didn't say I wouldn't have double standards, Rico. I think I'd go Spain, Group B, maybe, and possibly Jersey. Maybe that's because we're going there tomorrow. Maybe they'll bat themselves into a bit of contention there.
Oh, it just comes out a little bit wrong here. And this is Morana. Now, Morana, she did start a little bit like this in the last match, but again, I am happy that Lydia's given her another chance. This time round, you can see that she goes down far too early, and that's a good shot of it there from 2 circles. Just needs to hold her position a little bit upright.
She's just, yeah, exactly right. The ball's coming out wrong because she's in the process of trying to place the ball up at the other end. She's almost leaning into it, but leaning sideways. And the ball, she's got a nice straight arm, but it's always going to go diagonally off the pitch. Just someone needs to tell her to stand up a bit straighter. Yeah, that one again. But I want to know what happened in that previous game, Rico. When I left you, Malta 127 on the board. Thought Estonia well in that one, and I was watching a bit of it from the sidelines, and there was just wicket after wicket. Estonia never really got going, did they? No,
they didn't. You know, I was saying that it's Estonia, even though I know what, you know, they've told us that they're not. I'm not saying not too bothered. That would be the wrong way to put it. They said they're focusing more on the T20, so you know the T10 is just about them getting in and get played. That's hit really well. That's 4 runs. I don't think anybody's stopping that. What a lovely shot that is from Jessica. And she would love to finish on a high. It's a good shot. It's a little bit too short. Gets into position early this time. Good movement. She does move early. Gets herself into position and plays it in the gap for 4.
He was unlucky there from, I think it was the captain there, Lydia, at backward square, because she anticipated it. She saw that the ball was coming her way, so she already went to her right. Didn't quite get the line right, and it flew past her. She's going to have another chance here. Again, she goes to her right, and actually it's going to go to her left, but this time they're wise to it, are Croatia, and it's fielded there on the boundary. Also noticed that Silly Sebastian's shoes are undone, so we need to get the word out that her her left lace needs some attention. Maybe it's a tactic. That's a better one on the pitch there. They're going to go through in a clean pickup, and would have been trouble there for Swita. It's good to see her back out there. Clearly she was struggling in that game 4. She was out there for a good while, and as I mentioned in the intro as well, you have to remember that some of these players are still very early in their cricketing careers, and just being at a cricket ground for probably about 12 hours a day is exhausting. We know all about that, Rico, and playing, concentrating, they're going to be pretty nervous, they're going to be wound up, so having that mental energy means sometimes you cramp up as well. And I think that's what happened to her. It was the right move to take her off, to retire her, especially because at that point the game had really gone. But she's come back here and she goes down the pitch to that one. Good delivery though from Morana, as that one only just goes over the stumps. Yeah, I like that though. It was a free hit, so I like the fact that she just decided, you know what, I can't get out from it, let me have a go. So that was good, positive intent. And this time she'll just watch it for the wide. Yeah, just going back to Estonia. So, you know, yeah, they want to focus more on the T20s, but you don't want to get beat and be 4-0 down in a format that you are and you're renowned for. You're pretty good at it. So they, you know, I think they might have started thinking that way with the first 1 or 2, maybe with the way that day 1 went yesterday. But I don't think they've, you know, there's no way that I'm believing they feel the same now. I think they're feeling that they've been beaten 4-0. It was only a little bit of, you know, let's just say indifferent cricket in that third match that got them a point. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a point to their name. And many would argue they probably don't deserve one because of the way they played. So they need to buck up and come back strong in this last match. They wouldn't want to lose 5-0 because no matter what and how things go in the T20s, it's still a international series. There's still trophies up for grabs, and they haven't played very well. The best way to prepare for a series is to win. No one wants to go into a T20 series on the back of potentially a 4-0 defeat. It will certainly be at the very best a 5-0 or 4-1 defeat. It's 4-0 at the moment, and if you were a betting man, you probably wouldn't bet against Malta in that final game later this evening as Pavla comes in. That was a beautiful ball, just shaping away from the right-hander. She's someone as well who's been a real breakout performer for Croatia, both with the bat. She's been boosted up to the top of the order. I think they see her as someone who can maybe make the most of those power play overs where she can hit the ball hard, break the inner ring and get some boundaries, and she's doing really well with the ball here. Started off with 3 dot balls, has Pavla?
Yeah, she certainly, her name definitely in the MVP here. I mentioned Lydia already, I mentioned that Anupama Ramashan, and Helen has to be said. You can't ignore Helen as well. She's been perfect in everything that she's done as well. But, talk to me about if you were the batting partner here of Jessica, what would you be saying to her? Because she's definitely struggling with that ball outside the off.
I would just try and tell her to, maybe even tell her to change her guard, go on off stump, because I think she's good when the ball's in her little sphere. She's happy to step across, and maybe just taking middle and off gives her the opportunity to reach those offside balls. She's not the tallest, so she's not going to have the biggest of reaches. Maybe trying something different, or just telling her she needs to start moving that front foot. She's very much rooted to the spot, which again is fine when it's within her area, but anything wider of that, and she really does struggle. Here, for example, she's generally okay. She gets that, she sees the line of the ball and she gets that foot out of the way, but it's when it's outside off that she has the trouble. But I'll just mention Helen as well. I've just noticed she's not in the side for Croatia, so she's been given a well-deserved rest, because I was just looking into that short cover region where she always is there, the familiar figure, throws herself left and right, always gets involved in the run-outs.
You were looking for Virginia Wade. I know, say it.
Virginia has had a game off. I'm sure she'll be happy that it's already game, set and match for Croatia.
She deserves to be sat in the clubhouse having a Pims, does Virginia Wade, because she has played very well. Power play score 20, not bad. If they can keep going at this, so look, they know they'll pick up a few extras along the way. But that over there, though, I've got to say, Pavla, that's why she's in the reckoning for MVP. Only the 1 run from it.
Excellent over, and the 1 run was a wide as well, so she still managed to put in 6 dot balls in that over. And in the absence of Virginia, she's certainly putting her hand up here. She's able to get some more runs and wickets potentially to get an MVP contention. But Helen will certainly be up there as well. I think maybe we can call her Virginia Wade's daughter or granddaughter, because Virginia's getting on a bit. And Helen, well, the way she was throwing herself through the covers, she's still an absolute spring chicken as Anita comes into bowl. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first time we're seeing her. It's good to see Croatia bringing in some new players.
Anita, who is one of the star fielders, and I want to know what she uses to clean the knees of her trousers, because that's good ball actually. It's been well hit as well, and will be fielded on the boundary. Yeah, I want to know what she uses to clean and wash her trousers, because her fielding technique, I like it. I just love the way she just dives in front of the ball, slides in on her knees and says, ain't getting past me. I'm pretty sure we'll see some of that in this. But yeah, good. She's got the ball straighter. There it goes again. That's well bowled. But, almost carries. But it's going to get through the field. It just slows down. Good backing up from Lydia as well. Gets a good arm in there. And the batters will come back for 2. Good cricket all round. It was a nice shot. Good bit of fielding. Good running from the 2 batters. And, yeah, good cricket from both teams.
It was nice awareness from Jessica, because she was going to the danger end, and Swita, she was actually happy to go 1 and out and take the strike. Basically turned her back to her captain, but she must have heard the call from Jessica. She was running to the danger end. She got herself in comfortably. Sweta managed to get to the non-strikers. Not moving the most freely. I think she is still suffering from her exertions over the last couple of days. That's hit away again nicely. Good field placements though from Croatia, and it will be fielded on the rope by Captain Lydia. It's interesting, Anita has been given a bowl here. She has bowled 1 over before on the network. She took a wicket in that over, went for 17 runs. So she's got a bit of experience, but isn't the first bowler necessarily that Croatia would turn to. But they've, of course, had the benefit of wrapping this series up already, so they're able to use 1 or 2 extra bowlers here who they might not have turned to if the series was still on the line. But after a rocky start, Anita put in 3 good deliveries here. That's a nice one as well.
Ooh, umpire Sunil. I think this is okay. Me and you both thinking the same. Let's see. Yeah, I think that goes over the line. Okay, that's a bit unfortunate for Anita. And that's played away. The fielder is there. Good slide, good stomp, liking it. Good fielding, good throw, good cricket. Hey, I think after this, we've got a ball to go here. Look at those two. We're going to talk about, Ravi is looking miserable. Shall I tell you why he's looking miserable? Look, he doesn't, he said, where? Look, Ravi, smile. You know why he's not going to smile? I'll tell you why he's not going to smile. Today is International Respect Chicken Day.
Dear me.
It's actually a day. And poor Ravi, of course, we know he likes to eat. He's on a diet of fried chicken at the buckets, I'm telling you. Well, you can't have any today, Ravster. You've got to respect the chickens today and leave them alone. You've got to go for something else. Maybe, I know Ravi say no problem. I'll go for a kebab. You were talking about kebabs for tea earlier.
Yeah, I certainly have one now. I went and had one the other night, actually, from this place just down the road from the hotel. I will say it's not as good as the German kebabs. Obviously, a big Turkish community in Germany, and they know how to make a kebab. It's just not the same here. I think Malta has its other strengths. I think it's very good at seafood. Is this a retirement? Sorry, we're talking foods again.
I believe there is. I wonder if they've just decided here, Malta, that, hey, you know what? We're going to, a little bit like we were talking about, sometimes as a team, talk about it beforehand. Maybe Malta have decided here, hey, Jess, we get out there, get us started, and then maybe after 4 overs, we change it because we want to, it's the last match, and we want to give most people a bat. So I don't mind that. So Nupama Ramishan comes out now. She's going to be pretty keen to score here because, remember, she was gone first ball in the last match.
And I'm sure Malta will be keen for her to score as well, because before that game 4, she was the top scorer in all 3 of their games. 42 not out in that first game, 31 not out in game 2, and it was only actually in game 3 that she got out for the first time, but still scored 25 on that occasion. So actually inching towards 100 runs for the series. That's why she's certainly in contention for the MVP. In fact, what's that? Quick maths. 56, 42, so 2 away from her 100 for the series. After that golden duck in game 4, it's Ilonka who's come on to bowl. So again, it's interesting and it's nice to see both sides changing it up. I think it's a good call to take Jessica off. I'm sure as captain she would have been more than on board with that. She scored 10 runs, but she took 18 balls to get there, so it's almost a third of the innings. And if you extrapolate that, Malta would be struggling somewhere in the 30s, as that one's probably going to be a no ball. It's called a no ball on the field. Won't get all the way to the rope, as I think it's the captain out there. He's doing a lot of the work. It's Lydia.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we were talking about having captains fielding on the boundary and how it's not maybe necessarily the easiest move, because you want the captain there in the middle talking to the bowlers, especially when the bowlers aren't quite as experienced. But I do see why Croatia do it, because they have 1 or 2 really good fielders and they need to put them in the key positions. That's probably a no ball as well. Going to have to check that. It's the same result as the captain there with the cap on throws it back in. It could still be a free hit here. Let's take a look at this. A bit more marginal, this one. And it's dropping. It's one of those where you can call it either way. By the time the batter hits it, she's out of her crease and it's certainly dipping. It's one of those ones where you need to get the protractor out and probably say, yeah, if it carried on its trajectory, I think it would have been okay. I'm not the tournament referee. It's up to the men in black out there in the middle. And yeah, there you go. It is signalled as a no ball. So it will continue to be a free hit here for Malta. The batters have swapped ends. They got a single on that occasion.
Yeah, I think also umpire Sunny was just explaining to the captain Lydia and also the bowler that fortunately if there's another one we might have to see that he gets taken up, but that one's okay. The thing with her is they high, could see a boundary. Oh, great backing up. Lydia, she's everywhere, isn't she? Lydia, I said this before, batters just want alert there to perhaps the possibility of another, but I said this before earlier. You know, we're not just talking about a very good performance from Lydia with the bat, where she's really been great, and with the ball, but even in the field. I mean, okay, we have our own. I think we talked about this in when Varun Prasad was putting himself on the boundary, and we said, you know, sometimes it's probably not the best place to be captaining from, but she believes that that's the best place that she needs to be. She feels she can see the game from there. And to be fair, the one thing about this Croatian side is that, and we touched on this in that last match, the fielders just seem to know where to go. She's not even having to tell them where to go. So everything's working to a plan, and she's just enjoying herself out there. Maybe she's watching some of the archers.
That one's well hit around the corner. I think she's an Archers fan. That's again, a modern reference to go with Virginia Wade. We know our audience.
I remember because back in the UK, I used to do a lot of long journeys, and somebody actually got me onto the Archers because he said, look, when you're driving along, you know, just tune into it. And I must admit, it was all right. Sometimes it was actually quite soothing. I didn't mind it.
I love I mean, I suppose you can call it, by modern standards, it would be an audio book, an audio show.
Right.
I love an audio book. I know some people can't get on board with them. My mum's one. She says she just can't concentrate on something that's being said in her head. She just switches off completely and can't keep up with what's happening. She's an avid reader, but she can't do an audio book. But every time I go for a walk, I quite like doing long walks. Always got an audio book or a podcast on.
So music when you're running.
Yep. For the beat.
Yeah.
Or
and
you know,
a
podcast.
I
If
can
it's
understand.
slower.
I think I would be the same. I like the idea because I'm not a great reader. So if somebody said to me, "What about, you know, an audio book?" I'll probably say, "Yeah, okay." It's going to be no board because it's off the pitch this time. It ended up being a long over this from Inonka, but she's trying hard.
Yeah.
And some people saying in the chat she could maybe just maybe another step, and that one. Hey, I'd like to see this again. I think she's only just passed the line here. Here's Sweta. Let's have a look here. In fact, hang on a minute. I think she could even be out. Is that bat down?
It's frame by frame.
Oh, next frame, please. I think it's probably just down, and the bells haven't quite come off. She's just going to survive, but I was a little bit lazy there. It's something that I think Sweta needs to learn. So make sure you get yourself in. It's played away nicely. So that's well done from Ilonka. It was they're taking on the throw, and they'll get there. Good running. They'll double up there. So halfway point, and the score moves to 45-1 as you join myself, Rico Full, and Tina in the comment box. I want to say a very big thank you actually to all of our viewers around the world tuning in. It's a Sunday, and you've been absolutely brilliant, and it's been lovely to have you on board.
Oh, it's been lovely to share the cage with you, Rico. I know we've been looking at our schedules, and we're not going to be crossing paths very soon, I think. So enjoying it while it lasts.
I don't even. The next time might just. Is the next time going to be at Cardamom?
It might be
We're going to
September.
see. Yeah, because you're going different routes to I am. I don't really know past when I'm in Belgium. I think I'm in Belgium after I go to I think I've got Bulgaria, I've got Romania. I think I may be doing some of Belgium, but I don't know about the German events yet. I'd love to go back to Kiel, but I don't think all of that's been decided yet. That's been hit pretty well. So I might see you in Kiel. That'll be nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely part of the world, as we've already mentioned. But yeah, I'm spending most of my summer then either in England or in Germany, because we've got the 2 England events in Hornchurch and Wimbledon and the 2 German events. So that matches up perfectly to my plans. So thanks to the ECN organisers for that one. But if we see each other next in Cardamom, then what a place to be reunited, because that's going to be a brilliant few months, isn't it? Starting with the Meltal Shield and the Western Shield in September, going through the ECC. And then I think we're flitting around a few other places in October and November, and then December back for the ECI-W. And I know both of these sides will be there in that emerging division as well, and I'm very excited that we have an emerging league this time for the ECI-W, so it'll be the 3 leagues. And you can see even just yesterday and today the amount that these sides have improved, even if it's just small things like the Malta batters communicating much better. If they learn this much and improve this much in literally 24 hours, just imagine how much they'll develop over the next few months, and then a whole week's tournament come December.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that you know, we can see that. I think the viewers can see that, and I think the coaching staff and particularly the federation here in Malta, and I know in Croatia as well, they've got to look at that and say, right, we've just got to, you know, we've got to keep investing the time and of course we know the money in getting the girls to keep playing, because if we do that they will get better all the time. There's nothing worse to have an event like this and then play a lot and then don't do nothing, you know, for a number of weeks and then try and get back together again, because you lose it. You've got to keep that momentum going.
There's Helena Bosnic who's come on again. They're trying out a new bowler here, Croatia, and that's a nice delivery, just drifting down leg side, and it's been put away excellently there by Swita, who's picking up exactly where she left off in that previous game. She now moves to 15. Anupama, who's usually the chief destructor for Malta, currently at the non-strikers end, but Malta now do pass that 50 mark, 55 for 1. Still a couple balls left in this 6th over. It's good to see Helena, though, having a go, keeping up the Helen/Helena contingent in the side as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a no ball, taking on the run, and Anupama will get onto strike. Sweta plays the pull shot really, really well. You can see that every time that ball's sort of there or there, all right, that's too wide. But even if it's sort of around that off stump, she's sometimes happy just to watch it go by. Her shot is on the leg side. Right, now this one is hit pretty well. It's over the top of the infield. That's going to be 4 more as well. That's a good shot. You can see why Anupama Ramishan was quite keen to get to the other end. She wants to have a go at some of these short deliveries as well. And you can see there, I mean, that's a classic example. That shot there from Anupama, the one earlier from Sweta, how the batters from Malta here, they've got used to this pitch. They know if it's short, go back, you're going to get a good bounce and play the shot across the line. And this time it's a better delivery, well bowled outside the off. That's really where Helena needs to be. And I just wonder if Helena could benefit. Helena probably a little bit like Leonka in the last one, could do with just maybe taking another step perhaps before she bowled, just getting into a bit of a little rhythm before she releases. The batters, I think here maybe probably just keeping an eye on Sweta. She'll just take on some fluids. Obviously, she did have a slight issue last time round, but this time she's not running as much because she's hitting boundaries. And 61 for 1, it's certainly on course to register the biggest score in this series on Malta.
Yeah, 80 is their biggest score so far. It wasn't a winning score on that occasion, but certainly they'll have to get a score that they think they can defend, and it's good work out here by Sweta. She's getting a sweat on. Anupama at the other end. She's just sticking at it. She's past 100 runs then for the series, so congratulations on that little milestone, given that she's had to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the batting lineup for Malta. She's performed very well. That one just gets knocked around the corner by Sweta. It's Marana who's come back on for her 2nd over here. We're into the 7th over. That expected score, it has Malta going up to almost 100. I think that's dependent on how many extras that Croatia bowl. Yeah, it looks like Anupama doesn't have a helmet strapped up, unless she's got such a small chin that pulled all the way through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought I noticed that actually from both the batters, that I'm not sure whether those straps are done up or not. And, certainly, I'm thinking if you're the umpires out there and you notice that, you would mention it. You'd want the lid to be on properly. But it could be just that there's a bit long. That's played out again. So they're playing those shots a fair bit. Would you be, I mean, I'm having a look at this field here. I know that Croatia normally been very good with the field, but I don't think there's been a lot of work to be done by the 2 fielders that are there on the offside. One sweeping, one at that point area. I'd be quite inclined to get one more across that side, maybe just behind square, and just have somebody a little bit tighter, because it's the areas where the shot's been played, and that one, yeah, that one would have then been a catching chance as well. So Croatia themselves, I know that maybe Lydia, because where she is on the boundary, she probably doesn't see that perhaps on the offside, but we certainly can see it. There's not been really, I think there was just one boundary that was played on the offside. That was a nice shot a little bit earlier on, but other than that, hasn't been too many.
Yeah, it's maybe another learning point here for Croatia. in the fielding that, yes, you can have 5 fielders outside the ring, doesn't necessarily mean you need to have 5 fielders outside the ring. And I don't think the Malta batters out there in the middle are batting at such a rate and with such 360 shots that you necessarily need 5 fielders out. I think you could probably bring both in, as you said, on the offside. I think you could probably bring Long on in, to be honest, and then just have the 2 sweepers out, maybe one at backward square, maybe one at mid-wicket, and have everyone else packing the infield so that you don't give them a single easy run. At the moment, it's a bit too easy for them to knock it into the leg side. That's a good hit there, but still, if you had a square leg in, maybe she should get a palm on that, she could catch it. As it is, it feels like they've learned how to set the field, and they've said, okay, we're at the power play, let's send 5 out. But they haven't thought of, okay, well, how do we adapt the field to the batters that we're facing? Yeah,
so I think as we have a look at our 2025 calendar, of course, moving along quite swiftly. Jersey starts tomorrow, looking forward to that. Sweden Landskrona, that's where you're going to be next, at that beautiful city of Landskrona. And the blue pitch, I'll be interested to see if it still is blue. And I'll be next in Estonia, and then from there I'll go to Romania. So plenty of cricket still to come. And as Tina said, that's hit really well. That's not going to be stopped. Once that gets past the infield, that's a cracking shot. Well struck, a good hit. And Nupama Rumishan, we know that she's a quality player. And that's really well struck. She just gets in a really good position and gets the bat all the way through that.
It kind of even proves our point, though, Rico. They have the 2 fielders out there on the offside, but if she hits it straight through the covers with so much force, it doesn't matter where they are. You're better off having a few in the covers as that one's nicked away. It would have been another one of those spectacular grabs. We saw one from Jessica in the previous game. That time, silly Sebastian just couldn't get her hands up quickly enough. If it's hit firmly through the covers, it's gone for 4. It doesn't matter if you have your boundary riders out or not. If you have them in the covers in the field, they could maybe get a palm on it. They could just intimidate the batter a bit, because suddenly you look up and you have 4 fielders in front of you.
Well, Sweta hasn't hit anything on the offside yet. So she's going to be, again, if there's a chance playing these on the leg side, just here, that's a shot. And, all right, she's hit this one a little bit fine. I think you're always getting a run there. But most of the ones she's hit has gone to a lot wider. So you could have, all right, you can't have 3 behind square, but you can certainly have 2 there. And I certainly would be thinking you'd have 1 really close and 1 back in that fielder up. That's how I would do it. You could even say, have 1 in close and 1 on the boundary. So you're stopping the single, and if it's hit better, you're stopping the boundary.
It's well bowled, though, and that's the exact shot again comes out from Anupama. This time it is stopped. It isn't quite hit off the middle of the bat, and it's Ines out there doing the fielding. And it's a nice little over this. It's actually well bowled as well from Anita. After that first ball that went to the boundary, she's just given away a few singles here, but Malta are certainly looking like they will notch their highest score of the series so far. Remember, they've batted first in 3 of the 4 games. It was only in that game number 4 that Croatia set the target. And in those games so far, Malta put on 80, 65 and 78, and they're on 76 here with still a couple of overs to go. You'd imagine Croatia probably turn back to their frontline bowlers for the final 2. Lydia's still got 1 left. She went for 6 in her first over, and Pavla went for just the 1 run in her over. They've both got an over left. You'd imagine they would probably bowl 9 and 10. But of course, Croatia seem to be trying out a few things here as that one rolls past the fielder in the ring on the leg side, but still only go for 1 run. I suppose that's the benefit of already having the series wrapped up. Yes, of course, you want to win every game, but I think Croatia are recognising that actually in this situation it's probably more important to give some players a go who will have to feature in the T20s and not only T20s and not only feature, but possibly also have to bowl. So it's good for them to have an experience of being out there in the middle in what is still a pressure situation, but not quite as high pressure as when it's ICC game. There's ranking points up for grabs, and there it's okay, well, we're starting from square 1 again. The series is wrapped up and there's a new series. And they need to see who is able to perform under that pressure. At the moment, Anita, having started off so brilliantly, she just needs to get out of this over now. Just the 1 ball left. Yeah, that will be a no ball.
I just suspect all of a sudden she doesn't need to do. Maybe she's not aware of it. She's just trying to bowl just a little bit quicker. Go back to maybe not to try and bowl so fast. That's better. And it's well struck though as well. And oh, that would have been a great catch. That's the captain Lydia out there. If she held on to that, now she's quite excited with the prospect of a run out. Ooh, pretty close. I think Sweater does get in. The fielder, the bowler there, Anita doesn't have the ball in hand, but how about this? That would have been an awesome catch. We saw Sweater was out there batting, take a great one there yesterday, but on this occasion, that she's the batter, and she gets a little bit lucky.
Here's the end of the over, 14 coming off it, and Malta have now posted their best score as they ran a 2 on that one. They get to 82 for 1, still 2 overs left, so they're right on that run rate to actually get over 100. You imagine though, with the bowling, certainly of Pavla to come, who's bowling the 9th, and probably Lydia to bowl the 10th, Croatia will try to reel that in and see if they can keep Malta under possibly 90, 95 maybe.
Expected 100, but we do know that you've got some good bowlers to come back now, so it's not going to be as easy. And that's in the air, fingertips. Almost goes into the hands, fingertips this time from the fielder. And it's a good effort. She had a couple of chances here. It's hit well, but just in and out. And that's Ilonka almost gets the catch. Just a bit of cloud come over now. It's kind of been quite a hazy day, but at the same time, it's been pretty nice as well because it's been a little bit fresher, a little bit cooler. We have at times had a nice breeze. I saw there that Sweater signaling to her players, give me some more water, another drink, but I think she needs to check with the umpire first. And the umpires might say, well, if you really, really need one, they're not going to say no, but if you really need one, they don't mind. Just have a look at Sweater here as well. I wonder if we can see let's see what she does in this delivery, but she's got to be careful. She's not looking at the bowler and just ends up walking out of a crease. Let's see if we can see here from what she does here. See, she's looking now, but before the ball, look, she just starts going, and she's got to be a little bit careful. It's good that she's backing up. She knows that she does struggle sometimes to generate this pace to beat the fielders sometimes, so she needs a bit of a head start, but just got to be careful. What I'd like to see is a technique. Keep your bat in and walk out and then lift the bat. See the way she's going there? I mean, if you see that one again, maybe, I wonder if we can now. So it's a single that gets taken. Let's just see this ball again and just have a look at the backing up here of Sweater. Look, here she is. Look, she's already gone. And I think that's an opportunity again for the teams, and in this case for Malta, to look back at that and just say to Sweater, right, okay, let's talk about this. Let's practice this. This is the way to do it.
3 balls left of the 9th, still 3 balls left as that one's just the wrong side of the wide line. Yeah, we commented on Helen's backing up, didn't we, in that previous game? She was in the crease when the ball was delivered, but by the time the ball had landed at the other end, she was pretty much chasing the ball. That was worth maybe a half appeal from Croatia. I only really saw it from this side on angle. Let's have a look. Oh, probably just going down leg side. You could just about see the base of leg stump there. Certainly in the men's game, they would have all gone up screaming, but a polite possible appeal there, and looks like we have another retirement. I think this is less about Sweater's pace of play because she's going very well, 21 off 25 and more. She's just struggling again a bit with her fitness, and I know it's been a long few days. So she will walk off the pitch. She can walk off with her head held high. Or was she given LBW there?
Well, maybe
she was given LBW. Sorry, Rico.
I don't think she was. Well, the scorers will know best.
Yeah.
I know it's come up on our thing, LBW. I thought, well, if it was, I don't think that was a good decision, if I'm honest. But, well, she can have a drink now, put it that way. As another batter comes out, and that will be a wide. This is Sanjana, who's in the side.
Yeah, strange one. Either way, she was struggling, so it's probably not the worst idea just to get someone in who can maybe run. There's only the 8 balls left, but we'll clarify that one. Certainly was one where I thought, okay, they're going to go up for this one, because if you're sweeping and the ball's pretty much coming straight, it's always one that the fielding side are interested in. There was a very quiet appeal. It's hard with the girls out there to really know if they're appealing. We obviously don't hear everything at normal volume because of our headsets. There was certainly the question asked, and it seemed like, unless we'll get a correction here, that it was given out LBW. As you said, Rico, looked like it was going down leg side. You could see the leg stump. We didn't see the finger go up, but again, maybe the umpire, in response to the quietest appeal, also gave just the quietest of little...
Well, we looked at it again, because I know that you're saying I'd like to look, and I saw it live, and I saw that ball moving away. And then we got the replay, thanks to Two Circles and Elsa, and that ball definitely did pitch and then move like it was going to miss leg stick. But and the next thing we know is that we saw the batter going, and I thought that maybe Sweta, they're just saying, look, we can give her a bit of a break, get somebody else in.
It was the final couple of balls of that 9th over. At 89, the score has moved on to that Pavla over. Still a good one from her. Her first over went for just the 1. Second over, as far as we now know, she's picked up the wicket. Went for 7 runs. What's all going on here? They just change ends. I'm trying to catch up here, Rico. That was a dot ball. It's the start of the 10th. Lydia, the captain, is bowling it as we suspected. That's a brilliant in-swing delivery. It's met there by Sanjana, and there's a good run through, actually, to get Anupama back on strike. She's the key batter now, and Sanjana does her job perfectly, getting Anupama back on strike.
Yeah, I think that's what Anupama ran up there and said. We saw her running back. I think she ran up there and said, hey, this is what you got to do. It's the last over. I'm going to try and get on strike, see if I can get to 100. That would be great if Malta could bring the 100 up here. They've got 4 balls to try and do it. Let's hit down the ground. I wonder if they will take on the fielder here. I don't think so. It's we know Croatia, they attacked the ball, so got there pretty early. That's well done, well chased. So we're hoping that Sanjana can do the same here, Anupama, and get a single.
Can confirm it was given out LBW then. So it's the quietest of outs. So that one's just been over bowled there, and it will be a no ball. It was dipping, but just dipped a little too late. Sanjana came down the pitch. Probably would have been a no ball even if she stayed where she was.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they keep coming down the pitch, Rico. I don't really know what they're trying to achieve, unless they just have in their minds, okay, I have to attack, and to attack I come down the pitch. But I think it's making it harder for them. If that one, she stayed in the crease there, Sanjana, she would have been able to hit it probably waist height instead of up towards her shoulders. And she's not the tallest either. It just makes it a bit more difficult. If she stayed back there, I think that would have been an easier swing. But I think
getting excited, seeing the ball coming up high, getting excited, and adrenaline kicks in. You think, yeah, I'm going to come down and hit this hard. And then you make it a harder shot to play. That's a great shot. Oh, wow. That is your 1xBet shot of the day. There's no doubt about it. And Anupama, what a shot this is. That is straight out of the textbook. And before I could even say something, one of the spectators said shot. That was an absolute sizzler. What a hit.
Crunched it through the covers. It flew like a bullet off the bat there. And it takes Malta just 3 away from the 100 final ball. Can they get to the magical figure? Well, they're going to go for 1. Probably don't even consider the 2, actually, because Seema has the ball in hand. But it's a good performance from Malta. They get to 98, and again, it's that woman there, Anupama, who gets the majority of the runs, 25 in all. So that golden duck she suffered in game 4 was just a bit of a blot on her otherwise immaculate copybook. She again remains not out, 26 off 21. Sweta, who was given out late LBW in the piece, she also contributed 21 as we take a look at the highlights, and it was a really positive innings actually from Malta. Ravi on Protect the Chicken Day is enjoying what he's seeing, and I think the Malta dugout, we could hear them clapping and cheering. They were enjoying the action out in the middle. It was a nice little opening partnership from Jessica and Sweta. It was worth 28. In the end, they decided to retire Jessica out. That brought Anupama to the crease, and she just kept on delivering big hits. And Sweta, she, in the end, thought, well, I thought she was retired out. She was given out LBW. It was a bit of a strange decision, and we were just catching up with what happened as Sanjana came in, and she did her part as she got Anupama back on strike. And Anupama duly obliged with that crunching 4 through the covers in the final over to boost Malta to the highest score of this ECI-W so far, 98 runs on the board. Of course, extras were a bit of a killer there for Croatia. It's not a big surprise though, as they shared around the bowling. They allowed bowlers who haven't yet had an attempt yet in this series to have a go. So Helena, Ilonka and Anita, I think they were all had their first or maybe second attempts. Pavla, she is absolutely a star for Croatia. Her 2 overs went for just 8 runs, and she also picked up that wicket, that LBW, in the penultimate over. But it's very much game on here for Malta. They have the runs on the board, 98 of them, and Croatia then will need 99 runs to win. Of course, they've already secured the series, and we'll see them lift the trophy probably at the end of this game, actually. So stick around for that one. If we can pull over the captain Lydia quickly enough after the end of the game, then you'll also have a glimpse of those beautiful trophies. And of course, we will be giving out the MVP trophy. There's still a few contenders there, and maybe one of the Croatia batters, they can bat themselves into contention by chasing down those 99 runs needed. So joining us again in about 5 minutes time for the run chase. We're into the penultimate match of the day. Remember, the men will be returning in match 5 this evening. But for now, grab yourselves a little something to drink, a little refreshment, and join me and Rico back in the commentary cage in a few moments.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Master Sports Ground, where we're into the final innings of the ECI-Ws between Malta and Croatia. And Malta have given themselves every chance of securing their second win of the series. Of course, it will only be a consolation win. Croatia have already claimed the crown, but certainly Malta will want to finish the series with a bang. They already finished it with a bang with the bat. 98 runs on the board, the highest score we've seen so far in this series. So for Croatia, well, really the bonus point is a bit academic here. They'll just want to get the win. If they do want to get the big 4-0 win, they'll have to chase down 98 in 7 overs. As for Malta, if they want to finish on a real high, they'll have to restrict the Croatians to 68 runs or less. But you imagine here, it's all about just getting the win, which Croatia have already 3 of in the series. Remember, they won the first 2 games comprehensively, the first by 9 wickets, the second by 10 wickets. But Malta came roaring back yesterday evening. They won that game by 8 runs. 8 runs sounds tight, but in reality, Malta were always ahead in that game. But Croatia sealed the deal and sealed the trophy in game number 4 this morning, beating Malta again pretty comprehensively by 32 runs. On that occasion, Croatia put 80 runs on the board. They're going to have to put a few more on the board here in the chase. It's 99 at the target for victory. As Nikita, the regular opener for Malta, gets us underway. That's hit nicely down the ground by the captain of Croatia, Lydia. She's a familiar sight at the top of the batting order, but she's been joined by someone we haven't seen bat, which is Sanya. Usually Helen is out there opening with the captain. She opened in the first 2 games. The next 2 games, Pavla was the one that joined Lydia out there in the middle. This time Sanya's got a chance, and she might be run out here, but it's not taken cleanly by Nikita. A clean catch, and Nikita would have had the chance to whip off the bails there for what would have been a pretty easy run out. Lydia called Sanya through quickly there, but was just a bit slow to react there. Sanya does get herself off the mark. An immediate change in the field here by Malta. We've seen this a few times following a misfield. There wasn't a misfield on that occasion. It was a good throw in, but they're just tweaking their field here. You can see the captain, Jessica, marshalling her troops from behind the stumps. Someone just drifts down the leg side. There's an appeal. There was a tight LBW call in the first game. That certainly wasn't. Almost rolled onto the stumps though, the ball. That's Lydia, the captain. She's performed really well this series, hasn't she, with both bat and ball. She hits that one firmly away. The chase is on there and the ball wins. I assume that's Sweeter out there. It is, in fact, the number 83 on that occasion. Doesn't quite get her feet down quickly enough. No, Sweeter has been struggling a bit with her fitness and just feeling a bit exhausted after her exertions today and yesterday. Remember, it doesn't stop here for these 2 sides as they come back to play 2 T20s tomorrow. It's quite a grueling schedule for them. That one's hit away nicely into the covers. There's 2 fielders out there. It's a good stop there, and it's good teamwork as the throw is then launched in by Sanjana after Tanuja did the initial fielding there. So while the men have the day off tomorrow, the women will be back here bright and early in the morning. 9 o'clock is the start of the first 2020. So mark your diaries as well. It's a half an hour earlier start than the T10s. That one's hit nicely into the leg side, but boundary there, rider there, Sweeter will stop any further damage. So the first T20 starts at 9 AM tomorrow morning and the second one at 1 PM. So again, it will be a long day for both of these sides. As they get to the end of the first over, Croatia almost on the run rate. They need to go pretty much at 10s per over. 9 picked up off that Yadav first over. 28 matches since a golden ball. And well, we're coming to almost our last chance saloon. It's either this game or the game tomorrow if we want to keep up the golden run in Malta. Otherwise, of course, the rules change when we go to 2020. We could have a super over, of course, but the golden ball will be off the table. Maybe we can channel some GB energy either for this one or for the men's game, which is coming up in just about an hour's time. That one will be a no ball as it just burns the edge of the pitch there. Susan George comes on for her first over, the second of the game. But in that men's series, Estonia have to regroup quickly if they want to give us some golden ball action, as there's an appeal here for a stumping. Lydia comes down the pitch. It was unfortunate that she didn't get bowled out initially. It was a great delivery from Susan. It just bounced over the pitch, over the stumps. Good collect there by Jessica. My instinct is that the bat gets down, but nope, my instinct is wrong, as Lydia will have to depart. It's a nice bit of keeping there from Jessica. She gives herself actually a lot to do because she's not standing up right to the stumps, but she does in fact get to throw the ball in quickly enough, and it's captain to captain, and the Malta captain, well, I would say would come out on top here, but that must be a run out surely, unless the umpire gave it not out on field. But I mean, that seems like a big enough error that a match official might intervene on that one. And unless, I mean, folks, get involved in the chat, unless you're seeing something that we're not. But the bat is in the air. The bat's not even over the line, even if it wasn't in the air. Was that given? It must have been given out, not out on the field. It must have not even been referred by the umpire, which is, well, it's not going to matter in the end, because just 2 balls later, Susan George does get her wicket. The cricket gods adjust as Susan does pick up her wicket. And it's a great delivery. That was almost what she was trying to do on the run out that wasn't given a run out, or stumping that wasn't given a stumping. This time the ball didn't bounce over the stumps. It bounced straight into the middle and the top of off stump, and smiles all round. And a bit of parity is restored. And in fact, it's Sanya though, isn't it? It's not the captain. And the reason is, and well, I'll put it down to being late in the day. Apparently it was a no ball, so that was a free hit, and I suppose she wasn't going for the run, she was going for a stump. She was stumped rather than run out. So I take it all back. Great call, umpire. I never had any doubt. I suppose she wasn't going for the run, was she? She kind of danced down the pitch. I must have, well, the no ball was of course because Susan burned the edge of the pitch. Well, that's woken me up. The umpires are the ones that are fully alert in the middle. A good decision on that occasion. But it was good that Susan got the wicket anyway, because she's been bowling well here. That one's a no ball, so this is a free hit. I'm paying attention, everyone. That one gets dropped into the leg side for a single. It's a good over so far from Susan. Despite those 2 no balls, only gone for 4 runs. I'll make that 5 as Lydia, who, well, I thought she was going to be out. She missed the free hit on that occasion, and then just a couple of deliveries later, it was her fellow opener, Sanya, who had to depart. Susan here just making sure she's got everything lined up, because when she gets it right, it's very dangerous, like on that delivery right there, and it's a brilliant end to that over for her. 5 runs come off it, and that all-important wicket as well. So at the end of the second, Croatia 14 for 1, so much better over there from Malta. Croatia just have to bear in mind that every over that goes for less than 10 is a tick in the box for Malta. Joining me to talk through the rest of this and nudge me if there's any free hits is Rico. How are you doing? Did you notice that free hit?
I honestly, when I sat down, I didn't know it was a free hit. I just saw the run out of the replay, and I'm thinking that's got to be out. But yeah, that explains it. So technically, wasn't going for a run, even though she was a long way out. Was trying to get back in the crease. So, of course, the umpires do get that right. And I was listening to you, your lovely voice, and I was listening to the birds just chirping in the background as well. International Dawn Chorus Day. It's all about listening to the birds as they just sing along the sound of music. And I'll tell you who else is singing along quite nicely is the Croatian team, and their teammates are cheering their batters on. And Malta, I like to see that they're up for this fight as well. This is really it's going to be a good finish to this series between Malta and Croatia, and it's been very enjoyable, entertaining. I know that we've enjoyed it, and a lot of our chatters as well. And I want to say a big thank you to the chat as well. You've been very supportive for all the players here, not just the women but the men as well. And that's all we encourage. Just enjoy the cricket and enjoy supporting new players that are learning the game and new teams, and then also enjoy watching some of the more senior and experienced players. It's been a good day. It's been a good Sunday.
It's been a good Sunday, and there's still some action to come. 1.5 games to bring you. Ilonka has come to the crease to join the captain after Sanya departed in that previous over. Hits that one down the ground for a single. She's got a towel in and kind of the right side of her trousers, and it's flapping about a bit. And I mean, I know if I were batting with a towel, that would annoy me no end. But whatever she's comfortable with. Vinny just popping up in the chat as well. Hi, Vinny. He's just getting on a plane from London to Jersey, saying let's not get into what planes almost got missed. Well, I feel like Jersey is a little cursed island when it comes to planes, because when the German national team were flying out there for the World Cup qualifiers on the windiest week of Earth, I flew in from England, so I was fine. I got in, I think, the day before. And the German national team, they flew into Heathrow, so I think Frankfurt or wherever, to Heathrow, and then they were going to fly from Heathrow to Jersey, because there's not too many places to go to Jersey from. I think Vinny just wrote that he's coming from Heathrow. And it was on one of those days where suddenly the whole, I can't remember if it was Heathrow or BA or both, the whole systems completely went down.
Oh, yeah.
They'd already checked in their bags, and a lot of them had to check in their hand luggage as well, which meant they were just there with the clothes on their back. All the flights got cancelled. They had to be sent to a hotel. They couldn't retrieve their bags because the bags had already been checked in. So they just had what they had on them. And then they didn't get there until, I think, the next day, which was still luckily the day before the qualifier. So Nikita comes back for her second over and starts with an absolute seed. And then they came the next day. It was fine. They still get there in time for the games, but their bags did not. So we went into World Cup qualifiers with our bags somewhere over the channel, and not only did they get there, but they had to take a train, I think they were staying somewhere near London, down to Portsmouth, and got a ferry from Portsmouth to Jersey.
Oh, no way.
All the while I was just sitting there with a guilty conscience, because I just had a lovely direct flight from Birmingham to Jersey, and they were then going by rail and sea to get there to Jersey, and then their bags didn't arrive, so they had to raid, I think, the local Matalan or Sports Direct, because the bags didn't arrive even in time for the qualifiers. So we didn't use that as an excuse as we battled on, and this would have been a great catch there. It burst through the hands of Svetlana, and it's going to roll away to the boundary, and that's a much needed boundary for Croatia. It takes them into the 20s. I think it is, in fact, the second boundary that they've scored. And it comes off the bat of the captain, Lydia. So we ended up starting our qualifiers with buying clothes and equipment from Sports Direct. There was about 3 people who were already there. They were all left-handers, so they couldn't even share the gloves.
That's what I was going to say. What did you do with, you know, things like keeper's gloves, pads, gloves and all of those things? That's just it's a nightmare, isn't it? And there's nothing worse than getting there and then talking to the opposition players or whatever, say, can we borrow this? Can we? Well, yeah, that's got to be. Remember I was saying to you yesterday about, you know, any nightmares that you have about playing the game.
Yep.
That would be a big one, wouldn't it? Going somewhere and all of your stuff just not turning up.
And it was down to, I don't want to get too into detail, stuff like underwear, sports bras. People didn't have any clothes but the clothes that they were wearing to the airport. Yeah. And equipment is one thing. You can at least field if you just have some shoes on. Yeah. But they didn't have any cricket spikes. They had to go and play in trainers. And we still managed to win our first couple of games. But it was, yeah, I don't think any of the Germans want to return to Jersey anytime soon, despite it being a lovely place. And I'm sure everyone who's going to that series next year is looking forward to that one. There was an appeal on that occasion. I think the batter there, Ilonka, just managed to stab her bat down in time. She's just getting a few words of advice there from her captain, Lydia, who of course has spent a lot of time out there in the middle. Monty in the chat making the very astute observation that she's got a really nice balanced stance, doesn't she? She's dead still at the crease. She doesn't do anything until the ball has arrived, and that's good to see with a relatively new player to cricket as well, because it's easy to kind of be jumpy early on, to not know what you're doing, to be nervous when the ball is coming, but she looks like she's not got a care in the world. She's just calmly waiting and watching, and it's certainly a batting stance that served her well so far. She drills this one down the ground. It'll be a tough stop there for Tanuja. She does half the work, and her teammate Anupama does the rest, and that's something Malta have done increasingly well through the week as well. They've started realising that something that has worked so well for Croatia is hunting in packs, always going to the ball in 2s and 3s, so that if it goes through the first one, or that she just gets a half hand to it, the second player is there to mop it up. As we get to the end of the 4th, Croatia 26 for 1. So they just need to start ratcheting up that run rate. They can't wait for Malta to make a mistake here, because we saw in that game yesterday evening that Malta have the ability to ball really tight lines and not give Croatia anything to work with.
Yeah, it's been really, really good effort. And one thing, just to touch on what you were saying there, one thing I've noticed that Malta have done much better here as well is the way they've set the field, depending on who's batting. So here now to Lydia, you'll notice that they haven't got that mid-wicket in close. They got most bodies back, just had too many back there actually, so they had to get one to come back into the circle. But it's been better from them. They have been working on it, they've been learning. I wonder if this bat on this, I don't think it was an appeal here. I think that umpire Malhotra now signalling that it was. But Keane, she knows she's got to get on with it. Here it is again, here goes right across, and just a little bit of bat, says the umpire.
It's Anupama who's come on to bowl here. She's always one that has an important 2 overs. That one flies through to the keeper. Jessica's been impressive behind the stumps, hasn't she? That amazing catch in the previous game as well.
Yeah, she had that a couple of moments yesterday, didn't she? There was one that was a run-out chance where she didn't get the ball in her gloves, and but today, yeah, she's come out on fire today. She really has, and there she's again just safe. You know, it's good bowling also, as you'd expect there from Anupama Ramishan. So good work. Yeah, well, Vinny, if you're still with us, get ready for a rocky ride, because it'll be quite windy and be an interesting touchdown there in Jersey.
One's hit away up in the air. It's well fielded. Good hands there by Susan George. Yeah, it's not the nicest airport to land in. I've heard the worst one in Europe is Madeira, because that's a really short runway and it's a really steep kind of crash landing. Yeah. And that's one of the places in Europe where they often have to do fly around. You see those ones where the planes come in and at the last minute they go back up. That one, last minute, was stabbed down on by Lydia. It's another good delivery. Have you had any rocky landings on your travels?
The worst one that I had was pretty recently. Is when we landed in to Malaga when we were doing the Gibraltar night series, and then also when we took off again from Malaga. So we actually the flights were from Malaga, so we would drive from Jib to Malaga, but it was so windy at that time.
Yeah.
Gale force winds, and yeah, both the landing and the takeoff was terrible. Now just I know we can't see that on your screens, but we're just seeing that it looks like there has been a retirement here. New batter, I think Leonica wasn't getting too much bat on board. She was trying hard, but she'd faced, I think, 9 deliveries for 3 runs, and I feel that she's going to be retired out here. And of course on your screens is where we are, so remember tomorrow is going to be the T20Is, just the women playing 2 matches. So Anita comes out as, Ilonka does get retired out for 3 of 9.
I think it's a good move. Again, it's nothing against the batter. It's also a case of giving other batters a go, with one eye now on the T20s, which are of course just around the corner. That one's hit just around the corner, and it's a nice hit down to the 45, and there's no stopping that one. As Lydia, the captain, she keeps rattling along nicely. She's been joined in the middle by Anita, and that's a textbook shot that she's played very well this week.
Yeah, good shot played, and just a little bit short from Tanuja. But Tanuja, she's really impressed me when I saw her play the first match. She was really struggling to get the ball on the pitch. She bowled a lot of extras, but the last match that she played in, she really impressed with her 2 overs. So even though that one gets hit for 4, I expect her to come back well. So asking the question, and not out.
It's always worth asking the question there. On that occasion, the umpire says no. Tanuja here's coming to bowl the 6th over.
And in the same area, but they do put the fielder finer. Good work, good stop. And it's just a gentle throw back. One thing that also Malta, I think I've learnt here, and I've seen that from them, is they're not panicking when they're getting the ball back. They're not just throwing the ball hard. They're realising it's just a single. So let's just get the ball back nice and easy. Oh, here comes Tanuja once again, and should field it herself. She does, gets down, good fielding, nicely done, dot ball. So this is also going to be pretty key from here on in, isn't it, Tina? Every time Lydia's not on strike, the chances of the boundaries sort of disintegrate maybe, and that's where Malta get themselves back on top. Now that's going to be a no ball because it completely misses the pitch, but just tries to go a little bit quicker here this time, Tanuja. I think she's probably better off just trying to keep that nice, good straight line and length, especially to the newer batter.
It's interesting that Tanuja is bowling now, and she's the 4th bowler used for Malta. They're going to have to find a 5th bowler from somewhere. It seems to be that they're going quite top heavy and just hoping that by the time the 5th bowler comes on, maybe they have enough runs to play with, that the pressure's not on having to bowl 2 good overs, because we've seen from both sides actually, it was, well, for the first time in the first innings, Croatia did experiment a bit with their bowlers. That's probably why Malta, or some of the reason why Malta got the score up to 98, but it feels like Malta here are going to go strong throughout. It's just a question about who's going to bowl the 5th overs and who's going to bowl 2 overs.
Yeah, now this rate is going up a fair bit here now, so I mean, even with Lydia out there, I just get the feeling that this is now Malta's to lose. I think they've got this, and they finished the day on a high yesterday when they won that 3rd match. That probably would have been a wide, but bat on ball, they'll take the single, which again worked perfectly well for Malta, because it means that it's the end of the over and Anita will go back on strike. So Malta, they're going to finish on a high again as well here, and I think most people that are watching as well will agree that the improvement, not just from them but from both teams in the matches that we've seen in all 5 matches, has been tremendous. And let's just hope that I know that Croatia, they've got a really good program set aside for the women's for women's cricket. They'll continue to keep playing, but let's hope Malta keep doing the same again, because they are going to improve immensely, hopefully by the next time we see them as well. And that's not saying that they're bad now.
No, but it's always with these sides that are still early on in their careers that every performance they put in, they learn so much. When you become an experienced player, the improvements you can make are quite marginal, but when you're still early on, every single game is just a huge improvement. If you just look at it in percentage wise, if you've played 100, 1,000 games, what you can learn from one game is pretty minimal. But if you've played 5 games your whole life and you play your 6th, you're suddenly playing a huge percentage of the cricket that you've ever experienced. And there's huge experiences, huge learnings for all the players. And we've already seen the improvement from yesterday to today. And it's good to see Sanjana's get given a bowl here. She did bowl in the previous game. You'd say is the 5th bowler that Malta will be employing here. They'll be hoping that she can get through 2 overs, because a solid over here from Sanjana, and you'd certainly say the win is in the bag for Malta. And that's the danger though, isn't it? That's the no ball. Doesn't get hold of it on this occasion, does Anita, but she's got the chance for the free hit. Oh, it actually goes onto the stumps. If it was straight, certainly the loop on that delivery means it was a no ball by the time it passed the batter.
Yeah, Sanjana. I like a little action. She's got good action. And yeah, that's good. And you know, in most places that they'll play on artificials, if she gets the consistency right, she's always going to be so difficult to get away, because gets good bounce, she gives it plenty of flight, and when that ball bounces, I mean, look at the bounce on it. And all right, that time that's well played. Will get back onto ball before the ball does bounce, but if you allow it to bounce, it's very difficult to play. So good comeback here by Sanjana, and I like her. Just like the whole shape of her, the way she starts. She's got a good technique. She knows what she's doing. Just watch here, the way she's ready. She checks, gets ready to go. Yeah, good rhythm.
When she gets it right, as with a lot of these bowlers, it's very dangerous. That one just gets played away. But Croatia here need almost 3 runs per ball. So it's certainly slipping away from them here, and they're almost relying on Malta to make mistakes. And at the moment, Malta aren't blinking.
Yeah, definitely not. Here's flighted up again. It's well played, well met. So Anita, she certainly gets that on ball. Oh, good bit of backing up. Good bit of backing up. But isn't that been the story, though, folks, of what we've seen in the last couple of days, especially from the women? Just the smiles. And I've said this before when I've seen the women playing. That's what makes it for me. They're out there and they're enjoying themselves. They're smiling. Of course, when I saw them yesterday, waiting to get on the team bus to get to the ground, big, huge smiles. And I said, nice to be in the sunshine. They said, we'll love it. And they've enjoyed themselves thoroughly. And they're certainly going to have a good time tonight. Not too good, because remember, they are back on tomorrow. I think there's an edge on here. So she's a little bit unlucky. I did say this, when she gets that ball to bounce, she's always going to get some reward. Look at this, gets the edge, and that almost goes into the glove. So Jessica, it's very good over. When you consider how it started with the wide and the no ball, after that's gone, dot, single, 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 and one of those was an edge. Well bowled by Sanjana. Keep it up, and I think in a short period of time, we're going to see a lot more of her. We're not going to see a lot more of, I think that's Anita, because I think it's her time maybe to be retired out here now. So they certainly are making some changes. Talk about changes. Rupan comes in for Estonia, and Richard Parkin comes back. And for Malta, it's Nias Mohammed that comes into the side. So, in fact, it wasn't Anita. It was actually the captain, Lydia, that unselfishly retired herself out at a run of ball 26. So that just tells you just what Croatia are thinking here. They know they've won the series, and Tina, now it's all about giving all the others an opportunity.
Absolutely, and it's good to see Pavla get another opportunity, because I think she has been one of the stars for Croatia. She can hit a ball hard. She's got the chance here to get a few more runs and certainly put her name in the hat for MVP. Swings and misses on that occasion. It's a good delivery though from Tambi. And in fact then Malta will use the 6 bowlers as well, which is good to see. It's an important part of the game as well for them, in terms of having the last opportunity to give bowlers a turn before, of course, the 2020s. And that's the kind of hitting that we're used to seeing now from Pavla. Misses out on the first occasion, but the second time She swipes across that one right off the middle of the bat and all the way for 4. So it's a nice little start here for Pavla. You'd say pretty much the game's gone. But it's a good opportunity for her to play some lower pressure cricket with nothing on the line, really. And she'll come back tomorrow and, well, have a go at the longer format. Twice as long, of course, 2020. Here we call it the longer format. Everyone else calls it the shorter format.
That's played nicely. 1 bounce and fielded well. So, yeah, it's not liking this at the moment. And I'm just very impressed the way that all the bowlers have just managed to sort out their lines. Remember when we were talking yesterday and I was saying that, you know, we're at the point where maybe three balls in an over are good deliveries and 3 are not so good. So by that I meant maybe they were too wide or too high. Well, that percentages have changed and changed a lot for the better.
This is a nice little over here from Tambi. Pavla's got a chance here again. And then Anita, she's been sticking around for a while. She came in at 4, 5 off 10 so far. It would be such a great thrill for her if she's able to get a boundary that time. Just the old French cut. Just avoids actually playing onto her stumps. So that's the end of the 8th. Croatia still 1 shy of that 50 mark, 49 for 3. It's just the 2 overs left now, and even the bonus point seems like a far cry. And well, there's the next retirement. You can see absolutely what Croatia want to do, and that's give everyone a little taste of the cricket out there in the middle before they are playing for ranking points tomorrow in the T20Is. And it's Anita who's retired out on this occasion. That brings Ines to the crease, which I think is the right move for the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I think so. And I like that. I like what Croatia have done here. I think they've had this. They decided to do this from the word go. And look, the other thing is worth, but I don't want to take anything away from Malta's victory here. But don't forget that in the field, Croatia tried a lot of different players. They made a lot of changes. That was reflected also in the number of extras. I think it was the only game that a lot of extras were given away as well. I think probably around about 28 to 30. So you have to take that into consideration as well. So I think they went into this match with that thought in their mind, saying, we won the series. Come on, get out to the other end, says the batter Ines. I like that. But I think you've got to take that in consideration. So they've gone into the match giving others a chance, and they've put priority on that more than winning it. So fair play to Croatia, but again, don't want to take anything away from Malta. It gets played, and again this time they'll just take the single. Hello to Ian Samalan, who's in the chat there, and talking to Wayne and Thomas Martinez as well. And I think a few people saying safe travels to Vinny. Yeah, let's see if that goes well. And yeah, Nupama Ramishan, I think her name also certainly will be mentioned as a possible MVP. She's played very well. And I think it's very important, Tina, isn't it, when we talk about MVPs? Because some people would quite always say, well, just have a look at the fantasy points,
yeah,
which you can do. But I always think that it doesn't always tell you the story, because sometimes that player could be somebody who's pretty selfish. Sometimes that player could be somebody who's an all-rounder, so always is going to have more points. And it doesn't necessarily show how important they were to their team, whether that team won or lost, but how important they were to that team. Because sometimes, and maybe with the MVP for the European Cricket Series here, the spring edition, it was we went with Jagat Pune in the end, and
yep,
that was just the main reason for that, was that he may have not had the best day of final stage. We see another retired out. Well, we could set a record here for a number of players being retired out, by the way. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, so he got it because without him, Southern Crusaders would not have got where they got to. So a lot of things to think about here when they talk about the MVP.
Yeah, there's a few different types of MVP, aren't there? There's MVPs where pretty much a player carries a whole team in the nicest possible sense. They're just a standout performer. But there's also MVPs where it's a team player. And even if you think about someone like Helen, she won't get many direct points, but she throws herself out in the covers. In fact, she'll get points for her wickets and her runs, but it's more than just, okay, how many points have you racked up on the fantasy dashboard? And that's why we as commentators get a good view of things as well. We can see how players interact with one another, how they're good for the team, and these are all the considerations when talking about MVP, rather than just being like, okay, right, top run scorer, top wicket taker. So this one's hit away nicely into the leg side as we do enter the final over of the game. It's Sanjana who will bowl it. That was a nice hit there by Ines. Helena Bosnic is out there in the middle. She'll get her first attempt here. So even Pavla, for example, the scoreboard will say she only got 6 runs, but she's retired out and she's done that, so one of her teammates can have a go out there in the middle. Yeah. And that's what you want to see. Obviously, it's not directly her choice, but she's just says, yep, absolutely, that's the right choice for the team. Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, Pavla, you're quite right, will definitely be in the talk, because she has also in the 5 matches she's picked up. We don't know, of course, for this match yet, but in the 5 matches she has picked up 2 player of the match performances as well. We saw one from Helen as well when she made that 36 not out. Anupama with the helping Malta win the last match yesterday, and she might be it again here. But of course it's never easy, because there's always going to be 3 or 4 players into contention. But the process of deciding, I think, is important. I don't think you just always automatically go to a player that necessarily has the most fantasy points. No, absolutely not. There's, even with all the data involved, you can look at other things as well. And speaking of Pavla, I think she has the highest strike rate, the highest economy, and okay, it gets a bit nerdy on that level, but these are all things that contribute to a win, and she contributed very well to win, as did, for example, Anupama. She got her Malta side up to targets that were at least defendable. They didn't always manage to defend them, but she was certainly the chief contributor with the runs for them. So it's a tough call. It's a matter of opinion. Sport is a matter of opinions, and cricket is no different. You rely on the data, but you don't just go, okay, most runs, most wickets, job done. Yeah. There's 1 ball left though here, so job is almost done for Malta, as they will take home the final victory, and they'll do it in some style. That's a lovely hit from Helena Bosnic. That will give her a bit of confidence. You can probably hear the cheers from the Croatian side as she hit that one away. But it will be the Malta team cheering now as they do take the final win of the day. Of course, it won't be enough for the series, and I think someone needs to tell the batters out there that that's game over. I think they would have batted on into the night, as Ines there, she was like, come on, bowl it at me, what are you waiting for? Well, the game's over, Ines. And her side are on the wrong end of that result. It's a comprehensive win for Malta, beating Croatia by 39 runs. And it's the second time today, actually, that the chasing side have fallen well short. And that's mostly been because of the tight bowling of the team that's bowled second. Earlier today, it was Croatia that bowled second. They defended 80 pretty comfortably. On this occasion, Malta, they've defended 98 comfortably, and they're happy with the result there. I want to bring the attention to, I mean, you've probably seen it, but to our viewers, of the extras. 9 extras. Yep. And 5 wides, 4 no balls. So well done, Malta. And if people thought that myself and Tina were just, making things up when we said yesterday how things will change, well, there's the proof. And all right, I know there was 38 bowled by Croatia and 26 of those wides, but we know why. Yep. We know what they did, we know what their plan was, so totally understandable. If Croatia put their strongest team out, of course, I think the number of extras would have been very different as well. So well done to Malta, good improvement. That would have been a very good catch if that was taken. But Svetlana, again, I like the way that, one thing I like about everything that we've seen from the 5 matches from the women's, where I think it's been different to, and I'm going to say it, even from the 4 that we've seen from the men, that every time the ball's on the deck or in the air, nobody shied away to try and stop it. So they've actually gone for the catch, or they've gone to make the stop. And whether that means getting hurt, whether that means rolling around on the deck,
they've just been absolutely superb. So it's been a really, really good performance, and it's been a joy to watch. And I've loved seeing just how much the teams have improved here. And I know that we are going to try and get the winning team captain and the MVP once that's decided up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get that sorted. I'll leave you an ear, and then if they want to have a few words, they can use my headset and talk a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Paolo's taking them round to us now. So Paolo's already got the word out, and we'll take a look at the final scorecard as well. As Croatia, they just fell short, didn't they? Just didn't quite get enough partnerships going. But of course, with those retirements up and down the board as well, you could full see that they have an eye on the games tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to those T20s. And as for Malta, it was good to see that they used 6 bowlers as well. With Tanuja, she only got the 1 over, but she managed to just give away 8 runs. Tambi as well, just the 7 runs off her over. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good 2 contests.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit to the viewers about how, of course, things as in the dimension of the pitch could change tomorrow for the men's. I mean, we know the straight boundaries could change, but the 2 side ones, they look like they're going to be very much the same. You can't really go too much bigger on that because the fielders haven't got any room to really then manoeuvre. It's the women's, will it stay? What will they do you think, with the women's boundaries?
I think they'll probably speak to both of the coaches just to see what they want to do. Of course, they haven't played too many 2020s in the past, so they want to have a good mix of course, giving the bowlers something to defend against, but also, of course, allowing the batters to score a few boundaries. That's the joy of ECN as well, that they have these shorter boundaries. You have those joyous moments of scoring 4s, scoring 6s. So it remains to be seen what happens in the T20s. But we will first have a few more awards to give out, of course, as it is the end of the ECIs for the women. And it was Malta who was celebrating at the end here as they win this one pretty comfortably. It's about 30 runs, 40 runs, the winning margin. But of course, Croatia are the ones that will take the trophy. And speaking of trophies, we're just about preparing the winning captain here. Lydia, of course, will be joining me, and the MVP will be revealed in a second. So maybe we can come to the Comcam as Rico has graciously stepped aside, and you welcome all the viewers into what we've called the commentary cage, as I have the captain of Croatia, Lydia, next to me. What a couple of days it's been. How have you enjoyed it? And of course, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was really a pleasure playing here, being here on this beautiful island on Malta. We really enjoyed. The games were intense. It was really, hard. The weather is hot, but we enjoyed. The whole team enjoyed the whole atmosphere and everything.
Well, we really enjoyed watching you, and it was lucky that there was not quite as much sun out today, because I know yesterday you were boiling while you were playing. I don't want to keep you for too long because I know you have the taxis to get to, and of course the men are playing this afternoon as well, but we wouldn't let you go without presenting you. And I hope you've been in the gym, because this is quite a heavy trophy. So I want to say congratulations to you and your team for an outstanding couple of days. Of course, we'll be having you back tomorrow, but for now, the ECI-W trophy is all yours.
Thanks so much.
Hold that one up to the camera as well, because what a beauty it is.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone.
And we'll see you, of course, tomorrow.
Of course, yeah,
and maybe
tomorrow.
If a few of you are around, then we can have you on the mic again. But of course, before you go as well, we're going to have to reveal the MVP. So you'll have to take your commentary headset off. I'll just mute you for now. And, well, I'll show the trophy to the viewers first, because it's quite a beauty as well. Glinting off the light there. The most valuable player. And it was deliberations. But in the end, we thought there's a player, and she joins us now, who has got runs, she's got wickets. I think you ended with the best economy, the best strike rate. You got runs throughout as well. So I don't want to embarrass you too much, but you have performed tremendously. So I'm very happy, Pavla, to award you the MVP trophy for this ECI-W. And I'll clap into my mic. Thank you very much, Pavla, and thank you to the viewers as well. And I'm sure you'll come back tomorrow. You're not on the mic, so you can just yell at me, but you'll be back tomorrow, and good luck, and both of you can come in and just present your trophies to the camera as well. I know the viewers back home are jealous because they're quite beautiful trophies and well deserved to both of you. And of course, you'll be back tomorrow, so we're looking forward to seeing what you can do in the slightly longer games. So get to the hotel, maybe have an ice bath or so, because there'll be some sore bodies in the morning. Or you can hang around and wait with us because, of course, we have the Estonia versus Malta men's game coming up. That's going to be another thriller, and that's coming up in about 20 minutes' time. So thank you very much to Pavla and to Lydia for joining us here, and congratulations once again. And to the viewers, come join us back in about 20 minutes where we will go through the final match of the day. Of course, Malta have already lifted the trophy in their heads. They'll get it from us in the commentary cage. And we're looking forward to that one, seeing if Estonia can restore some national pride. So once again, congrats to Croatia on a stunning performance. And let's see what will happen in that final game in the men's ECI, Malta versus Estonia. Join us back here in about 20 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final match of this ECI series. Of course, we've seen the women of Croatia victorious against Malta. Congratulations to them. But well done and well played to Malta as well. I think they put a good team effort in, and certainly we're going to see them perform again tomorrow in those T20 internationals. I'd like to say the same about the men of Estonia, but I don't think I can at the moment. They've been completely outplayed by Malta. They haven't had a win as yet, but they want to prove me wrong. They want to come back with a win this time around. Let's see if they can do it. Before we see what happens in the match, let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Estonia the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Tyron Peters, doing a wonderful job, and of course the umpires as well. So Hassan Amjad said to me, I always want to bowl first. No, he doesn't. This time he says, I might as well try something different. It's not working. I'm going to have a bat first. Some team news though, there's no Stefan Gooch in this side. I know that when I was talking to Steph a bit earlier, he was saying that he's not going to play all these matches. He's got to give his body some time to heal. So he's not playing. Dave Robson, who came in and put a fantastic performance in, he also is taking a break in this one. So I think somebody like Rupam is going to be key again. I think the last one for Aditya Paul doesn't go to plan, but maybe he's going to come back good here as well. But who's going to score the runs? Arslan will be liking to do so. Sahil Chauhan is going to be pretty key for them as well. But maybe Ali Masood can find his touch again. They need somebody to click. And one thing they haven't been able to do is what we've seen from Malta all the way through is even though you lose wickets, they can still get those big overs in. They haven't been able to get those magical overs. In fact, there's been very few and far between those magical overs. Malta, on the other hand, have some changes for them as well. They're making a few changes. Jaspal Singh not in the side this time. But I like the fact that they're sticking with Aldous Matthew. He'll be hoping for a better performance this time around. And also, Darshit Patanka, he didn't go well in the last match. But one man who did perform very well was Jaswinder Singh with those 3 wickets. But we know all about the power of Malta. The question is, which one of the batters is going to perform this time around? Well, you might have an idea. I think Tina might have an idea as well. It's always great to be in the commentary box with Tina, and especially on a day like today, which is all about laughter. It is World Laughter Day. So hey, why don't we have a good old giggle and a laugh all together with you as well at home, wherever you're tuning in from. And remember, in this last match, do get your random questions in as well. Tina, over to you. And this time, no, not quite. Estonia are going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Rico. It's always a laugh with you here in the commentary box. I'm looking forward to calling the very final game of this ECI series. We saw Croatia emerge victorious in the women's ECI, and we know for a fact that, of course, Malta will be lifting that glorious trophy that if you stuck around for the end of the women's game, you'll have had a glimpse of, and it'll be Malta in any case that will be lifting the trophy. But who will, of course, take the MVP? There's a couple of contenders. Nias Mohammed comes in for Malta. And Rocky Danish, he batted well in that game yesterday. Didn't quite fire in game 4. Jagath Purna certainly did. And he's back in the lineup for Malta. As for Estonia, Rupam and Richard come back in. It was 1 and out for David. He came in, took 3 wickets. I asked him after the game, I said, surely you want to play the next one. He looked at me as if I had 3 heads. So clearly he's more than happy in his assistant coach position, but he came in for a nice little cameo, didn't he? Be good to see though, Rupam, hopefully he gets a bowl again. We quite like him with his action, and he's been a bit unlucky. He hasn't picked up the wickets that maybe he would have deserved. It's in fact then Estonia who will bat first. I've only seen that on that very first game. It didn't go for them on that occasion, but nothing really has gone for them in the ECI so far. Understandably then, the win predictor is firmly in the Malta camp. Estonia in that first game, they batted first, put 88 on the board, and Malta made light work of that, chasing it down in 6.1 overs, getting the win, getting the bonus point. Second game, Malta put 198 on the board, and that was 64 runs too many for Estonia. Again, another bonus point win, and really, if we're honest, Malta should have won with the bonus point in game 3. It was only because of that one wayward slower ball from David Marks that gave the 7 up and got Estonia with at least a point on the board. But it was business as usual in game 4, with Malta winning by 46 runs, another crushing defeat. They put 127 on the board, and actually for the first time this series, Estonia were bowled out 81. They notched up before that final wicket fell, so the winning margin was 46 runs on that occasion, and again the bonus point was secured. So Estonia going into the final game with just a solitary point to their name, and they've got a 5th and final chance to pick up a win here. And it was Eldos Matthew who Rico said that Malta are sticking with, and they've given him a confidence booster here because they've given him the ball early on. Arslan Amjad will face the first delivery, the Estonia captain. That one flashes away. It won't quite be a backsamo, but it's going to race away to the rope. Well, I would say the rope. There's actually a gap in the boundary there. Maybe we can get one of the blue crew to go and fix that one as it went through the little gate. Said thank you very much. And that's the first boundary of the innings there for the captain of Estonia. He's joined in the middle by Sahil Chauhan. So it's again all change for Estonia. We've up until now seen Stefan Gooch opening for Estonia, but again, as was the case with the women's teams earlier today, it's just a case now with both series already wrapped up of getting some batters into some form and allowing them some time in the middle. That one's played away nicely. There's a fielder out there. He puts in the dive, and it's unfortunate there. Starship Patanka flies away to his left. He doesn't get hold of it, but it's a nice guided shot there by the captain, using the pace off the delivery of Eldos Matthew. Good effort from the tank. Didn't quite rumble forward quickly enough to stop that one. So perfect start here for Estonia. 2 boundaries in the first 2 deliveries. It'll be a good time for Arslan to get some runs as well. He's been starved of them a little. Of course, he didn't play the first game. Stefan took the captain's armband in his absence, but he's leading his side again here. That one though, too wide, much too wide there from Eldos Matthew. As the ball is retrieved from the width of the pitch there, good time as any to bring back Rico for the final session of the day.
Final session, yeah, and I always like this session. We get all of our lovely viewers in the chat involved. Hello to Ian, Paul, John Hisham and Tom Martinez. And nice to have you with us. So random questions far away on this, fantastic Super Sunday. Of course, things in Czechia done. That doesn't mean that we're done. We've got this match, and then we also have some cricket coming from Belgium as well. And what's going on? I don't know what they're being on. And that's Navdeep Gill, who's normally pretty tidy. That must have spun off the pitch pretty viciously. But you're right, Eldos Matthew, I don't think he had the best of first matches. I don't think he was at his best with the ball. He made some errors in the field, as did Jaspal. Jaspal, he's been given this game off, but Eldos gets another crack at it. And let's see how he performs. No, that's not the best of shots there from Sahil Chauhan. He just, I mean, I did speak to Sahil briefly, and I think I may have said earlier, but when I spoke to him, he said, you know, the first time I'm really picking up the bat. It's been a long winter there in Estonia. So, yeah, you'd expect him to be a little bit rusty. And I think he would just like, I mean, even if he gets a sort of 25, 30, plays a few shots, he'd be happy with that. As it looks like Ravi Panchal has sorted out that gap in the row.
Good work, Ravi.
More of the same here. Just struggling to get used to this pitch. I know even Arslan Amjad, when I saw him at the coin toss, and he said, Rico, he said, I know we haven't played in a while. He said, sometimes I'm not even seeing the ball, and it just, you know, it's early days for them. They just need, and it's one of those, isn't it, Tina? Time in the middle, which you don't have too much of that in this format, because if you take too much time out there, the innings goes pretty quickly. But maybe, as they keep telling us, maybe when they play those T20s, it will be different, because you do have a little bit more time, don't you, to get yourself in. Oh, Aldous Matthew looks like he might get himself out of what looked like it was going to be quite an expensive over. Not quite. So Ravi, dear oh dear. We saw it, Ravi. We saw it. See what happens to a man when he knows he can't eat any chicken tonight on International Respect Chicken Day. He just sorted out the rope. Here he is, Ravi Panchal. Well, can't eat chicken. He's still got the chicken legs there, isn't he? That's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. A nice way to finish the over. 14 without loss.
I think Ravi's lacking a bit of protein this week. He needs to get the gains back on to lean down and get that one. It was a lazy Sunday evening lean. We'll let him have that one.
He must have eaten too much pasta for lunch, I reckon, Ravi. But listen, we've talked a lot about Jersey. It finally starts tomorrow. Greece happening as well. ECI and T20 internationals there. And, well, you'll be back in the air before you know it in Sweden and Landskrona. Maybe you'll be telling us a little bit about some of the highlights of your playing there in... well, when are you playing? How many days to go?
It's next Friday, so it's going to come around quickly.
Pretty
We've got
quickly.
3 ECIs on Friday, Germany, Greece, and then it's 2 T20s on Saturday and 2 T20s on Sunday.
Okay.
So
and then you literally got... Well, so you're going to travel with your kit bag?
My kit bag's here, so... Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course it is, because you're training tomorrow, aren't you?
6 a.m.
Not tomorrow. When are you training?
Training 6 a.m. on Tuesday.
Tuesday, all right.
I will say, there was a slight bit of damage done to my bat, which I'm not happy with.
Oh,
but
no.
it's okay, it's cosmetic. Somehow it must have been dragged somewhere, and the top corner of my handle and through my cricket bag got shaved off, so my handle has a bit of a slant. Right at the top, though, it's not going to make any difference. I'll still not find the middle. It's fine.
Is your bag the top where the bat, the handle bit sort of sticks out? Lovely shot, by the way, that by Sao Chuan. That's a bit more like it. Instead of trying to hit over cow corner, playing on the offside as well.
Yeah, lovely shot. I wouldn't dream of travelling with one of those sticky out handle bags, but it's a duffel bag, so it's very much lodged in.
It's in there, but yeah.
It gives me a heart attack every time I have to travel. I would go with my big, beefy cricket bag, but I already had a commentary bag with me.
Let me tell you what happened on the way here. Of course, myself and Diana were coming here from France. And you know, Diana, she travels with like a... I mean, it's a cross between a sports bag, but she also carries a lot of her stuff in there. But she always takes her bat with her, because she knows she likes to hit a few balls if she gets a chance. She's always keen to bowl a few and hit a few. But in France, she wasn't allowed to... So that bag of hers always goes into oversized luggage. But she wasn't allowed to leave the bat in there because the bat handle sticks out a little bit. So France said, can't do that here. So she was like, well, how do we do this? So I just asked a question. And I said, well, okay, so can we carry it? And she was like, well, what is it? So I took it out, showed her, and she made a phone call, and she said, yeah, it's a wooden object. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So we literally carried the bag.
On.
So
I might have to do that,
I don't know if all airlines, I mean, I'd love to know. Maybe somebody in the chat. There you go. There's a random question. Can you carry your cricket bat with you on board on all airlines? Because if you can,
that's a game changer.
That's probably something that I think most cricketers would prefer to do, because it's like the Bible for you, isn't it? It's your main thing. You don't want anything damaged to come to it. And I know that you would definitely be worried every time that bag goes through. You're thinking, is my bat going to be busted? Is the handle going to be hanging off when it comes to me? So, yeah, I wonder if anybody knows.
Yes, it's a good question. If it's if it's kosher, then I would definitely carry my bat every time. I would hug it to me on my airline seat. But I actually had not a similar issue, but when I checked my bag in Hamburg, and when you've got a duffel bag or any kind of strange looking bag, they always look you up and down. And they're like, okay, what's in there? Is it sports equipment? Is it something like that? And I said, I always try and play it down. I say, there's a bit of equipment in there, but it's mostly clothes, which is usually the case. You stick your pads in and then you put all your playing kit in. And the guy was like, what kind of equipment? And I was like, I'm going to have to explain what cricket is. And especially in Germany, they usually like, is that the one with the horses? And so no, I don't have my horse with me. And I said, oh, it's cricket. And his eyes lit up.
Ah. Okay, in the air. Well, they're all coming in from everywhere. Somebody's got to put a name onto it. And that's well held. It's a really good catch actually taken. Well done. Goes high up in the air. And you can see he's saying, no, I want this. And well done to Jamshad. We saw him take 2 catches in the last match. And he puts his name on this one as well. So well done. That's another one. Here he is. He says, leave it to me. And look at Darshit there. He's thinking, oh, I don't know if I should have left this. You know, if that goes down, you think, oh, why didn't I just call it and take it? Well, Jamshad, well done. He gets a chance to have a bowl. And, well, he bowls pretty well. And he catches. Hail Chahan. More disappointment for him. He'll go for 9 of 8. But Jamshad gets a wicket.
Straight into the wickets with his very first delivery. He was in the team in the previous game. Don't think he got a chance to bowl much on that occasion, but he gets straight in here. That's a good take as well. It's always a tough one when you're having to follow through from your action and then carry on running and trying not to run over anyone on the way out, but he does a great job there, Jamshad, and gets the wicket. It's Ali Masood, who struggled really so far. He's got a chance here, and he's got the best part of 8 overs to contribute some runs. So just to finish that story, his eyes lit up because he was like, oh, I'm from Afghanistan. And then he showed me his phone and he was watching the IPL. And I was like, oh, okay, well, and then I got my bat out and showed him it, and it was the best time.
It's really amazing, you know. I found over the last few, there's sometimes, because of the times that we're traveling, etc., that's a lovely shot. Well, Ali Masood had a good day yesterday. You're right, he struggled today. Yesterday he had a pretty good day with the bat. Earlier today, he just couldn't get anything going, and really, we know he should have been retired out. I mean, he hung around for an age, didn't he? I think, what did he end up with? He scored 26 of 24. They wouldn't retire him out, and I think that cost him in the end. All right, he looks like a different player with that start. Brilliant uppercut. And this one will go through to the fielder. But no, sometimes you have to travel straight from an event, and in the winter months, that means we wear our ECN jacket, because you can't pack it. You go from the ground. And it's amazing. People just see the logo and read the cricket. The amount of people that come to you and said, cricket, yeah. And so can you imagine what it's like when you're walking around with a cricket bat? Everybody that knows cricket is coming and having a look at the bat and talking to you, cricket, yeah. And the amount of times we had to explain, that's going to be 4 runs as it gets in between the 2 fielders there in the 30-yard circle. So still in the power play, of course. So they do want to capitalise. And, well, at the moment with 2 balls to go, it could be probably one of the healthier power plays that Estonia have had. Jamshad started with a wicket, but just gone a little bit pear-shaped the last couple of deliveries with the 6 and the 4 that's followed.
Well, here's a random question based on that then. Where's the strangest place you've been recognised? Because you're a very recognisable face now in European cricket. You must have had someone come up to you in the supermarket or in the swimming pool.
Oh, dropped. Oh, that would have been a good catch, but he's been put down. And, yeah, he's not happy about it either. That's Nias Mohammed. And to be fair, you got to be catching those. He's made this harder than what it is. It should be the end of Arsan Amjad, but he's going to get dropped on 15. Strangest place actually was, or one of the weird ones, is that's now going to be close to 6, but it will be 4. The strangest one was Germany. I think we were staying when I was in Krefeld. I think in Krefeld, you know, well, not too much close by. But
that's putting it nicely.
I was walking a fair bit to a gym there that was about a 20-minute walk.
Yeah.
It was a lovely gym. And then coming back from the gym once, and I was walking back, and I'd done this journey a few times, but it was dark or whatever. And look, yeah, it's a strange place. And I saw all these young kids coming from across the road, and I thought, oh no, yeah, what's happening here? You know, you start to get a bit worried. And as they got closer, they were like, Rico, and I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know you guys. And then they're like, yeah, European cricket, whatever. And they wanted pictures, selfies, and whatever. And I was just like, oh, this is really weird. There was that one, and then there was the one when we just finished. I think it probably was the first European Cricket Championship. And at the airport, and a number of people at that Malaga airport were like, oh, we've seen you on the TV. Can we take pictures? Can you sign this? So it does happen. It'll happen to you. I'm telling you now. Be prepared.
Sounds like a threat.
Yeah, well, it will happen to you when you're travelling around. So it's nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs. So good little partnership. I mean, Arslan Amjad being dropped there in 15, that is mega. You don't give a guy like Arslan a chance. And just noticing now, even though he said to me he's struggling seeing the ball well, but he's seen it pretty good here now. And also it's starting to come out the middle of the bat pretty nicely.
He just pivoted away on that one. Not the right length from Jagath Purna, who's come on to bowl the 4th. He had a good game forward, didn't he? 63 off just 17 deliveries. Rightly picked up the player of the match on that occasion. That one's forced away into the leg side. It was well outside off stump. He managed to get it away.
Hello to Monica Ramos, who joined. Oh, well, that wasn't me, by the way, or Tina. It's the birds. I told you it's the day. I've talked about this before already, Eddie. And they say it's International Dawn Chorus Day. It's all about the birds. High up in the air, catching chance. And makes it look easy. And is that man Jamshad again? Well, no jammy fingers for Jamshad. He's taking all the catches, or maybe he has got jammy fingers. You know, when you get jam in your fingers, you get sticky fingers. Well, he's making sure that that ball is staying stuck into. Look at the way he wraps his fingers around that ball. So another wicket does go down. And so another one goes. And Ali Masood, I said he looked a little bit better. Look, his strike rate is better anyway. He goes, scores 11. But not the best of shots. It probably would have been better. I think you said this about some of the shots that some of the women were playing. Would have been better just going back and pulling it.
Yep.
And Jamshad holds on to the catch, and that little partnership, it lasted not that long, but it's over. And Stuart Hook now comes in at number 4. So yeah, I was saying hello to Monica Ramos in the chat. Of course, happy Sunday to everybody. And of course, it is World Laughter Day, and we all could do with a little bit of laughter in our lives. Very good, of course, for our body. It keeps the stress down. And of course, we all know that laughter, it releases a hormone that makes us feel better about ourselves. So it's always good to have a laugh, and we're always keen to have a laugh here. And yeah, I was going to ask you talked about kit bags. So when you normally sort of traveling from one place to another, let's say you're going back home, then you got a few days to get your bag ready. Is your kit bag more or less always there and ready, or do you tend to get back and say, right, where's this now, where's that, or do you sort of tend to have it all there ready to go?
I'm generally, but this probably won't surprise you, quite an organised person. So I have my kit bag ready. You've got to air the equipment.
Yeah,
There's
of course.
nothing worse than mouldy pads when you get to the next tour. And I have, well, it's a growing cupboard of cricket clothing, because obviously Germany get through quite a lot of clothing. I've been there for quite a while now, and I've actually, and maybe I'll put it on my social media or show you, Rico, I've got this great shirt wall in my office at home. So it's got all of the shirts that I've somehow picked up from playing cricket. So some of the ones I've played for, I've got Germany up there, the MCC, but I've got, I think, Brazil, Argentina, some of the fair break shirts, Croatia I've got there, Czech I've got there. So I'm creating like a little homage to European cricket.
In a frame, or you just going to like hang up?
It's on like a washing line. My boyfriend fashioned a washing line. I'll show it to you, and then I'll maybe put it on my social media, because it's a nice little memento of all the places in the world that cricket has taken me so far.
That's a very good idea. So it's kind of your study stroke, your... Is it like your trophy room as well? It's got all your medals and all the cups in there too?
The shrine.
What do you mean shrine? I'm sure there's plenty there.
Yeah, it's got a couple of medals, and I like keeping little souvenirs. So you often have these PMOA passes where you get authorised access to the ICC areas and little things like that I like to keep just to remind me of the places I've been. And that's a nice memento there from Hook. Not quite on the hook, but a bit on the pull there, the swivel, as he steps right across his stumps. By the time he hits it, he's outside off. A much needed boundary. Well, I'll say that, actually, the boundaries are still flowing here for Estonia. They move into the 40s, 44, 48 for 2. That is on the hook, and Hook departs. He's Hook by name, Hook by nature, but it's a great tumbling catch away there. As Stuart Hook goes for more or less the same hit, but goes aerial on this occasion. And there's an outstanding catch there on the boundary. Not only did he have to keep hold of the ball, he had to make sure he stayed the right side of the rope. And there's no more fitting dismissal there for Stuart Hook as he goes playing the shot that he's named after. And Navdeep Gill, he takes the catch, and a brilliant catch. It was almost behind him by the time he took it. And that is the 3rd wicket to fall as Hook goes 5 and out. Estonia now 48 for 3, not quite the halfway mark.
What a good catch that was, running along the boundary. Great catch. And it's one of those again, isn't it? Just when Estonia looked like things are starting to happen, Arslan was starting to get going there with Mahmoud. And that could be another, it will be another, would you believe it? As the tank now comes into fire. You don't fire at the tank because you know that he's going to fire back. There's Darshit Patanka, and doesn't he look fit and well, by the way? Certainly done a lot of work on his fitness. Holds on to it. He juggles it for a moment, and look at the delight. It's another wicket here, as it's unfortunate. Rupam Bura is going to go very first ball, and Varun Prasad is on a hat-trick.
The tank is doing the business here, and I'm not quite sure what that is. The elbow is being shown there to the departing batter. Bit of an inside joke there, whatever it is, but he comes and he goes. Rupam for a golden Derek. Or should we say golden Dudley? I don't know what it is, golden Duncan. Either way, the tank here on a hat-trick, just making sure the field is just so, giving himself every opportunity here.
Yeah, okay, Varun on a hat-trick, and looks a little fidgety here, does. Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, it just gets chipped up. That's nervousness for Marco Vake. And, well, he survives at least the hat-trick ball. Remember, this time round, no Robinson in the side, no Stefan Gooch. And it looks like they're making the most of that. Oh, just having a look at these shit. That's actually a very good idea. I tell you what, I say had it for ages, but then I got a little bit tired of it. I'll tell you why. I had the same sort of setup. We'll talk about this actually on air as we welcome our viewers. Hello everybody, and hope you're going to enjoy this last match. And once again, looks like Malta are clearly on top here. But what I had the same thing as that. Maybe you could share that with the viewers.
There we go.
I had the same sort of thing. You see that? Yeah, there you go.
It's been added to, I will say. That was an early iteration of the shirt. Well, we've got Mark Wood on there as well. It's a nice shirt.
I had shirts up on hangers, and I found a way to put them up. The only, and all the caps I had, only issue with it, the dust.
The dust, yep.
The dust. And I tended to do it all, clean them all up, put them back up again, and within days they're back again. And I thought, and people that know me well would know that when it comes to things like that, I'm things can't be dusty, things have to be clean, they have to have a place. So it just drove me mad. And then because I was spending more time away from home, of course, those sort of things that sort of bother me more than other people. So I would be away, I'd come back and I'd just see it. And I think, no, I can't handle this. So now what I did the last time, probably about a few months ago, when we had that break over Christmas, I took them all down, I gave them a good wash. I good wash, folded them up, and I put them in one of those vacuum bags and sucked all the air out. Now they're under the bed, so I know where they are. So that's a good shot. That's going to go all the way. Beautifully hit. That's going to be 6 runs. Lovely shot, that. Wonderful strike. Marco Vake, well, I said he may have been a bit nervous, but he's hit this one proper out of the middle. Boom. Shakalagya. Ginnasona says Guerreras.
Straight down the ground. We haven't seen it too often, actually, from Estonia. They go over long on, long off. That was clean as a whistle, straight as an arrow. Any other metaphors that you can think of? It was a lovely hit.
Just gets pushed a little bit wider this time by Budna. So yeah, but in the same room I've got like all the trophies and the hat-trick balls or whatever up there. They're okay. They don't tend to attract the dust so much, but I think material, because it's static.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good idea. But I like that idea. Just a little, just like a clothesline, and it's very easy to deal with. You don't have to worry about finding little hooks and things. Yeah, that's given me an idea. And thanks for sharing. Anyway, welcome to people in the chat. And Zubaya saying, poor Estonian team. Well, look, they're trying. They're definitely trying, and maybe this could be the party that would work for them. Just a little bit cautious there, and well, the tank is firing again, and this time, well, it's a little of a belly flop there from Darshit getting that one in. And well, what's happening here? But Tyrone Peters actually out there in the middle as well. I've just I noticed that as well as the umpires came out. So Tyrone giving some of the other umpires a bit of a break, and then he was, I don't know what he was doing there. It was like he was juggling the ball around with his feet, Tyrone. Over comes to an end. 6 overs complete, 56 for 4.
Wayne, we'll take it as a random question. He asked, did I hold a Guinness World Record before Talia McGrath? I think for a while I had the highest average in the world for T20Is. No, Guinness didn't phone me up though. I'm happy to take it, not posthumously, I'm still alive, but after the fact. Pesky Talia has taken it. I think actually Lucy Barnett from Isle of Man is at the top now because she keeps on scoring runs, a lot of them on the network as well. But no Guinness World Record. It's always strange, these Guinness World Records, when you're part of a big group and you accidentally kind of get a record. I know the London Marathon, which was on last week, everyone who ran that marathon was eligible, I think, for one of those certificates because it was the biggest organised running event, I think, ever. They just had a load of participants, more than ever before. So you can say you're a Guinness World Record holder. You know, like people can say...
Even though you shared it with...
Yeah, you just happen to be there, you know. It's like how people can say they're the Time Person of the Year because...
That could be close. And well, Tina, you're calling it. And me looking at it live, I'm going to go with probably you. It's a direct hit. It's a brilliant pick-up and throw. I think this is going to be gone. Yep. Yeah, there you go. It's nothing really that the batter could do there. That's such a pity. It's just summing up everything that's been happening here with Estonia. So Marco Wake is waiting to see what his fate is. They already know. The umpires will get the word any moment. And I think you can see there, Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself, puts the finger up. Here's the throw. No interference on the wicketkeeper. And unfortunately, Marco, after hitting such a good shot, he's trying to get back. It was a bit of a risky one, but excellent fielding. What can you say here about Malta? I mean, a couple of changes for them as well. But they're playing themselves around. And Marco is going to have to depart. That's unfortunate. So another one goes. And it's Nies Mohammed with a super bit of fielding.
Great bit of fielding. He's come back into the side. Hasn't been given the opportunity with the ball yet. I'm sure he might get a chance with the bat, but he's certainly put his name in the scorebook with that tumbling throw. He almost was horizontal by the time he threw it, and only the direct hit would have been enough for Marco. And it was enough on that occasion. 5 down now for Estonia. What do you think they can scramble up to? The expected score, 91. I think if they're optimistic, they want to get 100 still. But where do those runs come from?
I'm worried. Arslan is still there, and if he gets most of the strike, he could help him out here. Remember, they were bowled out in the last match. They're 5 down here. And Richard Parkin, we haven't seen too much of him. And, well, he hits a nice shot there. Well, even though there's a fielder there, he says, you know what, I'm going for it. And that's just Winder. I don't know if he falls over here, he trips over his own laces or what. But he ends up on the deck before he gets to the ball. But a good start from Parkin. I like it. Be assertive, be positive. I just wanted to guide that down into that third position. A dot ball to come back from Warren. I think there's still, I think if Arsenal gets going, I think they could get to 1-5, 1-10. But it all depends if the other batters can stay there with him. and they don't get bowled out. That would be the danger here, really.
Yeah, Arslan's still there, the captain. He faced the very first ball, still ticking along. He's not exactly motoring 22 or 15, but I don't blame him when there's chaos raining around his ears to just try and steady the ship. As well, Vinny, he's decided to go in the plane. He could have gone on the ship, but Jersey, that's coming up in, it must be about, let's call it 15 hours time now.
Yeah.
The Eastern Royals and Central Commanders will kick things off. Looking forward to seeing the kids from Yorkshire as well. We were talking earlier, that side made up of 16 to 18-year-olds, apart from one elderly person in their 30s. Will be good to see them on display. I'm sure they're talented youngsters. I'm looking forward to that. And of course, being in Jersey for the first time ever with the European Cricket Network.
It should be absolute thrill. Have you ever been to Yorkshire, by the way? You've been to that part of, as it, when I say Yorkshire, I mean sort of really like the
Dales.
Yeah, that way.
I have played cricket in Yorkshire, but I've driven through it. But mostly cricket related just means you end up at the pitch in a hotel. I've never been to the Dales. I've been to the eastern side of the country.
The Dales, the Moors, isn't it? Yorkshire Moors.
Oh yes, what's
that
the
way.
Dales? Yeah, the Moors. I haven't done the Moors. Beautiful part of the world,
It's
so
wonderful.
I'm told.
We used to when I used to play for North London Polytechnic many moons ago, there on Honeypot Lane next to Stanmore. Used to go on tour there a lot, and we used to go to Harrogate and all sorts of teams that way. Also Skipton in the air. Can anybody get there? Jagat Puna does take a tremendous catch. There you go. Well, he ends up with, like, you know, the break dancers have the cap on a bit sideways. It wasn't like that when he started, but that's how it finished. But the key thing was he also holds the ball in his hand. Ah, dekh lo, kinna badhiya catch phal liya, catch bhi phal liya, topi de kidhar gayi. Ah, dekh lo. Well, he wasn't quite expecting the catch to be like that, but it's a sensational catch. And Arslan Amjad does depart, and now is trouble, I think, for Esti. With him gone, they could be bowled out again, and now you got to rethink whether they will get to the 100. Great catch this. That's an absolutely top draw. Brilliant. And he likes that. He loves his moment. Shaba, shaba.
Excellent catch. He had to dive almost onto that AstroTurf part of the run-ups. Was pretty not caring there about his own safety. He didn't care about his cap going horizontal. Took the catch and played up to the cameras after, and why not?
Interesting look. Yeah, Skipton. But we just used to like going up there. There's places like Pickering, Hutling Hole, Scarborough, of course, is beautiful. And yeah, it's just a really nice part of the world. Loved going into the pubs down there, you know, with the open fires. That's it pretty well. It's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. As Aditya Paul, he says, well, I might as well have a go. Why not? What have I got to lose? And gets a little bit of width, goes back and hits it well. Yeah, nice. And the pub grub. You can't go wrong with the pub grub. But very nice, very kind, and very hospitable people in Yorkshire.
Unless you're from Lancashire.
Well, just don't tell them and don't talk cricket, I suppose. End of the over.
Mask your accent. That's the thing.
So 6 coming off that, takes a wicket, and the score now 70 for 6 with 2 overs to go.
I think Estonia in real trouble here, and well, they've got to practice what they preach, don't they? Because they've been saying the whole weekend, just wait till we get to the 2020s. That's our favoured format. Well, they certainly haven't taken much from the ECIs. And you certainly think Malta will be eyeing up not only a win, but another 4th bonus point win. Should have been 5.
It should have been. Can you? I mean, can you imagine if that was the case? I know we've covered a fair bit of ECIs, but I think that would be a first. That would have been a first. It really would. And well, at least that's a record, thanks to not to one of their players, but thanks to the Maltese David Marks. That doesn't happen. I wonder if he got a real ticking off of that, and that's why we haven't seen him in the last.
Never to be seen again.
in the matches. Gets a bit of bat on this, and almost got sold down the river there, did Parkin. Aditya Paul starts to run and then changes his mind.
Jaswinder Singh here coming in for his 2nd over, the 9th over of the game. His first just went for the 7. That was actually a great 8th over as well from Priyan. picked up the wicket, just went for 6 runs.
It's going to get lucky here, I think. That's going to, yeah, well, they need a little bit of luck. Maybe it's coming a little bit too late for them. But one thing they have got in their favour, and they've got day off tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure that even though there will probably be some team meetings and maybe some team exercises, they will have time to explore the beautiful island of Malta, and where we're staying, of course, in that Gazira Salima Park. Plenty of nice things to do. So they'll have a nice relaxing day and hopefully come back ready for action on Tuesday. That's good delivery, Yorker length. He'll take it on, and well, Varun Prasad decides he's just going to hold on to it. I think he sees only the umpire, Tyrone Peters, backing up if he throws this one. And probably thinks, I've seen Tyrone fielding with his feet, his foot fielding. I'm not throwing this one. So, yeah, but the women, that's tough on the women, isn't it? The women had to play the first 3 matches yesterday, the first day of 3, and they don't get the break. They're back in action straight away tomorrow.
I suppose they have the early finish then. They can call it in after tomorrow.
Gone. Another one. Priyan Pushpajan takes the catch. Catching has been pretty good, actually, in the outfield from Malta in this match particularly. I think they've taken everything that's come their way, and there's been some really good catches there as well, and that is a good one from Priyan. Of course, we saw the one on the boundary earlier from Jamshad. Gill took a great one to remove Stewart. And then that one from Jagannath Puna, I'm pretty sure that will be on our socials. Really good catch. Another one. So another one bites the dust and parking. Does his best, but he'll go for 8 of 6.
Hasn't the fielding been outstanding from Malta? They've taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 catches in this innings, and almost every single one, you wouldn't say it's been a dolly. They've had to move left and right. Jagannath Puna hit the ground so hard his hat went sideways. There was a good caught and bowled from Jamshid early on. They've really been on top of their game here.
Defensively played. This is Hassan, who's now comes out, and he's probably, I mean, what does he do? I mean, they're on 75. What do they do here? They've lost 7 wickets. I mean, does he just go out there and swing? And hopefully, you know, between him and his partner, Paul, they get another 20 on the board and give him something to bowl at. Well, he thinks, yeah, Rico, good advice, I will. But this time, after blocking the first, he completely misses it. It's the end of the over. It's the end of the 9th over. So 75. The score, 7 wickets down. And the way things are looking at the moment, unless we see something amazing, and by that I mean somebody takes a hat-trick 5-wicket haul or something, Malta looking pretty comfortable to make it to, well, we're going to have to call it be a whitewash.
An early MVP chat as well, assuming that, well, no one from Malta is going to be able to go massive, given that they'll be probably chasing something in the 80s. Who do you reckon will be up there?
Oh, well, yeah, good question. I suppose Jagat Puna, with his performance in the last match, his half century, and also the way that he's bowled all the way through, definitely will be there. If Priyan scores, I mean, you'd imagine Priyan may get a chance to, if not open up, come in 3. If he scores a quick fire 30 or 40, certainly would be another one that you'd mention. And also, that you can't really ignore the captain as well, though not done anything big, Varun, but he's always been there or thereabout. I think he's led very well. It's so many, there's options there, but I think it could be, yeah, I think Jagat Puna at the moment, because of his all-round performance, probably just pipping it for me.
I'll have to reinforce his shelves then, because he's already got the one.
And that's just out of the outstretched hand, and it's going to be 4 runs. So, well, Hassan will get off the mark, and he will swing his bat. Here's an interesting one, because, I mean, they are a team full of very good players. We know that. No matter how they rotate their team, they've got good players there. And in all the matches, there's kind of been a good individual performance. Well, not individual performance, I say that wrong. It's been a good team performance where not too many individuals have shone. That's nice. That's hit hard. That smashes into the sight screen. And, well, maybe as Hassan is saying, you know, guys, this is what we should have been doing as well.
Lovely hit full and straight, and he puts it right back over the umpire's head. And we heard that crash. Luckily, we weren't ducking for cover on that occasion, but a nice hit there, and back-to-back boundaries actually for Elias Hassan. Yeah, on the MVP, I suppose you can't give it to a batter, as there's going to be a chance, and it would have been an unreal effort there from Eldos Matthew. They're going to go for 2, the dive is in, and they're not going to go for 3 because Aditya Paul has got his face in the dirt. That would have been a tremendous catch. Gets his fingers to it, isn't able to reel it in, and a big old dive comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not many batters that you could put into contention because, well, Malta haven't been chasing many runs. That's the problem.
And they've all shit. I was just having a quick look at who being the player of the matches. So in the first match play, it was Varun Prasad because he scored 56 and 56 not out. That's launched, by the way. That is big. Well, Hassan, I hope your captain is watching because a lot of the batters before you were not being able to do this. I said this in my intro. One thing that they haven't been able to do, Estonia, is match Malta for power. And here it is. This is the first time I think we kind of seen it from the batter. Niaz Mohammed, well, his first over's not going well. Hassan has liked it. They're going to get the magical over. They're going to go for the second, and I think they're not going to make it. So it's worth going for it just to try and get an extra run on the board. But they will finish in the 90s, so that's good from these two, especially from Hassan. He will get to 19, gets out, going for the 20th. But it's probably the best over, or only probably the second or third time that they've managed to get 20 runs in and over. And
well, there's 3 times they've even got over 10 in this innings. There was the first over, because they had a decent power play, didn't they? First over 14, third over 16. That was the only magical one that went for 20. But the previous 6 overs all went for 8 or less.
Yeah,
and
so
that's really a story of the game, story of the series for Estonia.
Yeah, but at least a magical finish gets them something going. But as we have a look at these highlights, I mean, there was one that got away, but then the catching came good. But it's just saw Chauhan play that one, that Ravi Panchal misfield, but then he goes and gives a chance. Jamshad takes a really good catch of his own bowling. Then there was this uppercut from Masood, which got away. Then he picks the wrong one to try and hit over cow corner. Jamshad is there again. He was just everywhere early on. And this one was one that got away to the boundary, but he tried to do it again, but they changed the field. And what a good catch that was. That was a tremendous catch on the boundary from Navdeep Gill. But the catches just kept on coming. Even Darshit Patanka, the tank, got into the action. That was a nice shot, though, from Vake. But unfortunately for him, he would then get run out.
It really exemplified the fielding, this effort there from Niaz Mohammed. A direct hit, and only direct hit would have done it. And they just caught everything. I think on this highlight reel, you're not going to see a single drop. Maybe that one right at the end, but that was still a tremendous effort there by the diving fielder. And Estonia, they kept on going, but they just consistently lost wickets. I haven't seen the partnerships, but I don't think any of them were worth more than the opening partnership, which was 22. And that's why, again, Estonia well below par. It was thanks to a magical over at the end, though, and in particular the batting of Elias Hassan, who was then run out on the final delivery, that they did inch their way in the end towards 95. But Jagath Purna, one of the contenders for MVP, another wicket contribution for him as he initiates the run out on the final ball.
Yeah, more fantasy points for him. So yeah, so apart from Varun Prasad, he got a player of the match in the first match. In the second one, Mahbub Ali. But remember, he doesn't play here today. He scored a fine 88. But Jagath Purna in that match did also score a half century. Priyam Pushpajan this morning scores a 50. Rocket Dinesh 49. But there was some very good bowling there from Purna to keep things nice and tight. He just, you know, he's always been in all the action. And then in the fourth match when they played, Purna scored 63 of 17, also bowls tightly. So his name does pop up a number of occasions. Of course, his name will pop up here as well. So quick look at the batting there, of course, just didn't really happen. Hassan Amjad looked like he may go into a big score, but he was caught there brilliantly by Jagath Purna for 22. And important runs at the end there from Hassan, that 90. But there's the bowling figures there. Last over from Niaz Mohammed, that goes magical. But other than that, they just all bowl really well. And Eldaz Matthew, things not quite happening from him. He gets given another opportunity. Went for 14 in that first over, but how well they brought it back. But unlike him, Jaswinder once again 1 for 12 of his 2. Remember, he picked up 3 wickets in the first match as well. Priyan Pushpajan just gets the 1 over again. That was good captaincy there. All right, it cost him 20 runs. They could have gone back to Priyan. And maybe, you never know, but maybe it would have been another tidy one, maybe just 8 from it, for example, and it would have been a chase of 81 or 82. But I think Rowan's saying, I've got him in the side. He's there for a bowler. I've got a bowler in. Let me give him a bowl. It's one that a bowler at that point says, yeah, I want to have a bowl because it's not the key batter. It could pick up some wickets, but it can also go bad because the batter's got nothing to lose. And for him, it did go bad, though there was that run out towards the end. So, 96 is going to be the chase. Will Malta make it 5-0 against Estonia? Well, join me, Rico Full and Tina Goff, when we return in just under 10 minutes' time for the final innings of this European Cricket International Series between Malta and Estonia. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final innings of the day, and will it be as we expect? Will Malta register a victory? And if they do, then they will take this European Cricket International T10 series 5-0. Here comes the first, it's Giwala. It's going to be a wide bowling here to a batter that we know very well on the network. I've been watching Darshit Patank play since back in, it must be in about 2020, I think, first time we came here. And also a very handy wicket keeper. But when he gets going, boy, he can hit a ball. Gets drawn into this one. Also will get a little bit of that swing away. And finally, you know what's going to happen here, Tina? I'm going to say this already. Shurjay Patel, he is opening. I don't think he's going to score a run. I've said that, people. You heard me. Because it's the way it happens. You know when you're waiting for something for so long, then you just think, because I know he said that's a good delivery. You know he's a good player, and I've been bigging him up. I've been wondering why he's not playing. He's finally going to get one opportunity. And let's see if Shurjay Patel can make it count. Or... see, I've tried to curse him. Let's see if it works. Rina Giwala continues to get that little bit of movement away. Will he get the Yorker in here? No, he stays outside the off, and does it. Just playing that little, you can see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to get that lofted shot in to get over the covers. But I don't think the intent is quite there from him. I think he just feels, yeah, I want to play this shot. But I don't think his heart is 100% in it. So maybe Shurjay Patel has just gone up to him and said, hey, come on. If you really want it, go for it. So, welcome back to everybody as well. Let's keep the conversation going. It's been absolutely wonderful. And that's the power of the tank. He hits that away. It's going to be the first runs on the board. They're coming from the bat, and it's going to be a big 6. As this time, I think Rina does try to go just a little bit straighter. Not as much movement this time. And that gets played away pretty nicely. This leading on to something, by the way. But first of all, have you ever been out on 99?
I haven't, no.
No?
I've been out, I think the closest I've got is 90.
Okay.
I mean, I've got hundreds, but I've been out on 90. Never in the 90s. Well, never more in the 90s than that.
All right. We'll spare a thought for this guy. Born today in 1960. So, Martin Frog Maxman. He is the unluckiest of 8 men to make 99 in a test, but never a century. So, I'll tell you why in a moment. And that one gets played away. A lot of work to be done by the fielders. Got a lot of ground to cover. Does well. The batters will come back for 2. Shurjay gets back. So against New Zealand in Auckland in the 1987-88, Maxman swept 3 runs flush off the middle early in his innings, only for the umpire to give them as leg byes. It was an error that proved costly when he fell to Chatfield on 99. So he was denied 3 runs. That would have been his century. In the next test, 29 matches, by the way, since the golden ball, in Wellington, he was set right. You thought you were going to set it right, but it wouldn't be, as he was ready to score another century. with 2 days to go. Rain washed out the last 2 days, and he was stuck on 81 not out. That was as close as he got in 10 appearances to scoring a century. So unlucky to that man there, Martin Frog Moxman. That was his, guessing that was his nickname. Well, he certainly had nothing to laugh about on Royal Laugh today.
What's the closest you got, Rico? Were you out in the 90s?
I've only scored 100. Never at, what I'd score high level. I did it playing early on at club level when I was playing. I think I mentioned earlier when I started off playing with the adults in the third 11 match, and then I would do it in the second 11 match, again playing in a domestic league. But in top level, quite often if I was going in to bat, I was either going in normally number 7 or 8, and it was either Rico, go out there and block 15 overs so we get a draw. Draws existed back then, and you get some points for a draw, or go out there and score 25, 30 runs quickly so we get a win. It was always one of those. So, but the one thing I always hated, because obviously when you're batting number 7 and 8 and you have got good players above you, and we did have, all the places I played, we always had a good batting lineup. But there's always that time when it fails. But it would happen like once in a blue moon. Say, for example, you could play, just check it if this is a wide or a no ball. But yeah, so you would play probably, 15, 16, 20 matches, never get a chance to even go anywhere near your pads, let alone put them on. And then the top order all of a sudden would just collapse in one match. It's a good hit. Gets it over the infield, 1 bounce. That's going to be 4 runs to the tank. And then it would be like, right, Rico, go out there, just did that. And you think, guys, I haven't batted for and when you turn up at nets, of course, all the batters want to bat. You don't get a chance. You got to bowl at them. But they just expect you just to be able to go out there and just win or draw the game for them. I think a lot of people would be able to relate to that. It's one of the things of club cricket, I think, back in the UK. But never. Many times, more likely, I can tell you the number of times that I should have had a hat-trick, the number of times I should have had a 5-wicket haul, and maybe the 6 runs hit powerfully by the tank is firing, and maybe the one occasion when I should have had all 10 wickets, but that was my own fault because I knocked the guy out. If I didn't, I could have got him out as well.
You got 9 in a game.
Got 9, and the wicket I didn't get was the guy because I retired him out early on when there were 3 down by getting him, I think, with a nasty ball in the chest, but that's another story.
Wow.
But it's like hat-trick ones were always the ones, because when I first started playing in those 3rd division matches, there's Rupam comes in again and he's going to bowl a wide this time. What it used to be was that you didn't have any league umpire, so you had to literally umpire yourself. So one of your players would umpire and one of theirs would. That's the way you would do it. And of course, you never got LBs. So the number of times you sort of had 2 and 2, and then you had somebody plumb or even caught behind, and their umpire would say, "No, not out." So that changed eventually. At least when I went up to Division 2, and then pretty quickly back to the first division, you had always had proper officials, which made it a lot fairer. But yeah, always had those little things that used to crop up.
Hat-tricks are always the ones that live long in the memory, or the nearly hat-tricks. It's always a tale of what could have been. Could have been a contender, could have got a hat-trick. It's what's in the scorebook that matters, and 23 runs are in the scorebook so far for Malta, all going swimmingly for them.
In the air, it's 1 bounce, it's 4 more. Well, all the runs at the moment coming from Darshit Patanka. He wants to set the record straight here. I seem to remember, I'm going to try and look it up. It might be in his stats, but I seem to remember 1 knot that he played here. He didn't play, I think it must have been in February. I'm going to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I know the one you mean, the 98 not out.
Oh, was it that one? Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Against Gazira.
Yeah.
He's another one that has never got a century.
Never got a century, and he didn't play most of that. He came because he could play. I think it was a weekend match because he was working, so he could play the weekend. He came. Boy, he muscled the ball. Yeah. He just played shot after shot, and I was like, I've never seen him bat so well. But yeah, got to 98. Probably should have got that. Should have got the century, but it just wasn't to be. I think he could have done it, but there's another one. How powerful he is. And, well, he did say to me that he wouldn't be playing the T10s. He's going to focus on T20 internationals, but I think they said, look, why don't you just play and have a go, maybe get yourself in form. This is more worrying signs for Estonia. That over from Rupam has gone supersonic. For somebody who bowled so well yesterday, remember there was one point, he just got the one over, and we thought, well, we'd like to see more of him. It's gone pretty downhill pretty quickly, because I think he bowled an over earlier today, which also went for 29. So that's 39 off just 2 overs. They're eating into this target pretty quickly.
Oh, just almost a third of the target in that 1 over. Supersonic, the first time we've seen one, I think, this whole week in Malta, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we had a 32 actually today.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Was that maybe when I was...
It was...
Oh, okay, yeah, that was in the women's game, was it?
No.
In the men's game?
In the men's game.
Oh, that was maybe when I was having a little rest.
I think it could have been.
Catch it.
I bet you won't find it. Yeah, it was Richard Parkin when in the third match between Malta and Estonia. Yeah, he went for 32 in over number 5.
I'm glad you're paying attention.
But after that, how well Estonia brought it back. They just kept it to a 140 score, but again, they're batting them down. It's nicely played away. Shajay Patel, and there's the throw. Bat comes out of the hand there from the tank. Here's a question for you then. I don't think I've ever asked you before. So, if you snick it, you're walking? Delay. That's no. That's no. Okay. So you're not walking.
I think there's levels to it. If I middle it and it's for all to see, then sure. I will say maybe this just shows my shortcomings as a batter. I can't say I'm always 100% sure myself. I'm sure when I've not hit it. And there was one I was given last year. I'm definitely over it. But I was given out and I was like, there's absolutely no way I hit that one.
Well, that was what I was going to lead on to, because when you normally ask this question to batters, they sort of say, I always used to walk. And then the number of times I've been given out when I haven't hit it. And I've now decided, you know what? If I do hit it, the umpire's there to do the job, let them do the job. So, yeah, I get it.
What I'm saying is I don't subscribe to this theory of batters know when they've hit it. I think sometimes you know when you've hit it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you know if you're LBW plumb, sometimes you think, oh, I thought I snicked that. There's so many things going on. I'm just happy that I hit the ball. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't unless I know it's an absolute, big, thick edge. Then sure, I'm happy to walk off. I'm not trying to deceive the umpire or not play fairly. I think sometimes if I'm not sure, I'm not going to make the decision for the umpire.
Do you get, I'm asking these questions, people could be taking notes here, thinking, right, remember when Tina comes in. But do you, because I've known, that's a pretty good shot, isn't it? That's classy. He's after a few wide balls that he hasn't been able to get to. Well, there's the targets there. Well, we haven't had a direct hit bullseye yet. And, well, if he gets a little bit more power and oomph, that one could go over and in to the archery zone. Well, at least the archers are not there yet. They were worrying us this morning where it looked like they were getting ready for retaliation. But, yeah, I know. So the question I was going to ask was, do you get intimidated by a lot of appealing, like if the ball hits you on the pad and they start, like this, for example, if you're out there now and you have a few that's going outside the off, they're all appealing and the wicket keeper's getting it. Does that sort of thing bother you, or are you just able to just distract yourself from it?
I'm pretty chill when I'm at the crease. I think in the women's game you don't get that too much anyway.
Yeah.
I obviously get a lot when I'm playing men's cricket. Then it's more comments, and you've got to develop quite a thick skin. And the easiest way to prove them is just by playing and hitting them for fours or bowling them out. Then they're pretty quickly quiet.
I bet you shut them up pretty quickly. You come into bat, they're probably saying, oh, look at this one, thinking you can play cricket, and then you go bang, 4 runs,
Pretty
6 runs, and it's like, and then I bet they become your best friend.
Yeah, then they're like, oh, yeah, they're shaking my hand afterwards, saying, oh, I didn't realise girls could play cricket, and you think, yeah, okay, well, that says more about you than it does about me. So I'm happy. I've got a thick skin. I think you've got to have a thick skin when you've grown up playing a game that's mostly dominated by the other sex, and I learned that very early on. Had experiences playing at school. Of course, I was the only girl in the boys' team. Had to get changed in the you know, behind the groundsman's shed or in the staff, female staff toilets, because I was playing in private schools as well where they didn't have women's toilets for the cricket pavilion.
Yeah.
I mean, this wasn't too long ago.
No, it wasn't. And I think also then on that front, because like you say, it's not too long ago, it must, you know, the same way that it pleases me to see cricket grow just in general, it must, you know, please you immensely to see how the game is growing, especially the women's game is growing, but not just growing, but how the attitude towards it is changing. You know, like you just said there, you know, no changing rooms and things like that. It's changing, and it's changing big time, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm so pleased to even play a small part in this European Cricket Network, because I think we do so much good for the game across Europe, and in particular, I'd say the women's game. Someone's flicked away. There's two fielders interested, but they're just going to watch that sail over the rope. It's Shree. You were wishing for him, and the Shree fan club is going wild in the commentary cage. Yeah, so I think, I know people make stupid comments and say, oh, you know, what is this kind of cricket? But it's cricket at its very infancy, and you could already see how much they improved the women here, Croatia and Malta. They've been playing here for 48 hours, and it's night and day, the first game and the last game, and then just having a quick chat with Lydia there as well, how much they enjoyed it, how much they got out of it. It could only be a good thing. There's just so much joy in their cricket, and you can see they're having a great time, and they're learning every minute. Yeah,
and one thing I always notice, I know that I'm here at this event, but even when women's cricket is happening and I'm not at the event, and I've, you know, seen that a lot. I mean, for example, the last day that you did in Bologna, the number of people that are watching, and you know, we get a kind of a feel for it because of all the chatters and the comments that we see, but the number of people that are watching and enjoying watching it, which you know, that says a lot, and most people are enjoying and also seeing that growth and that development, not just in the teams but in the players. So it's fantastic. I think it's a fantastic time to be involved with European cricket, because there's so many good things happening at the moment, and you know, with the support, of course, of the federations, and thanks to, of course, our partners, we continue to make it grow, make it happen.
Well bowled. Kalle has got that one right. Dash it. I think he's eyeing the 6, isn't he? A 6 would take him to the half century. Went for the big swing, and a painful one as well. It hit the inside of his boot and he rolled his ankle. The tank is not to be stopped at the moment.
It's Lapoot. Good over from him so far. I like the way he's just taking a bit of that pace off the ball. He's again there. And good work, quick work. And well, this is that Surjay Patel. You can hear him say, yeah! He said, come on, let's have a look. How did he get away? He just gets out of his, I think he was going for the stumping here, I think. It gets away from him and doesn't know where it is, and they take the bye.
I wonder if there was a little nick on that one. I think Kalle was ready to go up. Not sure. Well, either way, it wasn't taken cleanly by Marco behind the stumps.
Oh, that's my boy. That's my boy, Surjay Patel. Take note. Well, the little and large out there in the middle. This boy can bat, and it's just, I'm really surprised that they waited so long to give him a, when I say give him a chance, I don't mean give him a chance at the order, just to bat. It's the first time we're seeing him bat. He has scored over 1,000 runs on the network, and he plays for a team, and we've seen him play for Malta Day, who have got no stars in their side. And the reason that they win matches is because this boy turns it on. So I'm pleased that we're going to see a little look of him. So that's really nicely played. Nice shot, played away nicely. And it's 67 without loss after just 4 overs. So just 29 required. And you get the feeling here that Malta, they want to sign off here by finishing big and finishing with all the points. So this looks like it's going to be Hassan, who, I like what Hassan did with the bat. He played some nice shots. Now let's see if he can get some success with the ball as well. All right, here we go. Birds still chirping away. They haven't stopped. There's been beautiful music from the birds. Thank you to the birds. It's a little bit too wide, I think, from Hassan. It's just one thing I've noticed with Darshik Patank from the moment he's coming to now. Even though the ball is wide, he always has a swing at it. He's got to be careful because I think in the longer format, the slips and gullies will be in there, and he could quite easily chase a wide one and get a little snick on it. He plays that away quite nice. He'll get the single. This time he just takes a little step outside the off and gets a single.
How do you see the T20 eyes going then as we look ahead to tomorrow? Obviously, we've got the men, and you'd say, based on the performances so far, Malta would be favourites, despite Estonia's protestations that they do want to excel in the longer form. But I think the women's games will be very interesting as well.
I think the women's games will be interesting. I think, again, you know, the way that we've seen them play here, I'd like to see them, and there's no reason why, take that form into tomorrow. I think the bowlers bowling more overs.
Yep.
We'll see them get better and tidier. Extras will still play a part in some of those games, maybe. You'd expect that. But I think also the batters will have a bit more time to get out there. I think they'll be happy to take singles. I think it'd be good. I think we'll see scores. I'll take a guess here now. I think we'll see scores. Maybe I'd like to see them about the 120s, maybe.
That was the figure I had in my head. So going about sixes.
Yeah, 120s. I think you'd see that. So Jay, just trying to get a little bit funky here. That's a good comeback here from Hassan after he's trying to give himself a little bit of room and play that exuberant shot over the offside. And it looks like they're trying to. I think Parkin looks like he's warming up here. I can see the message that came across. It's well bowled again. Good areas. It's just going to take a single. So Hassan, good over from so far. 4 from it with the ball to go. Yeah, I think it'd be good. I think the stand would be good. I think both teams. I think I could see it being. I can see it being one apiece.
Yeah, I think that'd be.
I can see it being. You know, if it is, then I think the teams and most people will be pretty happy with that. That's going to get away. It's going to be 4 runs. There's just a slower delivery, but you can see there that Rashid just waits for it, plays it away, and he'll get his 50. He had to wait patiently for it because he played and missed at a few, but 50 of 19, he'll be happy with that. A little fist pump between those two. And time for us to say hello to our viewers around the world. First of all, thank you for joining us on this Supersonic Sunday. And we got something to show you as well. Let's have a look at the trophies that we're going to be dishing out. That's the winner's trophy. And one thing that we can't sort of show you, I mean, it's a lovely trophy, but they weigh a lot, don't they?
Yeah,
they're heavy.
We reminded Croatia to maybe check in another bag because, of course, they took the winner's trophy. They also took the MVP. Pavla took that one deservedly. So, yeah, it's a beauty. Thank you to Local Lifestyles who, of course, provide these trophies. We know as well it will go to Malta. Well, at least they keep one trophy as the men do the business here.
They've
and MVP as well. Still up for grabs.
Quite a lot of trophies actually in the clubhouse.
They
here.
do, yeah.
They definitely could do with another trophy cabinet. So that's a stunning trophy.
Yeah.
And well done to Malta. We will, of course, try to get the winning team captain from Prasad and whoever the MVP is in here straight after this match. Once the teams have congratulated each other and like we did with the women, so that'd be good. And let us know in the chat. What are your thoughts? I mean, myself and Tina have, of course, we don't make the decision, but we've shared some of our thoughts. What about your thoughts? MVP, anybody? Wasim Abbas was in the chat. Hello, Wasim. Hope you're well. And I'm pretty sure that we'll see you in a couple of days, will we, Wasim? I know that you were part of the squad, obviously not playing here today, and need time to rest up. I totally understand that after your good success in the European Cricket's Spring Series. Nice shot. Just places off his hips. And we'll just hand the strike back here to Rashid Pradanka. This is a good sign, isn't it, for Malta, particularly for Varun Prasad. And maybe, I'm sure Varun knows all about Shurjay Patel, but seeing him out there and actually performing and scoring some runs and putting a good partnership together with Rashid Pradanka as well. And that's the thing here, isn't it? That's probably the worry. If I was Estonia, that would be my worry at the moment, is that it's not just one player. Sometimes you're playing against a team who one player is clicking, and you sort of say to yourself, we're not too worried because surely he won't perform every game. But with Malta, it's not one player that's clicking. They're all the batters are finding their form. We've seen, I mean, here, Dashik Patanka, Jagat Puna, but Puna won't play in the T20 internationals. Obviously, he won't qualify, but I'm sure he'll be part of this setup. There's another one that's going to get away. It's going to be four more lucky runs this time to the tank. But sometimes he just misfire, and even the misfires find their way to the boundary. But yeah, that's what Estonia have to deal with. They've got to do homework on how to work out Varun, how to work out someone like Priyan. With Priyan, I think they've got an idea. They're putting the southern cross field, and also don't forget the straight boundaries will definitely be bigger.
Yep.
So that will help a little bit. But yeah, so many batters there that are clicking, and it's going to make it hard for them. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about Mahbub Ali. I think he does qualify. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he does, because I think that's why they've rested him. I think if he didn't qualify, they definitely would have used him today. So I think Mahbub Ali comes into that side as well. Rocky Dinesh, who has already scored a half century. They've got good players that are doing well, and I think their bowlers are coming good at the right time as well. But how do you deal with those slower bowlers? That's the other thing that Estonia have to deal with. So plenty of things for them and their coaching staff to have a think about.
There's absolutely danger for Estonia, isn't it? Because we've seen throughout this series as well that it's not been the same batters on every occasion. As it was Varun Prasad who got the half century unbeaten in game 1. Then Mahbub Ali, obviously he went mental in game 2, scoring 88 off just 23. Rocky and Priyan got the runs in game 3. Jagath, he got runs in game 2 and game 4. So they've got a lot of players who are chipping in with runs, and that's what you want as an international side. You want teams not just relying on one or two players, but knowing that throughout your batting lineup you've got runs on the board. And Malta here, I've got 79 of them on the board. If they want to finish with a flourish, and I'm certain they do, they need to get these 17 runs in 1 over.
Yeah, good from Parkin, only 5. Good from Hassan. He only went for 7. But maybe a bit of a gamble here. Dieter Paul is a good bowler, but he also got punished a little in the last game. I'm a bit surprised they haven't gone back to Hassan just to try and secure a point here. I mean, I know you're still losing the match, you would feel. 17 required of 24, but I think getting another point on the board, turning that 1 into a 2, and only allowing the opposition to take 3 probably is something you still be pretty keen to do. And Hassan did bowl pretty well, but they feel that Aditya, Paul, they want to bowl him. Maybe they feel that if we don't bowl him now, it may not really be too much for him to try and bowl at. That's going to be played away. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, as Patel also gets into the 20s. 21, he now moves on to 14 balls. And Thomas Martinez is saying, nice trophy. Yep. Sí, Thomas, es muy bueno. Es a poquito de bling bling, pero una cosita, tengo mucho pesos, that's for sure. It's heavy.
Okay, I don't speak Spanish, but I understood all of that. I understood the bling bling.
The bling bling.
And the pesos.
And Thomas is saying, he's saying Puna. He reckons his question mark is Puna. I think that's a good shout, Thomas. A couple others. Wasim Abbas is saying Jagat for him as well. Sure. Oh, that's unlucky. A little bit of luck this time for Sajil Patel. I do, you know, the other thing, I can say it now. See, again, the same way when Mahbub got his century, I think I said it. I said it also on the century the other day as well, that going to get a century, and they do. And I said that Sajil Patel, I've been talking about him all the time. If he got a 0 here today, or just got 1 or something, everybody in the chat would have been saying, Rico, your fault, your fault. So I'm glad. I tried to put the curse on him myself, but he doesn't, and I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased.
Yeah. He's got some runs here, and he can still finish the game as well. With still 8 runs needed. They've got a few balls left, 4 of them to finish it off with the bonus point, and that will be 4 out of 5 games that Malta do secure the bonus point. We saw the standings flash up just a while ago, and it's not good viewing for Estonia, is it?
It's going to change to come around the wicket. I can see this going wrong. You know why? Because Sajil Patel, he plays that no looky shot, and he plays it pretty nicely. So he's got to get this right. He plays that pretty nicely as well. I think he kind of knows where it's likely to go. Well, who was that in there? Was that Stefan Gooch and Mehta being woken up by the Grizzly? Let's have a look. It gets through, and it's going. Keep it playing it long. Well, there they are. It was them in there. They do get a bit of a wake-up call. There's Robbo as well, who's wasn't meant to play, by the way. I'm sure he's glad he did play because he showed what a good player he is. But he's probably feeling it. That's going to be up and over. One bounce to the fielder. Just a single gets taken. So, well, will they get a point here? I suppose they do get Darshit Patanka on strike. Now he can finish it with one shot. 3 required of 2 for victory. And also, for all the points once again, that will mean it's only the one time they haven't been able to do it. He will come back over the wicket, though, here to Darshit. In comes Paul. And he gets one through. Dot ball, well bowled. And I like a little bit of the swag as he follows through. Well, he's trying to eyeball Darshit Patak here. Well, he'll get a stiff neck. He's a tall guy, you know. And and now he wants to go round the wicket. All right, why? You just got a dot ball in there. Why do you want to change it?
He's getting his steps in, I think, just going left and right, and clearly got a point to prove, and it'll be a nice point. That'll be what Estonia get if they escape from this over.
That's a wide, so I'm not sure why. He just bowled a beautiful dot ball to Darshit Patanka, who's on in the 50s, and now he goes. You know what he wanted to do? He just wanted to hit the line and say, "Got us a point, boys." But well, he's now bowled a wide, so 2 off the 1 ball. Going to be running hard here, you feel. Well, that's in the air. Got to try and roll. Oh, look at Darshit. He's just strolling, so they're not gonna get all the points this time. So well done to ST. They will pick up another point, but of course they'll still know that it's not about points, especially when it's the best of 5. It's about winning, and they're going to lose all 5. So it's going to be a whitewash here, and with only a run required for victory and the score was tied, is going to be Vispalapu, who will come back to bowl his second. His first went for 15.
It's very much the definition of a consolation point, isn't it, for Estonia? They've not been too bad, actually, bowling here. If Malta were batting first, you'd say, yeah, okay, keep them to maybe 120, 130 and have a crack at it. But they did that once before, didn't they? And they didn't manage to chase down the runs. So it feels like whatever Estonia do just hasn't been enough against this very strong Malta side.
Nice afternoon here as the sun starts to come down, and Tyrone Peters is saying, "Boys, what are you doing? The scores are tied. Just bowl the ball." Tyrone, easy, Tyrone. You know the bus ain't coming on time. We still got to wait. There's the delivery, and it's up in the air, and it's dropped, and that will be the match done. It's a chance to take a catch and get Vispalu a wicket, and Aditya Paul, who did ever so well to at least get a point for Esti. He doesn't hold on to the catch. It's done, it's dusted. And, well, Darshit Patanka is waving to somebody. And Shujay Patel, there's a smile from him as well. An unbroken partnership, a win. I suppose they don't take all the points, but they still win by 10 wickets, which is big. And Estonia, look, they've got a day off tomorrow as we have a look at what's coming up here tomorrow. So their day off, we will see the Maltese women once again host the Croatian women. I think that's going to be a really fantastic day. So that's coming up tomorrow. Match 1, I think, starting, is it at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 9 o'clock local time. So that's coming up tomorrow. But if we got the highlights coming up here. And while we look at the highlights, we'll talk a little bit. If you're Estonia, what sort of things are you talking about tomorrow?
Well, I think they have to make plans for the bowlers. They've got good batters, don't they? Stefan Gooch, the captain as well, can get runs. Arslan Amjad. And it's about partnerships. We'll have to go through the stats, but I don't think they've had a partnership which is even worth 50.
No,
and that when you've got 20 overs on the board as well, you've got more time to build those partnerships.
That's right. And also, I think, see, when I'm out there and when you're talking about the teams, with Malta, there's so many batters you can talk about. You could, in fact, you talk about some, but you afterwards say, but there was also this guy. You can't do that with Estonia. No. You talk about Stefan Gooch, you talk about Arslan, you talk about Sehel Chauhan, and then after that you say, all right, Ali Masood, but then who else? Who else? If those 4 go early, who else is there then that you know can go at a decent rate to get you a decent score? Now, T20s, we're saying that with the women, you know, about 120. With the men, it's got to be talked about close to 200 out there on that pitch. That outfit is going to be quick. The boundaries on the side are still short, so you've got to be thinking 200 scores, right?
Well, you know Malta only bat one way as well, and you can skittle them. They could go hard for 10 overs and still score 200.
Yeah.
So what are your answers to that as the Estonian side? Where do you bowl to? And these are the questions. They're going to probably have to look back at the stream tomorrow, see the different areas that the Malta batters like to hit. You know, Jagath Purna, he's going to crack the ball through the covers, and anything, for example, Varun Prasath on his legs, it's going to go, and maybe they just weren't wise to that quickly enough and they were just bowling in the wrong areas.
Yeah, I think to some of the batters, I mean, I think they've sort of got a good plan to Varun. It's worked a few times for them, though we have seen him score runs in the series. I think also to Priyan, they've set a good sort of plan to him about getting to play straight and catching him out there. We saw that Stefan Gooch took a great catch to remove him in the earlier match. So they've got plans for some of them, but I think Malta, as we keep saying, you can get 2, maybe 3 of them, but there's other batters that can come and still hurt you. We've seen that from them, and I think they've got to do their homework on those guys as well. But more importantly, they've got to find, I think the word is confidence in their own batting. Confidence to go out there and say, right, okay, we can also go out there and score good runs. So that's the summary there. And I know that we are going to try and get the captains in here, and also we will review who the MVP is as well.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to step aside. You gallantly stepped aside when the women were playing, so I'll let you do the honours. So I'll already say an early farewell to everyone out there. Thanks again for joining us in the chat and joining us bright and early tomorrow morning. So I'm going to duck out and I'll leave you to do the honours, Rico.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you to Tina, and of course Tina will be here with me tomorrow talking through the women's T20 International with Malta take on Croatia. So let's first of all invite Varun Prasath. Now, Varun, like always, everybody who comes in here is always taller than me. It's not fair, really. I need a little stool. So Varun is just going to set himself up and come stand next to me. This is what's coming up tomorrow, of course. First of all, Varun, welcome into our commentary position. It's nice for you to join us here, and I know that you've had to get away from your team pretty quickly. Yep. First things first, must be a good feeling right now because you've beaten a very good team 5-0 in this European Cricket International Series. So how are you feeling, and how are the boys, more importantly, feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling good, even the boys. So it's a pretty big squad we had for this series, and then everyone got a chance. That's really what we wanted, to give them a really good chance so that they will get ready for the T20Is.
Okay, now I think I may have asked you this once before, but I'm going to touch on it again. When the team played at Khartoum in the ECC, the Challenge Division, didn't go well. Yep. And I think when we talked, you were the first to say to me, it didn't go well, but it's work in progress. You wanted to look at some players, you wanted to make some changes. But the way that Maltese cricket has bounced back since then has been quite fantastic. First of all, the Royal Strikers, when they played in the European Cricket League, I think they really played some great cricket. They had some issues with the weather, but they played brilliantly well. And, as I said, they beat Skanderborg, the team that would be contesting in the final, by putting 200 runs on the board. Priyan, of course, scored that great century. And then in the other matches you played, like playing as a national team, beating Estonia, who were in the final of that Challenger Division, beating them here 5-0. So things are going in the right direction, right?
Yes, exactly, Rico. We are planning ahead, not only for just this tournament, for the entire year. So we have really good squad. So we are working around all the players, giving chances, getting ready for the next qualifiers. So that's our plan. And pretty much there are some other players here who's going to be getting qualified soon. So we are giving them ECIs to get a really good knock against other teams, so that they will be prepared for the qualifiers.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm going to present you with this lovely trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. And I think we had a look at that already, but it's quite stunning. And that's another one that probably will go in the clubhouse there. You're going to need a bigger trophy cabinet, by the way, that's for sure. And before you go and we talk and reveal who the MVP is for this international series, a quick thought about, you've got a rest day tomorrow, T20s coming up. Will you be captaining the T20s?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what, in terms of players, I'm going to see some new players there because I know that some of the players, like you mentioned yourself, won't quite qualify for the T20 internationals. So there will be some changes there. Anybody new? Anybody you're exciting to see playing in the T20s?
Lala is getting his first match. Breen is getting his first match.
Okay.
Jace Matthews is getting their first match. So let's see how it goes. So hopefully all three of them will perform.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And I'm going to turn you off for a moment. And I know that you'll pass over your headsets to the man that's coming in here now. So, of course, you've all had your own thoughts. And, well, I think most of you will know who this person is because we've seen him with some silverware in his hand a little bit earlier. So your MVP for this European Cricket International Series between Malta and Estonia is Jagath Puna. Jagath, please come and join me. First of all, congratulations. You have a lovely big smile. I can understand why. It's another special moment for you.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully this is my first international trophy as an international player. So I'm quite happy about that and about the boys as well. So boys did well all over the tournament. So I'm happy about that.
Okay, well, you mentioned trophy. So without further ado, first I'm going to hand you over this trophy. Congratulations. That is the most valuable player trophy for this international series.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
So
now, it's not the first one you picked up just a few days ago. You were the MVP for the European Cricket Series here, the spring edition as well.
Yeah.
At the moment, how are you? Describe how you're feeling because, I mean, I know that you played a lot. First, tell the viewers where you played cricket in the past. So where's your background and how did you get here to Malta?
Yeah, actually I started my cricket career in Sri Lanka. I played few first-class matches in Sri Lanka, back in Sri Lanka. After that, I went to Australia for domestic summer season. After that, 3 years in UAE. They are also quite good cricket over there as well. So after that, I'm back in Malta.
Yeah, but you have played some cricket in the UK as well, is that right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
2 seasons, yeah.
So going back to our question, so how does it feel for you? Because you've been in all these places, you played good cricket, you probably come to a country where you probably didn't expect to play cricket, and here you are, MVP on 2 occasions for 2 tournaments. Must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yes, of course. Once I come into Malta, the first task is the turf. It's a AstroTurf. So it took a time to get ready myself for that AstroTurf. After that, so I did well.
Yeah, so getting used to going from turf to playing on Astro. You've done very well. The smile tells the story, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much indeed. Well done. I know you're not going to be playing the T20s, but I know you're going to be part of the squad. I think you're part of the coaching staff there.
Yes.
So best of luck
Thank
in
you so
those.
much.
We'll
Thank you so
have
much.
a good rest tomorrow.
Thank you so
and we'll
much.
see you
Yep.
in a couple of days' time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, there he is, Jagath. And I suppose it's time for us now to really say thank you very much. I want to say a big thank you to everybody here at the ground, of course, the Maltese Federation, and also to Tina. I know Tina said her goodbyes, but Tina's done another wonderful job here, as have the ECN crew, and, of course, the umpires. And Tyrone Peters, I know he's been the tournament referee, but we did see him in the field there earlier. Big thank you to all the players. I know we're going to see them again. The men are going to have a break here and they'll come back on Tuesday. The women, they'll be in action tomorrow playing 2 T20 internationals. So well done to everybody. Thank you for what's been a super Sunday. But remember, it may be finished here, but there's always some cricket still happening. And of course, Belgium is happening. Got 2 matches coming up there tonight. I know Antwerp are going to be in action. They're taking on Bevram. Phil G and the night crew will be in the house rocking and rolling. It's time for us to rock and roll as well. I can hear the music. It's time for a little bit of back and forth. We're going to leave you with the highlights of the day. Thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Ciao, ciao.
Move my body.